The Complete Idiot's Guide to Alchemy by Dennis William Hauck. Introduction. My initiation into alchemy came while I was attending the University of Vienna. I had gone there to study mathematics in the tradition of the Viennese logician Kurt Gödel. However, within 3 months of my arrival, I was sidetracked into studying a much older tradition. 400 years earlier, Vienna and nearby Prague were at the heart of European alchemy, and hundreds of alchemists flocked to the area to study. I was unaware of Vienna's rich alchemical tradition until one day when I stumbled into a basement room in the university library that was full of old alchemy books. The German and Latin manuscripts were in antique typesetting that was very difficult to read, but the drawings in those books were strangely profound and resonated deeply with me in ways I could not put into words. All I knew was that whatever was going on in those drawings was more real than anything that was going on in my life at the time, and I wanted to be part of it. I resolved to learn as much as I could about alchemy and began translating the old manuscripts I found in Vienna and Prague. My research led me to even larger collections of alchemy books in Switzerland, Germany, and Holland. Finally, an Italian friend directed me to Maru's Favola, a practicing alchemist living in Prague who occasionally took on new students. After some painstaking negotiations, Maru's agreed to take me as a student. Every Wednesday for over a year, I took the train from Vienna to Prague to be initiated into the mysteries of the ancient craft. The cost of my weekly tuition was a carton of Camel cigarettes for my master and a box of Mozart balls, chocolates, for his wife. I learned much during my strange apprenticeship in Prague, mostly about the hidden signatures and correspondences of things. But the most important thing I learned was that the real trick to grasping alchemy was making it come alive within me. As the German alchemist Gerhard Dorn once put it, you must transmute yourselves from dead stones into living philosophical stones. Unlike academic disciplines, alchemy can actually take root in you and grow into something that is more than the sum of its parts. This is when the true secret teachings of alchemy begin and when the magic happens. There is some sort of energetic connection to the principles of alchemy that is very empowering. True alchemists know exactly what I am talking about, and I hope you will, too, by the time you are done with this book. The objective of this book is to teach you the alchemists' coded language so you can appreciate and work with the ancient wisdom they have passed down to us. For my part, I promise to be honest and direct, with no unnecessary secrecy, no pompous theorizing, and no special allegiance to any particular tradition or organization. My focus in this book is to help you understand the principles of alchemy and apply them in practical ways in the modern world. So let your apprenticeship begin with this book. All you have to do is assume the role of a complete idiot and become an empty vessel. Forget everything you thought you knew about alchemy and alchemists. You are now at the beginning of a new path toward enlightenment. And don't worry, you have everything you need hidden away inside you. Just come as you are. How this book is organized. This book is divided into 6 sections. Part 1, Introduction to Alchemy, traces the roots of alchemy into the distant past and shows how the discipline developed from the mythic writings of godlike beings into the practical treatises of the Alexandrian alchemists. From alchemy's origins in ancient Egypt to the founding of the Great Library, the basic tenets of alchemy were well developed long before the heyday of the medieval alchemists. Part 2, The Principles of Alchemy, takes a look at the fundamental concepts of alchemy and traces their development in the Hermetic arts, philosophy, religion, psychology, and other traditions down through the last 5,000 years. We'll also decipher the coded language the alchemists used to describe their work to other alchemists. Part 3, The Operations of Alchemy, reveals the secret processes alchemists used to transform substances in their work. These fundamental operations worked not only in the practical work in the lab but also on the mental and spiritual levels. Part 4, Practical Alchemy, focuses on what went on in the alchemist's workshop. We learn exactly how the alchemists made their tonics, tinctures, and elixirs and how they worked with the metals to transform lead into gold. Part 5, Spiritual Alchemy, looks within to see how alchemical principles work to transform the hidden essences of soul into the pure light of spirit. We also investigate the mysterious connection between the spiritual work and the success of alchemical experiments. Part 6, Modern Alchemy, looks at alchemy in the world today. We discover how alchemical principles are being applied in our everyday life in the workplace, in personal relationships, and in society in general. We also investigate the amazing similarities between the concepts of alchemists and those of modern scientists. Part 1. Introduction to Alchemy. The roots of alchemy are buried in the shifting sands of ancient Egypt as the craft developed from writings attributed to divine beings who are said to have come to Egypt over 10,000 years ago. The scribe Thoth, considered the first alchemist and also the father of music, mathematics, astronomy, and agriculture, recorded the wisdom of the ancient visitors and sealed his writings in two great pillars that became known as the Pillars of Hermes. According to legend, the pillars were rediscovered thousands of years after the Great Flood and hidden away in an isolated temple in western Egypt. The city of Alexandria was founded to study and translate the sacred texts, and from there the ancient spiritual technology of alchemy spread throughout the world. Your apprenticeship in alchemy. In this chapter, Alchemy, the art of transformation. Why alchemy is still relevant today. Understanding the 6 types of alchemy. The fundamental philosophy behind alchemy. Learning alchemy. Just what is alchemy? This question can present a bewildering variety of answers, because alchemy is at the root of so many different traditions and disciplines. And that's unfortunate, for the one simple thing about alchemy is its definition. So, to avoid confusion in your study of this subject, remember this basic definition right from the start: alchemy is the art of transformation. Alchemy is about how to change one thing into another, and the goal of alchemy is to perfect or evolve the substance at hand. Alchemists try to change something that is inferior, imperfect, or unacceptable into something that is better, more perfect, and closer to what they desire. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about metals, chemicals, or herbs, or about our bodies, minds, or souls. Nor does it matter whether we're talking about chemistry, biology, medicine, religion, sociology, politics, software, or psychology. The word alchemy is always about how to accomplish some sort of creative transformation. So there you have it. You've already made a giant leap toward understanding alchemy, and you've only just begun to read. And you'll be making many more giant leaps soon, I promise you. Alchemy may seem confusing and arcane and, at times, even deliberately misleading, but once you understand their secret, coded language, the alchemist's words will all fall into place for you. And this book will teach you that ancient code of symbolic images, special terms, and secret ciphers in as straightforward a manner as possible. Why study alchemy? But why should you spend your time trying to penetrate the alchemist's coded language and learn the age-old secrets of alchemy? What relevance does alchemy have today? Surprisingly, this ancient discipline, which dates back at least 2,000 years, has much to offer the modern world. The universal principles, which the alchemists discovered, apply to all levels of the physical, mental, and spiritual realms. Whether you are working in an artist's studio or a boardroom, in a lab developing healing tinctures, or in a clinic as a therapist, or in the inner laboratory of your own soul and spirit, alchemical techniques will help you make the transformations you desire. The art of transformation reveals the hidden chemistry of change underlying an enormous variety of subjects, ranging from psychological transformation and personal relationships to the formation of stars and planetary systems. In fact, alchemy has achieved more respect today from the general public and among scholars than at any time in the last 400 years. Swiss psychologist Dr. Carl Jung, 1875–1961, is credited with returning alchemy to its rightful stature in academia with his development of depth psychology, which he based on the universal symbols of alchemy that appeared in his patients' dreams. Jung made the ancient operations of alchemy viable tools in helping his patients achieve psychological wholeness. Even in such unexpected areas as economics, one can find many serious works crediting the effectiveness of alchemical principles. Recently, H.C. Binswanger, director of the Institute for Economics and Ecology at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland, wrote a breakthrough book called Money and Magic in which he urged economists to stop using the term mainstream economics and substitute alchemical economics as a more descriptive name. He contends that economics developed more as a form of alchemy than finance. While putting the job title of alchemist on your resume may not bring in a flood of offers, thinking of yourself as a practicing alchemist in the workplace can bring unexpected rewards and advancement. So let's look at the different kinds of modern alchemy and see how they can help you get ahead in the world. The kinds of alchemy. Because in the most basic terms, alchemy is the art of transformation. The best way to study the different aspects of alchemy is to focus on what is being transformed and then devote our attention to these types of alchemy throughout the rest of the book. Spiritual alchemy. The most popular reason for studying alchemy today is to reconnect with spiritual realities. In this approach to alchemy, the gold of the alchemist is not common metal gold, but an inner spiritual gold. Using meditation to penetrate the symbolic imagery of alchemy, the seeker attempts to transform the dark, heavy, karmic lead of the soul into the bright, purified, and incorruptible gold of spirit. Psychological alchemy. Alchemy not only gave birth to chemistry but also to modern psychology. The alchemists were the first to treat psychological problems as chemical imbalances in the body. They believed the powers of the metals were expressed in humans as our basic instincts and emotions, and these could be transformed into the nobler aspects of reason and enlightenment through alchemical processes. Carl Jung did groundbreaking work in this area of alchemy. Artistic alchemy. Throughout history, alchemy has had a tremendous influence in the creative arts. Early Egyptian alchemists were experts at capturing essences in oils and perfumes and applying colors and metals to jewelry and sculptures. Today, many artists working with metal, glass, enamels, perfumes, and other media consider themselves part of the alchemical tradition and adhere to its principles. Alchemical art tends to use materials in ways that make them appear to be something else, thus revealing their essence in unexpected ways. We can also find similar transformative staging in alchemical literature, music, and even software games. Many filmmakers follow the principles of alchemy to add psychological depth and archetypal power to their films. Workers from Paramount Studios even set up an Alchemy in Film panel in the late 1990s to assist writers in understanding alchemy. Films like 2001 and 2010, like Water for Chocolate, The Fifth Element, The Matrix, Revelation, Full Metal Alchemist, and The Da Vinci Code are just a few examples where the creators have made conscious use of alchemy in the plotline. Social alchemy. In the last century, the term alchemy became the slogan and rallying point for a variety of movements driven by the human desire to change adverse conditions. These endeavors included trying to change slavery into freedom, sin into grace, folly into wisdom, poverty into wealth, fear into courage, war into peace, sterility into fertility, bureaucracy into democracy, disease into health, and death into immortality. All these social movements borrowed alchemical terms and principles to focus their efforts at changing the status quo. Chapter 22 tells you more about social alchemy. Practical alchemy. Practical alchemy deals with the production of tinctures, tonics, oils, compounds, and elixirs that capture healing energy. Such laboratory work also focuses on creating mineral transformations and perfecting the metals commonly associated with changing lead into gold. Practical alchemy reached its heyday in Europe in the Middle Ages, but in the last 50 years this kind of work has staged a noticeable resurgence. In fact, according to the International Alchemy Guild, IAG, more licensed practical alchemists exist today than at any time in history. In Part 4, we delve into this intriguing topic and teach you a bit of kitchen alchemy along the way. Therapeutic alchemy. During the last century, we have seen the proliferation of a new breed of alchemical practitioners, who focus on ancient healing modalities. Techniques such as alchemical hypnotherapy, dream therapy, and shamanic journeying use imagery to direct or stimulate healing energy. Oriental alchemical arts like yoga, aikido, tai chi, qigong, tantra, acupuncture, and reiki have seen a profound increase in Western culture. Alchemical bodywork like chiropractics, rolfing, Feldenkrais, bioenergetics, and polarity therapy have their origin in the work of 19th century alchemists seeking to isolate the life force. Most modern holistic disciplines like homeopathy, herbology, naturopathy, Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, aromatherapy, and reflexology trace their origins in ancient alchemical teachings, and even New Age astrologers, numerologists, and tarot readers owe their livelihoods to Egyptian and Babylonian alchemists. The perennial philosophy. One of the reasons for the endurance of alchemy through the ages is that it's based on a fundamental philosophy that has itself exhibited tremendous staying power in the human mind. The alchemists call it the one true philosophy of the whole world and believe it was first revealed to humanity in ancient Egypt. It is also known as the perennial philosophy because, down through history, it has always resurfaced in some form despite many successful attempts by orthodox authorities to suppress it. To perform his transformation, the alchemist attempts to understand and connect with the unseen reality behind the manifested world. The basic idea of the perennial philosophy is that there are certain universal truths common to all cultures and systems of knowledge. The German mathematician Gottfried Leibniz first used the term in this sense, when he defined it as the eternal philosophy that underlies all religions. The term, further refined by 20th century philosopher Aldous Huxley, has come to mean the most basic and everlasting universal truth sensed by all human beings. In other words, down through history, people in many different cultures and times have experienced similar feelings about the nature of reality and the meaning of existence. Differences arise only when some authority attempts to control or adapt these basic ideas into a rigid system of behavior. In this view, the world's nations and religions are constantly fighting each other over minor, cultural variations in the same basic belief system. Unlike dogmatic religion, which encourages these petty sectarian disputes, the perennial philosophy states that there are as many roads to God as there are people in the world. The three fundamental tenets of alchemy and the perennial philosophy of which it is part are: 1. The material world is not the only reality. Another hidden level of reality exists that determines our existence. The physical world is a shadow or projection of a higher reality that cannot be grasped by the senses. Only the higher faculties of the human mind and spirit can perceive it. 2. The basic duality of material versus non-material realities is mirrored in human beings. Our material body is subject to the physical laws of birth and death. Our non-material body, called soul or spirit, is not subject to decay or loss and carries the essence of who we are. This divine energy at the heart of everything is known as the quintessence, the fifth element in alchemy, or the life force in most other traditions. 3. All human beings possess the capacity to perceive these separate levels of reality, both in themselves and in nature, but we are taught to ignore the subtle clues to this greater reality. The perception and application of this ultimate truth is the goal of human beings and the purpose of our existence. What makes alchemy different from other mystical systems that are part of the perennial philosophy is that alchemy attempts to apply this wisdom in practical ways in the everyday world. No other discipline has taken such a down-to-earth and in-your-face approach to working with these mystical principles. That approach, unfortunately, got a lot of alchemists burnt at the stake, but it also makes alchemy a unique and powerful discipline, a combination of religion and science that makes a lot of sense to people trying to remain true to themselves in the modern world. Becoming an alchemist. In the past, becoming an alchemist began with a long apprenticeship or training period that traditionally involved a very specific path of initiation. In the ancient mystery schools, the teachings were arranged into 3 levels of mastery. The philosophicum, knowing what is really there. The theoreticum, knowing how it works. The practicum, knowing how to do it. Obviously, initiatory alchemy was a very personal process that usually involved a one-on-one relationship with an adept that lasted many years. Modern teaching of alchemy takes place at a faster pace on all 3 levels of initiation at once. On the philosophical level, the objective is to achieve an awareness of the lower and the higher worlds in which the alchemist works. The goal of the theoretical work is to understand how to interact and control the unseen energies of those realms. The practical work is concerned with learning the personal and laboratory techniques of transformation and is, in turn, presented in 3 phases: the plant work, the mineral work, and the animal work. This kind of total immersion program takes commitment on the part of both teacher and student, and the biggest danger is that the student will not be fully initiated. Unfortunately, there is no Hogwarts school of alchemy prepared to give students the kind of personal attention they need for true initiation. Nonetheless, we do have a number of workable alternatives for persons seeking formal instruction in alchemy. The International Alchemy Guild, IAG, is a good place to inquire about practicing alchemists who take on students in your area. Some graduates of the Paracelsus Research Society still take on students. The institute, originally based in Colorado, was formed by alchemist Albert Rydell, known as Frater Albertus and author of the Alchemist's Handbook. Unfortunately, the premier school for practical alchemy in the United States closed its doors in 1984 when Rydell died. Dr. Joseph Liszewski, who founded Paracelsus College in 1982, carried on his work in Australia. The school has a 7-year curriculum of plant, mineral, and animal alchemy. Before it closed in 2000, the Philosophers of Nature, PON, offered a 2-year course in plant work and a 7-year course in mineral work. The course manuals are still available from Triad Publishing. French alchemist Jean Debus wrote the material which was taught by American alchemists Russ and Sue House. The Institute for Hermetic Studies, IHS, of Pennsylvania, under the direction of author Mark Stavish, offers seminars on mineral and plant alchemy, as do practicing alchemists Paul Barcher and Micah Nilsson of Alchemy in Oregon. John Reed offers a free online course on plant alchemy, and Scottish archivist Adam MacLean offers several online courses in deciphering alchemical symbols. The Rosicrucian Order, ancient mystical order Rosicrucis, or Amorc, in San Jose, California, sometimes offers summer classes in plant and mineral alchemy, though they are open to members only and membership is very expensive. The largest school of alchemy in the world, with over 500 students in 12 countries, is Flamel College of California, whose director of practical alchemy is Robert Allen Bartlett, a student of Frater Albertus and his chief chemist. Flamel College offers certification in practical and spiritual alchemy, a diploma in alchemy, and is the only organization actually hiring alchemists. Although it occasionally holds on-site classes, most of the instruction is done by correspondence study. The 7 modules in its Alchemy Home Study program include all necessary labware, herbs, and chemicals. The least you need to know. The simplest and most accepted definition of alchemy is that it is the art of transformation. Today the principles of alchemy can be found at work in psychology, business management, art, literature, filmmaking, software development, and many other creative endeavors. Modern alchemy consists of 6 branches: spiritual, psychological, artistic, social, practical, and therapeutic. Alchemy is part of the perennial philosophy, the basic tenet of which holds that certain universal truths are common to all cultures and belief systems. One can receive formal training in alchemy, though the apprenticeship tradition has largely given way to correspondence and online training. Chapter 2. The First Alchemists. In this chapter, Ancient Alchemical Manuscript. S. A Gift from the Gods? Thoth, the father of alchemy. The Mysterious Pillars of Hermes. Secrets of the Emerald Tablet. The line between myth and reality. The roots of alchemy are buried in legend and mystery. Allegedly, the earliest books on alchemy appeared all at once, as if they had been locked away for safekeeping and were suddenly released. At the beginning of the first millennium, all around the world alchemical principles exploded into human consciousness, and these same ideas continue to inspire us to this day. However, alchemists point to the heavens, not books, for the origin of their craft, and ancient Egyptian writings seem to back them up. 3,000-year-old scrolls describe visitors from the firmament who came to Egypt and shared their knowledge of the universe, including the art of alchemy. One document contains a succinct summary of that ancient wisdom. It was engraved on a green crystalline tablet that became known as the Emerald Tablet, and in this chapter, we use the Emerald Tablet to grasp the philosophy behind alchemy. Lost Gems of Knowledge. The first known alchemy books appeared almost simultaneously in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and China over 2,000 years ago, and most modern historians date the birth of alchemy to that period. This was the era of the Great Library at Alexandria, and ships visiting the busy Egyptian port carried alchemical manuscripts around the world. However, those early writings quote even more ancient texts and refer to a lost tradition that goes back to the dawn of civilization. All we can say with certainty is that by 300 CE, the principles of alchemy were widely accepted by philosophers, priests, and craftsmen in civilized nations around the globe. Hundreds of parchment scrolls, clay tablets, and papyri existed that dealt with alchemical principles and processes. Yet, to this day, the true source of that knowledge remains unknown. Although references to alchemical principles are found in Egyptian scrolls dating back to 1500 BCE, the original canon of texts from which those principles were derived has vanished. The early alchemy manuscripts that have survived are remarkably similar in style and seem to originate from a common source. All are written in a strange, convoluted style with obscure references to pre-existing concepts and are filled with secret ciphers and cryptic symbols for which no explanation is given. The gods of alchemy. Despite the difficulty in pinning down the historical source of alchemy, the answer to the question of where alchemy came from is almost unanimous among alchemists. Most alchemists agree that their art originated in Egypt during a time known as Zep-Tepi. In this tradition, alchemy is literally a gift from the gods. According to legend, a contingent of godlike beings settled in Egypt and exhibited an advanced spiritual technology that enabled them to transform matter. These angelic visitors were the first alchemists. They practiced their art in Hormonalthi, a temple hidden near the Nile River. According to hieroglyphic texts, the visitors originated from different levels in the firmament, and their bodies were more subtle than humans. Whether for purposes of breeding or out of sheer lust, the visitors were described as unable to resist the temptations of the flesh and desperately wanted to marry young women and have children. The results of these unions were described as giants who had dominion over the earth and its creatures. Oddly, The idea of angelic visitors lusting after humans is part of many religious texts around the world. Genesis 6:1-5 describes fallen angels who wanted to have children with the daughters of men. In exchange, they taught men magic and metallurgy and how to make tinctures to capture the essence of plants. The story is elaborated in considerable detail in the Old Testament apocryphal Book of Enoch. Who were these mysterious visitors to Egypt? Zosimus, the father of Greek alchemy who lived in Alexandria around 300 CE, wrote that fallen angels who had children with humans taught mankind alchemy and all the arts of nature, and he insisted the legends predated history and were literally true. Tertullian and many early Hermetic writers spoke of this same superhuman race and their interactions with humans. The alchemist Clement of Alexandria said the visitors laid bare the secrets of the metals, understood the virtues of plants and the force of magical incantations, and their learning even extended to the science of the stars. In an ancient Egyptian text called Isis the prophetess to her son Horus, Isis begins teaching her son the principles of alchemy and tells him how she acquired her skills. According to her story, she had gone to Hormonalthi to learn the sacred art and met one of the visitors, who was overcome by physical lust for her. Isis agreed to satisfy his hunger if he would disclose the secrets, but he refused. Eventually, she met a visitor named Amnael who agreed to her demands, and Isis was initiated into the mysteries of alchemy. According to legend, Isis, her brother and sister, her husband Osiris, and 5 similar divine beings settled at Heliopolis, which became the center for alchemy in Egypt. The myths of Isis and Osiris help explain the mysteries of alchemy and are retold many times in the writings of alchemists. We cannot determine whether these ancient myths contain any literal truth, but there is no doubt that the alchemists felt they imparted deep wisdom about the true origin of their craft. Thoth, the father of alchemy. Thoth was one of the godlike beings who came to Egypt during the time of Zep-Tepi. However, there is an important difference between Thoth and the other gods of Egypt. Thoth exists on all levels of time and space, in heaven and on earth and in between. He has always existed and always will. He spoke the first word of creation, and all he has to do is name a thing to bring it into existence. Thoth brought the very first gods into being, yet he is content to serve both the gods and mankind. Thoth is the divine intermediary between spirit and matter that makes alchemy possible. The Egyptians considered Thoth the first scribe, the inventor of language and writing who recorded the ancient teachings in hundreds of books. Because of this, Thoth is considered the father of many disciplines, including alchemy, mathematics, agriculture, music, magic, religion, science, and medicine. Most of the scrolls attributed to him were preserved in the Great Library at Alexandria. In the writings of Thoth, alchemy is presented as a unique spiritual science, a merging of science and religion that requires a balanced blending of heart, body, and mind. Most often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis, a tall wading bird with a long curved beak, Thoth was also associated with baboons and apes, which is taken as a symbol of his divine mission to raise our animal nature to new levels of enlightenment. Thoth was known as the revealer of the hidden and lord of rebirth and was considered the initiator of human transformation. One of Thoth's scrolls from which fragments remain is called the Book of Breathings, which teaches humans how to become gods through spells and control of the breath. Thoth is also considered the author of the Book of the Dead, which guides the departed through the underworld into the light. It is said the lost Book of Thoth was written in his own hand. The script consisted of strange symbols that elevated the reader's consciousness to directly experience the presence of the gods. The book revealed the true story of the creation of mankind and described an afterlife in the stars for those who followed his teachings. The Pillars of Hermes. According to legend, Thoth preserved his canon of writings inside 2 great pillars just before the Great Flood inundated the world. Thousands of years later, the pillars were rediscovered. According to existing texts written by Egyptian priests, one of the pillars was discovered outside the city of Heliopolis, and the other was unearthed near Thebes. The massive columns were covered with sacred hieroglyphics. When first discovered, they were referred to as the Pillars of the Gods of the Dawning Light. The pillars were eventually moved to a secret temple dedicated to the first gods. Some texts indicate that this location was the Temple of Amun in Siwa, which is the oldest temple in Egypt. Only priests and pharaohs were allowed to view the sacred objects and scrolls. Some evidence suggests the pillars really existed. Not only were they described in scrolls dating back to 1550 BCE, but they also were periodically put on public display and have been mentioned by credible sources throughout history. Solon, the Greek legislator and writer, studied them firsthand and noted that they memorialized the destruction of an ancient advanced civilization. The great historian Herodotus encountered the two pillars in a secret Egyptian temple he visited in 400 BCE. One pillar was of pure gold, said Herodotus, and the other was as of emerald, which glowed at night with great brilliancy. Because Hermes is the Greek name for Thoth, he named them the Pillars of Hermes. The mysterious Pillars of Hermes were said to have been viewed by Alexander the Great, Achilles Tatius, Dio Chrysostom, and Laertius, and other Roman and Greek historians have described them in detail. In Iamblichus, on the Mysteries, Thomas Taylor quotes one ancient writer who noted that the two pillars were created before the Great Flood. The Alexandrian scribe Manetho recorded that the pillars contain 36,525 manuscripts written by Thoth, although it should be noted that this figure is the exact number of days in 100 years, which symbolized perfect completion to the Egyptians. The Emerald Tablet. When opened, Thoth's pillars were said to contain not only many priceless manuscripts, but also a marvelous artifact that has become known as the Emerald Tablet. The green crystalline tablet carried a succinct summary of the Thothian writings and outlined a new philosophy of the whole universe. The priests of Amun kept the tablet and other texts in hiding, but its philosophy filtered down into other writings. Phrases from the Emerald Tablet can be found in the Papyrus of Ani, 1250 BCE, and chapters from the Book of the Dead, 1500 BCE, the Berlin Papyrus No. 3024, 2000 BCE, and other religious scrolls dating between 1000 and 300 BCE. One papyrus known as an Invocation to Hermes, which dates from Hellenic Egypt, actually refers to the tablet. I know your names in the Egyptian tongue, and your true name as it is written on the holy tablet in the holy place at Hermopolis, where you did have your birth. Not until Alexander the Great conquered Egypt and became its pharaoh in 332 BCE did knowledge of the tablet's existence spread. Historical documents show that Alexander traveled to Siwa, where he retrieved the writings of Thoth and the tablet. He then took the items with him to Memphis and then on to Hermopolis. The Emerald Tablet. The treasures of Alexander. The Pillars of Hermes were said to contain over 300 scrolls in addition to the Emerald Tablet, and reports indicate that Alexander moved them to the Temple of Heliopolis in 332 BCE and put them on public display. Researcher Manly P. Hall found fragments of a letter from one traveler who had seen the Emerald Tablet in Heliopolis. "It is a precious stone, like an emerald," wrote the man, "whereon these characters are represented in bas relief, not engraved into the stone. It is esteemed above 2,000 years old." Plainly, the matter of this emerald had once been in a fluid state like melted glass, and had been cast in a mold, and to this flux the artist had given the hardness of a natural and genuine emerald, by his art. Hermetic scholars believe that Alexander built the great library at Alexandria primarily to house and study the Thothian materials, and the writings of a scribe from the Temple of Heliopolis confirmed that view. His name was Manetho, which means gift of Thoth, and he was one of the first scribes allowed access to the contents of the pillars. He wrote that the writings were more than 9,000 years old and contained the sum of all knowledge. Unfortunately, only a few of Manetho's works survived the burning of the great library at Alexandria. Some of his letters to Ptolemy too survived, as well as one of his books, called Sothis. In that book, Manetho wrote, after the Great Flood, the hieroglyphic texts written by Thoth were translated from the sacred language into Greek and deposited in books in the sanctuaries of Egyptian temples. Manetho wrote that the magical book of Thoth, written in the hand of Thoth himself, was kept in a locked gold box in the inner sanctuary of the temple at Hermopolis, and only one priest at a time was entrusted with the key. According to some historians, an occult brotherhood known as the Sons of Horus was formed before the Arab invasion of Egypt to preserve Thoth's book and his other teachings, as well as the complete works of Manetho. The alchemist Clement of Alexandria was given access to the secret documents around 170 CE, but that is the last recorded reference to this original material. The fate of the Emerald Tablet. When Alexander left Egypt in 331 BCE, he headed north to Cappadocia and Mesopotamia. According to some reports, he took the treasures from the Pillars of Hermes and stored them in an underground cavern in Cappadocia. Alexander went on to conquer all the remaining territory from Babylonia to India, but died on the return trip in 323 BCE. Alexander's final wish was to be buried near the temple at Siwa in Egypt, but his tomb has never been found. The legend picks up again in Cappadocia in 32 CE, when a young boy named Balinus was exploring caves outside the city of Tyana and discovered the ancient texts hidden by Alexander. The precocious lad took a 5-year vow of silence as he absorbed the materials and then sought out teachers versed in Hermetic philosophy to complete his education. He became known as Apollonius of Tyana and was renowned for his magical skills and healing abilities. He is said to have returned the tablet to Alexandria around 70 CE and made the enlightened city his home. He wrote most of his books in Alexandria, though he continued to travel the world, inspiring everyone he met with his great wisdom. As for the Emerald Tablet, a few reports record it was buried for safekeeping in a vault on the Giza Plateau around 400 CE, but no trace of it has ever been found. No one knows for sure if there is such an artifact as the Emerald Tablet, but several expeditions have been undertaken to search for it. The legend of Thoth/Hermes. In the history of alchemy, the line between myth and reality has always been blurred. To the Egyptians, Thoth, the father of alchemy, was a divine being, the custodian of all knowledge, an intermediary between heaven and earth. However, several modern authors have looked at the evidence and concluded that Thoth was a real person, a survivor from the lost continent of Atlantis or even an extraterrestrial. Yet his mythic status cannot be denied. The Romans identified Thoth with Mercury, their winged god who carried messages between gods and men. In fact, nearly every ancient culture has some mythic figure that can be associated with Thoth. To the Greeks, Thoth became Hermes, a priest, philosopher, and alchemist who lived in Egypt around the time of Moses. His Latin name, Hermes Trismegistus, means thrice greatest Hermes and refers to his unique mastery of all three levels of reality, the physical, spiritual, and mental planes of earth, heaven, and everything between. He was viewed as a gentle teacher, much more accessible than Thoth. In fact, 13 manuscripts known as the Corpus Hermeticum are attributed to him. These alchemical and esoteric teachings from the Alexandrian period were unknown in the West until 1471, when the Italian astrologer Marsilio Ficino translated them into Latin. Many alchemists believed Hermes Trismegistus was a real person who supposedly lived for centuries and traveled throughout the world. Because so many later authors wrote under his name, it may have seemed like Hermes lived for hundreds of years. Nevertheless, historical documents attest to his presence in Ceylon, India, and Babylonia, where the Arabs venerated him as the first person to have shared his knowledge of the art of alchemy. The Staff of Hermes. The primary symbol of Hermes is the caduceus, and a strange Greek legend relates how he came to possess it. One day a Greek seer named Tiresias was hiking on Mount Kylene and discovered two snakes copulating alongside the road. In an effort to separate the snakes, he stuck his walking staff between them. Immediately, Tiresias was turned into a woman and remained so for 7 years, until once again he found two copulating serpents and separated them with his staff. At that moment, Tiresias transformed back into a man. The magical staff, complete with the entwined snakes, was considered too dangerous for anyone to use and was hidden in a cave on Mount Kylene. The cave, marked by an upright stone phallus, would eventually become the birthplace and home of Hermes. While still a young man, he found the caduceus and eventually learned to harness its power for healing. The caduceus bears a striking resemblance to the double helix of proteins that make up DNA, which is the basic blueprint of all life. Several modern authors have suggested that this similarity is a clue that Thoth or someone associated with him manipulated our genetic structure to speed up human evolution within the last 40,000 years. Today, Hermes' staff has become the chief logo of the medical profession, and there are certainly more representations of the Hermetic symbol in the world today than at any other time in history. Scholars insist it all began with the Greek healer Asclepius, who adopted the caduceus to symbolize healing, though the connection goes back much farther to the original Hermes. The Ebers Papyrus, a 68-foot-long scroll that is the oldest surviving book in the world, tells us, man's guide is Thoth, who bestows on him the gifts of speech, who makes the books and illumines those who are learned therein, and the physicians who follow him, that they may work cures. Hermetic philosophy. The esoteric teachings of Thoth and Hermes make up the philosophical foundations of alchemy, and these ideas are summarized in the Emerald Tablet. Take a moment to read the tablet, and try to absorb its meaning before consulting any other sources. It often helps to rewrite the tablet in your own words. Nearly every medieval alchemist from Albertus Magnus to Isaac Newton had his own version of the Emerald Tablet that guided him in his work. Perhaps the easiest way to grasp the principles expressed in the Emerald Tablet is by viewing them pictorially. Renaissance alchemists spent many hours meditating on the Hermetic symbols depicted in a stunning engraving called Tabula Smaragdina, which is Latin for Emerald Tablet. See the following figure. Created by artist Matthew Marion, it was first published in 1618 in Daniel Mylius's Opus Medico-Chemicum, the medical chemical work. The Emerald Tablet engraving. Let's take a short tour of this engraving to gather some basic insights to deepen your understanding of the Emerald Tablet. The first thing you notice about this engraving is its sharp division into the above and the below sections. The above is the spiritual realm of light and divine union, while the below is the material realm of matter and duality. Next, we see two great suns rising over the horizon. The larger sun in the background is the ineffable One Mind, whose rays encompass the whole universe. In front of this is a smaller sun known as Mind the Maker. This we can think of as the mind of nature or the physical laws of the created world. Mind the Maker is an important and controversial Hermetic concept that would have gotten you burnt at the stake if you had spoken of it in the Middle Ages. It implies that the ultimate God does not directly participate in our world. Instead, the Word of God was projected into our reality like a template or computer program, what the Emerald Tablet calls the pattern. In the drawing, these crystallized thoughts of God are represented by the angels embedded in the smaller sun. This humanistic concept does not mean the alchemists did not believe in God. On the contrary, they sought to reveal and perfect the original divine light in everything. This is the true nature of the great work, and it begins below in the duality of matter. We see the duality of our existence in the division of the below into left and right sections. On the left is the daytime realm of solar energy and masculine symbols. On the right is the nighttime realm of lunar energy and feminine symbols. At the center of the below is the hermaphroditic Hermes, who wields two starry axes. He has cut the chains that bind us to world below and realizes the full power of the archetypal forces above. At the heart of the engraving is a bullseye target depicting the one thing of the universe. The 7 layers of this sphere must be peeled away like an onion to reveal the hidden essence or soul of matter. The least you need to know. The mythic origins of alchemy go back to ancient Egypt during a period known as Zep Tepi. Thoth is considered the father of alchemy, and his teachings were passed down to us sealed in the fabled Pillars of Hermes. Hermes is the Greek god associated with Thoth and was known as Hermes Trismegistus in medieval Europe. The Emerald Tablet is a succinct summary of Hermetic philosophy and alchemical principles. Chapter 3. The Land of Chem. In this chapter, the early history of alchemy. Alexandria, world center of alchemy. The destruction of alchemy manuscripts. The growth of alchemy in China and India. The Arabs saved alchemy. The word alchemy derives from the Arabic phrase alchemia, which literally means from the land of Chem. Chem is an Egyptian term that describes the fertile black soil found in the Nile River Delta. So the Arab alchemia referred to the origin of alchemy in Egypt and alludes to the mysterious and secretive black arts of the ancient Egyptians. Our word chemistry did not appear until the 17th century. It derives from the same root but has come to be associated with only the laboratory side of the alchemist's work. The land of Chem was the birthplace and home to alchemy for at least 5,000 years. Specifically, scholars consider Egyptian alchemy to span the centuries from 5000 BCE to 350 BCE. This was followed by a period of Greek alchemy in Egypt from the arrival of Alexander the Great in 332 BCE to the Arabian invasion in 642 CE. Arabian alchemy flourished for another 500 years before the heyday of alchemy began in Europe. The inhabitants of the land of Chem were amazingly advanced in metallurgy and chemical knowledge. Egyptian goldsmiths had mastered their craft by 3000 BCE, and sophisticated operations such as the smelting, fusion, alloying, and precise weighing of gold and other metals are depicted on tomb walls dating from 2500 BCE. Egypt's eastern desert is rich in gold deposits, and maps dating back to 1400 BCE show gold mining regions there. By 1300 BCE, Egyptian craftsmen were producing gold and copper of greater than 99.9% purity. From the earliest times, Egyptians were also skilled at such alchemical processes as extraction of essential oils from plants, dyeing and glass tinting, and the fermentation of fruit juices, honey, and malt beverages. How the Egyptians became so advanced in such a short time is one of the greatest mysteries of alchemy. Secrets of priests and craftsmen. To the priests and craftsmen of ancient Egypt, the principles of alchemy were a divine revelation whose secrecy they had to maintain at all costs. Ostracism and death were the punishments for sharing the sacred wisdom with the common people. Even the pharaohs had to pass through levels of initiation before the secrets were shared with them. As stated in Chapter 2, the ancient teachings of Thoth were kept concealed from the people until Alexander the Great became pharaoh of Egypt in 332 BCE. According to early historians, Alexander made the dangerous journey across the Libyan desert to the temple of Ammon at Siwa where the writings of Thoth were hidden, took the tablets and scrolls to the temple of Heliopolis near modern Cairo, and stored them in the sacred archives there. After securing the scrolls, Alexander personally laid out the boundaries for the new city of Alexandria, where a library would be built to house and study the texts. He then assembled a diverse group of priests, alchemists, and other scholars to prepare Greek translations. Alexandria, center of ancient alchemy. Alchemists from around the world visited Alexandria to consult the library's scrolls and confer with other alchemists. Even the earliest Greek alchemical writings from Alexandria are full of references to Chinese, Indian, Babylonian, Hebrew, and Persian alchemists and their traditions. Eastern influences of meditation, mind development, Vedic astrology, and Oriental magic are obvious in the writings of the Alexandrians. This high-minded merging of philosophies invigorated and strengthened alchemy, allowing it to survive the coming Dark Ages and bloom in medieval Europe. The first alchemist of record in Alexandria was Bolos of Mendes, a sorcerer who lived there around 300 BCE. He was a follower of Democritus, a Greek philosopher who originated the atomic theory of matter. Bolos wrote important treatises on the techniques of tinging metals, chemistry, and astrology, and presented a system of sympathetic magic based on how deeply aware the sorcerer could become of the hidden forces of nature. In Bolos's most influential work, On Natural and Mystical Things, he describes the discovery of an ancient text hidden within a great column that dealt with the universal harmony of nature. Many believe this is the first recorded reference to the Emerald Tablet. See Chapter 2. Bolos is credited with creating the science of alchemy by joining philosophy and theory with practical demonstrations and experimentation. He wrote that there existed 4 branches of practical experimentation: gold, silver, precious stones, and dyes. Another sorcerer alchemist from Alexandria and a contemporary of Bolos was the Persian Ostans of Medes. He was one of the first alchemists to identify the elixir of life, which he described as a divine water that cured all maladies. He had a great influence on early alchemists and is mentioned many times in early scrolls as an authority on alchemy. He personally taught other alchemists, including Pseudo-Democritus, who wrote many early alchemical texts, and he would eventually become the personal alchemist for Alexander the Great. The most famous and respected of the Alexandrian alchemists was Zosimus. Arabian alchemists revered him as the universal wise man with the brilliant flame. In his alchemical experiments, Zosimus worked closely with his sister Theosbia, and around 250 CE, he wrote a 28-volume alchemy encyclopedia. Fortunately, most of his encyclopedia survived the burning of the Great Library of Alexandria and provides us with much of our knowledge of how the ancients practiced their art. Zosimus wrote many other books, including the Book of Images, and important commentaries on astrology, magic, and theology. Like Bolos, Zosimus noted that alchemy had its roots in sacred hieroglyphs engraved on ancient pillars, but he emphasized that it was absolutely forbidden to divulge the exact texts to the uninitiated. Zosimus was a member of the Gnostics, an early group of Christians who formed in the 1st century. He believed that one could only obtain true knowledge of the divine by direct experience and not from religious authorities. He felt that the great work of alchemy was to perfect the alchemist himself, and that such work would bring out the divinity in both man and nature. With Zosimus, Alexandrian alchemy took a new direction that emphasized its mystical principles. Another important figure in Alexandria was Manetho, a priest and scribe who lived there during the reigns of Ptolemy I and Ptolemy II, 323–246 BCE. Records indicate Manetho supervised many important religious projects in Egypt and lived for more than 80 years. Among Manetho's surviving books are the Sacred Book on Antiquity and Religion, and the Digest of Physics. He also wrote an encyclopedia of Egyptian history that is considered the most complete and authoritative on record. Manetho's name literally means gift of Thoth, but he was also known by the name Mani Chahudi, which means I have seen Thoth. As noted in Chapter 2, Manetho was instrumental in translating and interpreting the ancient scrolls attributed to Thoth and is believed by some to have been the first translator of the Emerald Tablet. 2 female alchemists in Alexandria earned the lasting respect of alchemists down through the ages. The first, Maria Prophetessa, also known as Mary the Jewess, lived around 200 BCE. She invented many early alchemical devices, including the bain-marie, Mary's bath, which is a double boiler water bath that evenly distributes heat to substances. She also invented the Kurotachus apparatus, a closed vessel in which thin leaves of copper and other metals were exposed to the action of various vapors, such as sulfur and mercury. She discovered hydrochloric acid and was famous for her Mary's Black, which she formed by fusing sulfur with a lead-copper alloy. Maria Prophetessa. The second famous female alchemist in Alexandria and a contemporary of Maria Prophetessa was Cleopatra, who should not be confused with Cleopatra, the Hellenic queen of Egypt. This Cleopatra is credited with inventing the chief laboratory apparatus of alchemists down through history, the alembic, or still head. Distillation allowed alchemists to purify substances into their most essential components and is the most important operation in chemistry. Cleopatra's philosophical writings on alchemy stressed the importance of bringing inanimate substances and chemicals to life, and she compared the work of alchemy to the creation of a fetus in the womb. Greek philosophy and alchemy. Not only were the Alexandrian alchemists inventing new equipment and improving ancient techniques, but they also fundamentally altered alchemical philosophy. Alexander's primary instructor in alchemy was Aristotle, whose theory of the four elements found full expression among the alchemists of Alexandria. Aristotle's belief that nature strives toward perfection is clearly part of the alchemical idea that all metals grow toward the perfection of gold within the bowels of the earth. Plato's philosophy that matter was fashioned into its forms by qualities imposed on it from an archetypal realm of ideals also fueled the alchemists' belief in the transformation of the metals. The Greeks taught that the microcosm and macrocosm obeyed the same set of universal laws, and that heavenly bodies could influence events on earth. In the Emerald Tablet, the idea of the macrocosm is represented by the word above and the idea of the microcosm is represented by the word below. The philosophy here is that all is one, that is, the same laws apply to all levels of reality. Another Greek idea that became part of the philosophy of alchemy was the belief that nature itself is alive and aware and participates in changes in its environment. In other words, there is a divine presence in the world responsible for the changes we experience. Thus, the alchemists considered all matter to be alive and believed any substance could be transformed and perfected if that indwelling spirit, which was thought of as a tiny spark of light, could be purified and released. In their writings, the alchemists referred to this spark of life concealed in the darkness of matter as the magisterium, the grand elixir, or the philosopher's stone. See Chapter 9. The concept of transmutation. One of the biggest philosophical changes in alchemy took place during the Greek period in Egypt near the end of the 4th century BCE and had to do with the idea of the transformation of metals. Today we refer to the permanent transformation of one metal into another as transmutation. However, it is apparent from surviving manuscripts that the Egyptians judged metals by the physical qualities of color, hardness, texture, and weight, and if a metal looked like gold, they considered it gold. As mentioned earlier, the Egyptians were unsurpassed in the arts of dyeing fabrics, tinting glass and gemstones, and tinging metals. To change the colors and textures of metals, they dipped them into acids and other chemical solutions, alloyed or gilded them with different metals, or treated them with a variety of polishes and secret compounds. In changing the appearance of metals, however, the Egyptians were not consciously faking things. They really believed the metals could actually be changed into one another by manipulating their visible qualities. For instance, in the Leiden Papyrus, an alchemical scroll written in 727 BCE, there are numerous recipes for the coloring and gilding of metals, but the concept of actual transmutation does not arise. The same thing is true in boloses on natural and mystical things and other early alchemical manuscripts. By the 4th century BCE in Egypt, however, a distinct change occurred in the way alchemists described the transformation of metals. The practical recipes on tinging and gilding metals were gone. Instead, the coloring and alloying of metals were interpreted in spiritual terms, and the consciousness of the alchemist seemed to be taking part in the chemical operations. In a long commentary to the librarian priest of the Serapeum in Alexandria, the alchemist Sciences described this sudden change in attitude. Although the methods seem obscure and mystical, there's no doubt the new generation of alchemists were convinced their techniques produced genuine and permanent transformation. The concept of transmutation was born. Of course, the change from the practical to the mystical approach to transformation of metals was probably not as sudden as it appears in the manuscripts. In all likelihood, the change in attitude was the result of a mixing of philosophies in Alexandria that took centuries to assimilate. Destruction of the Alexandrian texts. While alchemy flourished around the world at the beginning of the first millennium, the secretive activities of the alchemists and a deteriorating political climate in Egypt spelled disaster for the great library at Alexandria. The first assault came because of a conflict between the Egyptian CO rulers Ptolemy XIII and his sister Cleopatra. The Roman ruler Julius Caesar arrived in 48 BCE to resolve the conflict and named Cleopatra the sole ruler. But her brother blockaded the port of Alexandria and war broke out, resulting in the great library catching fire with an estimated 400,000 manuscripts lost. The 300,000 remaining manuscripts of the great library were then moved to an adjoining temple called the Serapeum and to a center for scholars known as the museum. What remained of the library survived another 3 centuries. Then in 270 CE, the Queen of Syria invaded Egypt and occupied Alexandria for 2 years before the Romans drove her out. During the occupation, the museum was partly destroyed and more books were lost. By 275 CE, the mystical and secretive writings of alchemists in Alexandria had caught the attention of Roman authorities. Finally, in 290 CE, Emperor Diocletian decreed the destruction of all manuscripts on alchemy in Egypt, which resulted in a further loss of precious original works on alchemy. Then in 312 CE, Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, and in 391 CE, Emperor Theodosius banned all pagan sects. Christian zealots immediately attacked the Serapeum Temple library, destroyed nearly all the books, and turned it into a Christian church. The museum survived until 415 CE, when Christian mobs dragged the last librarian out into the street and accused her of being a heretic and teaching Greek philosophy. Using abalone shells, they scraped the flesh from her body while she was still alive. What remained of the great library of Alexandria consisted of fewer than 30,000 volumes, which were moved into a new building for safekeeping. The final straw for the library came when the Arabs conquered Egypt in 642 CE, and Caliph Umar instructed his men to burn all the remaining books. According to historical accounts, he told his generals, "If these writings of the Greeks agree with the Book of Allah, they are redundant and need not be preserved. If they disagree, they are blasphemous and ought to be destroyed." The growth of alchemy in Asia. Meanwhile, alchemists in China and India, who had been inspired by the writings of the Alexandrians, made great strides in their craft, and from 300 BCE onward, alchemy became very popular throughout Asia. However, both Chinese and Indian alchemy were well developed centuries before the rise of Alexandria. Alchemy had surfaced in China around 500 BCE and had its roots in Taoism, a system of philosophy that originated with a Hermes-like sage known as Lao Tzu. His teachings became the basis for a tradition of inner alchemy that focused on the transformation of the practitioner's life force, known as qi. The basic premise of this kind of biological alchemy is that humans have only a limited supply of the life force in their bodies. This leaks away through the day-to-day activities of living, but it's possible to accumulate the life force and live for centuries if one understands alchemy. Lao Tzu's alchemy must have worked, for many reports say he lived nearly 200 years. His followers developed a huge body of writings that consisted of over 1,500 manuscripts. Of these, about 500 deal with alchemy. The Taoist alchemical texts discuss recipes for creating various mineral elixirs, provide descriptions of alchemical apparatus, and give rituals and meditations for purification and focusing of the mind of the alchemist. Taoist alchemists also experimented with the life-giving properties of gold, cinnabar, a sulfur mercury ore, jade, pearls, lapis lazuli, rubies, and many other minerals, as well as thousands of herbs. By 300 BCE, Chinese alchemists were attempting to transmute base metals into gold, but not necessarily for material wealth like so many of their counterparts in the West. The Chinese were focused on extending life and saw gold as an essential ingredient in the much-sought golden elixir of immortality. One of the most famous Chinese alchemists was Hauck, who lived from 283 to 343 CE as a child. He was trained in the strict moral doctrines of Confucianism but embraced Taoism as a young man. He became an alchemist and spent the rest of his life searching for the elixir of life. His gentle philosophy was a blend of Confucian ethics and Taoist mysticism that he described in a monumental work called He Who Holds to Simplicity. In one of his alchemical treatises, Hauck described the three kinds of alchemy practiced in China. The first, he said, concerned the preparation of a drinkable gold liquid that produced longevity. The second was about producing an artificial cinnabar or red stone that could be projected to perfect any substance instantly. The final kind of alchemy concerned the actual transmutation of base metals into physical gold. Like the Chinese, the Indian alchemists were conscious of accumulating the life force, which they symbolized as Kundalini, a serpent of energy coiled at the base of the spine. Also, like the Chinese, Indian alchemists associated medicinal gold solutions with longevity and immortality. Sanskrit texts mentioning alchemical methods and the elixir of life date back to 1000 BCE, but very few original alchemy manuscripts from India still exist. We know the alchemical tradition flourished in India from 900 to 1300 CE, however, except for an oral tradition that survives in the Tamil communities in southern India. A popular system of health tonics and elixir therapy called Rasayana is all that remains today. By 1100 CE, both Chinese and Indian alchemists were clearly becoming less concerned with practical operations and more focused on the spiritual techniques of transformation. The metals had become identified with various parts of the human body, and the purified essences the alchemists sought to work with were to be found within. In fact, Taoist adepts began seeing themselves as spiritized essences of the noble metals, whose duty was to work their transmutations in a world of base metals or common mortals. Among Taoist alchemists, there was tremendous optimism that changing the world was really possible. But even as the spirit of alchemy soared to new heights in the Orient, it was nearly extinguished in the West during the Dark Ages. How the Arabs saved alchemy. Although the Arabs destroyed what remained of the great library of Alexandria, they were ultimately responsible for preserving alchemical knowledge. As the Arabs established a new civilization throughout Persia, Palestine, Syria, Egypt, Arabia, Asia Minor, North Africa, and eventually Gibraltar and Spain, they assimilated a great deal of diverse cultures in a short period of time and were eager to acquire those cultures' knowledge. From its founding around 750 CE, Baghdad became a center of learning, and manuscripts from all around the world made their way to the city. While a handful of the Alexandrian manuscripts made their way to Constantinople, most of the more important works ended up in Arabia. Many Alexandrian alchemical scrolls had already been translated into Arabic, and others were smuggled out of Egypt after Emperor Diocletian's decree of 290 CE. Around 400 CE, a mystical group of Christians known as the Nestorians saved many alchemical manuscripts by taking them to Persia and Arabia for safekeeping. The Sabaeans of Haran, a Syrian group of astronomers and alchemists, translated many Alexandrian alchemy texts into their native dialect before they were exiled to Mesopotamia in 489 CE. Knowledge of alchemy had spread through Babylon to the Orient around 500 CE and finally reached Europe with the Moorish invasion of Spain in 711 CE at its peak. The Muslim occupation of Europe encompassed Spain, Gibraltar, and most of Portugal and southern France. Córdoba, in Spain, became the new center of alchemical knowledge, and Muslim, Jewish, and Christian alchemists and mystics all flocked to the city. Notable alchemists who came to Córdoba to live and work included Maslama ibn Ahmed, Muhammad ibn Umayl, and Moses ben Maimon, also known as Robert of Chester. Like Alexandria, the crossbreeding of ideas in Córdoba resulted in a flood of new ideas. Jewish texts like the Zohar, Book of Splendor, and the Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Formation, gave birth to the Kabbalah, and many lost alchemy manuscripts were retrieved after they were translated back into Latin from Arabian. Finally, with the Crusades, the Templars and other travelers who went to fight for the Holy Land further dispersed the Arabian texts on alchemy throughout Europe. Arabian alchemy. The Muslims knew the legend of Thoth, the Hermes of the Greeks, and called him Idris or Hermes. According to Arabian legend, Hermes was exiled from Egypt and came to Babylon to teach. The Babylonian Hermes wrote at least 15 new books on alchemy and magic, including the Great Epistle of the Celestial Spheres. Many works by Greek philosophers were among the Arabian alchemical translations. Plato, or Aflatun, was considered by Arabians to be a great alchemist who invented several devices for use in the laboratory. According to the Arab tradition, Pythagoras acquired his knowledge of mathematics and alchemy from the scrolls found in the Pillars of Hermes. Known as Pythagoras in Arabia, Pythagoras' Book of Adjustments became very popular among alchemists. There were also translations of the works of Archelaus, the teacher of Socrates, to whom Arabs attribute the great alchemical treatise Tiba Philosophorum. Also, translations exist of the oral teachings of Socrates, who was considered a practicing alchemist who successfully generated an artificial life form. Socrates never publicly admitted to being an alchemist and was opposed to writing down any alchemical treatises for fear they would fall into the wrong hands. Aristotle, who the Arabs called Aristo, was revered as a great alchemist and scholar. Aristotle wrote a book on alchemy for his student, Alexander the Great, which, by order of Heraclius, was translated into Syrian in 618. Several works by Aristotle survived only in Arabic, including a discourse between him and Alexander called Epistle of the Great Treasure of God. The book has 3 chapters entitled About the Great Principles of Alchemy, Alchemic Operations, and the Elixir. In it, Aristotle reviews the alchemical writing of Hermes, Asclepius, Pythagoras, Plato, Democritus, and Ostanes. The other writings of the Alexandrian alchemists also became popular in Arabia, and many translations were made. The works of Bolos of Mende and Zosimus were especially popular. A group of Hermetic Muslims called the Brothers of Purity compiled an encyclopedia of alchemical theory and practice in the years between 909 and 965 that consolidated the diverse teachings. The first Muslim alchemist, Khalid ibn Yazid, was initiated into alchemy by Morianus, a Christian hermit and alchemist who flourished in the 650s. His student Khalid lived from 660 to 704 and wrote several original treatises on alchemy. Khalid's castle became a vibrant center for alchemy in the 7th century, with visiting alchemists sharing their books and discussing their ideas with each other. One influential Arabian alchemist was Al-Razi, who is known in the West as Rhazes. A Persian alchemist and physician who taught in Baghdad. He lived from 866 to 925. Rhazes was an even more prolific writer than Jabir and authored 33 books on natural science, mathematics, and astronomy, and 48 more on philosophy, logic, and theology. He authored 21 books on alchemy, including his influential compendium of 12 treatises and Secret of Secrets. Rhazes was a very accurate and systematic experimenter, who produced the first classification of metals, chemicals, and other substances. Rhazes was also known as a compassionate teacher and humanitarian, who personally distributed gifts to the poor and nursed the sick back to health with his own preparations. Not all alchemists fared well in the Arabian lands. Al-Taperi, a widely respected alchemist born in 1063, worked as a civil servant, but politics proved his undoing, and he was publicly executed in 1121. Before he died, Taperi wrote many important books and poems on alchemy. He claimed to have gotten his esoteric knowledge directly from Hermes, and indeed, his work is very sophisticated and can only be understood by advanced students. Taperi's most famous work is The Lamps and the Keys, in which he presents ancient Hermetic teachings and theories of alchemy. Thanks to Arabian alchemy, the basic laboratory methods of distillation, sublimation, dissolution, calcination, and crystallization were greatly improved and better understood. The refining of metals and alloys was also perfected. Overall, the greatest contribution was the development of chemical apparatus and experimental techniques. The Arabs were meticulous and untiring in their experimentation and made careful written observation of their results. They designed their experiments to gather information and answer specific questions, which represented the true beginning of the scientific method. The gibberish of Jabir. The greatest Arabian alchemist was Jabir ibn Hayyan, who lived from 721 to 815 and wrote an astonishing number of books that dealt with every aspect of alchemy. Among his most important works are Book of the Kingdom, Little Book of the Balances, Book of Mercury, and Book of Concentration. He also translated dozens of alchemy manuscripts and saved many original texts that had been lost when the great library of Alexandria was destroyed. Jabir was a fanatical experimenter, and his practical guides to alchemy included the refining of metals and preparing steel, dyeing of cloths and leather, the making of varnishes to protect cloth and iron, writing with gold ink from pyrites, glass making using manganese dioxide, distilling acetic acid from vinegar, and producing lead carbonate, arsenic, and antimony from their sulfides. Jabir corrected experimental errors and references in the works of Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and other Greek philosophers and developed his own complex numerological system of scientific alchemy. Jabir the Alchemist. However, Jabir was so careful to conceal the true principles of alchemy that his works rarely made sense to outsiders, and the term gibberish originally referred to his writings. Nonetheless, to the initiated, Jabir is still held in the highest esteem. Jabir believed the metals formed from two primeval forces or exhalations deep in the bowels of the earth. The dry exhalation became sulfur, and the wet exhalation was mercury. The various metals then formed by differing purities and concentrations of sulfur and mercury, and gold formed from the purest and most balanced combination of these two elements. To transform base metals into gold, one must purify and balance their sulfur and mercury. He also popularized the idea of a philosopher's stone that would instantly combine the mercury and sulfur of base metals to make gold, and his lifelong quest was to find it. Jabir's mercury-sulfur theory of the metals was the single greatest advance in alchemical philosophy of the Arabian era. Alexandrian alchemists had planted the seed with their observations of the actions of sulfur and mercury in the Kurotachus apparatus. The preparation of the stone of cinnabar, a brilliant red sulfide of mercury, was made by the union of sulfur and mercury in the apparatus, and this process always held a powerful fascination for the Greek alchemists who considered sulfur and mercury tincturing spirits because of their ability to color and alloy the metals. Jabir combined the Kurotakis observations with Aristotle's theory that the elements earth and water give rise to smoky and vaporous exhalations deep in the earth. The earthy smoke consisted of earth burning, changing into fire, and the watery vapor was water evaporating, changing into air. Jabir added to the theory the idea that sulfur and mercury formed as byproducts of these primordial exhalations. The range of metals formed when sulfur and mercury recombined in various degrees of purity and proportion. Jabir theorized that the two tincturing spirits of sulfur and mercury acted like two dyes that could be mixed to produce a range of colors, or in this case, a range of metals. The least you need to know. Alexandria was the center for ancient alchemy and source of alchemical manuscripts and ideas for the whole world from 300 BCE to 400 CE. Many of the world's most important alchemy manuscripts, including the scrolls of Thoth, were lost in the successive burnings of the Great Library of Alexandria. The Arabians copied and translated many Alexandrian texts and introduced them to Europe with their invasion of Spain. The teachings coming out of Alexandria inspired Chinese and Indian alchemists, but they had also developed their own unique traditions earlier. Chapter 4. Medieval Alchemy and the Quest for Gold. In this chapter, Alchemy in the Dark Ages. The genius of Roger Bacon. The Church's persecution of alchemists. Alchemists Nicholas Flamel and Sir Isaac Newton. Puffers, a new class of alchemists. The demise of alchemy and rise of chemistry. After the tumultuous outpouring of alchemical ideas in Alexandria, the craft of alchemy went into a dormant phase and was actively pursued only in Arabia and the East. The West was in the grip of the Dark Ages, a period of stagnant intellectual growth and lack of innovation that lasted from the fall of the Roman Empire, 476 CE, to the beginning of the second millennium, 1000 CE. Arabian invaders brought alchemy back to life in Europe through the infusion of Alexandrian manuscripts and commentaries they brought with them when they crossed over from Morocco in 711 CE and occupied Spain for more than 700 years. The Islamic rulers proved very tolerant, and Spain soon became a haven for Jews and other persecuted minorities. The new rulers also encouraged learning in what some historians refer to as a mini-Renaissance in Europe. The Emerald Tablet and other alchemy manuscripts, first translated into Latin in the early 1100s, quickly spread throughout Europe. Scholars eagerly embraced the new ideas, which resulted in a wide dissemination of alchemy books. However, alchemy proved to be a complex tradition full of special jargon and symbolic images, and the ancient craft was not so easily deciphered. Try as they might, early students of alchemy failed to grasp the deeper meanings of the new ideas and preferred literal interpretations that did not require too much thought. In the cryptic, multilevel language of alchemy, interpreting anything literally spelled disaster, so before long, European alchemists were trapped in a quagmire of gibberish and contradictory concepts. Only one literal fact seemed clear, and that was that alchemy was about making gold. Nevertheless, the early alchemists' attempts to transform base metals into gold resulted in the discovery of acids, alcohols, alloys, and hundreds of new compounds. Alchemy became the leading intellectual movement in Europe, even to the point where some universities started replacing the works of Aristotle with texts attributed to Hermes. This was the heyday of alchemy. The beginning of European alchemy. The first translation of an Arabian alchemy manuscript in Europe was the Book of the Composition of Alchemy by Morianus, who had lived in the 7th century. In 1144, Robert of Chester, who translated the Quran and introduced algebra and other Arabian teachings to the West, translated this book into Latin. Soon after Robert's translations began circulating, the floodgates opened, and by 1200, Europe was inundated with hundreds of Arabian books. So much translating was going on that the Archbishop of Toledo in Spain founded a new college completely devoted to making Latin translations of Arabian works. One of his translators, Gerard of Cremona, 1114–1187, single-handedly translated 76 manuscripts, including important alchemy books by Avicenna and Jabir. Many writers were also ready to interpret the confusing alchemy texts for the eager Europeans. Writers, such as Vincent of Beauvais and Bartholomew the Englishman, added long commentaries to the Latin translations of Arabian alchemy works, and other authors wrote whole books trying to explain what the Arabs were saying. Jewish scholar Moses Maimonides, 1135–1204, wrote a popular commentary on alchemy entitled Guide for the Perplexed. Before long, Europe was producing its own alchemists. The first of these was a Swabian monk by the name of Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, who lived from 1193 to 1280. Albertus was a true genius, so skilled in all forms of knowledge that he was called Doctor Universalis. He became an adept in alchemy, and his lab work resulted in the discovery of potassium lye and many other useful compounds. Through his meticulous observations of the metals, Albertus realized the regularity of properties charted in the modern periodic table, in which the characteristics of the elements repeat in an eightfold cycle. The metals are similar in their essence, and differ only in their form, he summarized. One may pass easily from one to another, following a definite cycle. Albertus taught at several universities, including in Fribourg, Cologne, and Paris, and initiated other Europeans into alchemy. One of his students was Saint Thomas Aquinas, who was one of the world's greatest philosophers. Aquinas popularized the works of Aristotle and wrote a monumental compendium of religious philosophy called Summa Theologica. He is also thought to have created the influential text Aurora Consurgens, which is an alchemical interpretation of the Song of Songs. Aquinas was a prolific writer, but after having a mystical experience in December 1273, he never wrote another word. As a result, several of his most important works end abruptly in the middle of a paragraph. He told his fellow monks that during meditation he had seen a vision of Sophia, the divine feminine principle suppressed by the patriarchal church. He said he had found the philosopher's stone in the wisdom of Sophia, and after that profound experience, everything he had written seemed worthless, like so much straw in comparison. The Wizardry of Roger Bacon. Educated at Oxford and Parisian universities, Roger Bacon was another medieval genius who mastered a number of different disciplines. Like Leonardo da Vinci, Bacon created drawings and models of airplanes, helicopters, tanks, submarines, and other inventions centuries ahead of his time. He drew one of the first complete maps of the world and created the more exact Gregorian calendar we still use today. He also built early microscopes and telescopes and constructed a towering observatory that survived for centuries. Roger Bacon. Bacon was initiated into alchemy by a mysterious Frenchman named Master Peter, whom Bacon often referred to as the Lord of Experimentation. Others suggest that Albertus Magnus may have initiated Bacon in Paris, but whoever taught him, Bacon quickly became Europe's leading alchemist. He shared formulae for numerous useful compounds, including gunpowder, and produced powerful tinctures and elixirs. He is also said to have achieved successful transmutations of the metals. Unfortunately, Bacon was so far ahead of his time that his contemporaries believed he was in league with the devil, and his antisocial behavior did not help dispel the rumors. He was said to have created a talking head of brass that revealed dark secrets to him and a mirror in which he could see into the future. Although he was a Franciscan monk with a doctorate in divinity from Oxford, Bacon was constantly in trouble with the church, which kept a close eye on his activities. In 1257, a church court accused him of practicing sorcery and placed him under house arrest in Oxford for the rest of his life. Pope Clement IV released him from his sentence in 1267 on the condition that Bacon write down all his knowledge in one book. The result was a vast compendium of mathematics, science, and philosophy called the Opus Majus, the major work. In it, Bacon summarized all branches of science and proposed they were all part of a single true philosophy that had been lost to mankind. Bacon continued to criticize the Church and even declared that the ancient civilizations of Egypt and Greece were morally superior to the Christian world. Not surprisingly, he was sentenced to prison for heresy in 1278, but was released 14 years later by the head of the Franciscan order after Bacon shared certain alchemical secrets with him. In his typically defiant fashion, Bacon immediately began work on Compendium Theologia, a book about the theological errors and faults of Catholicism. His superiors were incensed at his impudence, but this time, because he had an ally in the head of the Franciscan order, he avoided prison. The Church never forgave Roger Bacon, and his works are still banned. When he died in 1294, his fellow monks nailed all the books in his library to their shelves and left them to rot unopened. Alchemy and the Church. Roger Bacon's run-ins with church authorities were typical of the relationship between alchemists and religious authorities in the Middle Ages and Renaissance. To avoid conflicts, some alchemists deliberately concealed their work in Christian terminology. For instance, the word Christ was often used to refer to the philosopher's stone, the spark of life concealed in the darkness of matter. See Chapter 9. Other alchemists stopped publishing their ideas or went into hiding. But many alchemists would not compromise their principles. Alchemist and mathematician Giordano Bruno is a good example. He gave public lectures on the principles of the Emerald Tablet and portrayed the universe as a living presence full of alchemical influences. Declaring the tablet's operation of the sun as the grand symbol of all natural processes, he boldly asserted that the sun was the center of the cosmos, in direct violation of church dogma. Then he went so far as to assert that the universe was infinite and contained many other worlds that harbored intelligent life. That declaration was too much for the Church, and in 1576, they attempted to arrest him on charges of heresy. Bruno, who was a Dominican priest, got wind of the action against him and fled. But the Church pursued him all across Europe as he continued to publish his heretical manuscripts. Finally, the priests of the Inquisition caught up with him in 1592 and began a 7-year trial, during which they listed every single blasphemous statement Bruno ever wrote and demanded he recant each one. When he refused to recant something he had said, they tortured him mercilessly. Still, he refused to take back anything he had said or written. When the inquisitors realized they could not break him, they sentenced him to death, and on February 8, 1600, a gag was tied tightly around Bruno's tongue, and he was burned alive in public. The Church was always suspicious of alchemists' preoccupation with meditation and spiritual development. The chillingly unsympathetic position of the Church in that regard was read into court records during the heresy trial of Miguel de Molinos in Rome in 1687. Molinos was an advocate of meditation and quiet contemplation, but he crossed the line when he asserted that anyone could practice prayer and meditation in the presence of God in the privacy of his own home. According to the representative of the Pope, the duty of the Church was only to preserve ritual and maintain the physical presence of the Church and not to invoke the spiritual enlightenment of individuals. The Church banned all of Molinos's writings and sentenced him to life in prison, where he died 9 years later. Of course, the Church's fury was not directed just against alchemists and people seeking spiritual development. Anyone who healed with herbs or extolled the virtues of natural cures was accused of practicing the black arts. The Church had declared that the devil caused all disease, which could only be cured by exorcisms performed by priests. Anyone else was interfering with the will of God. It has been estimated that more than 3 million people were burned at the stake during the Middle Ages. Girls could be tortured for witchcraft from the age of 9, and boys from the age of 10. Homosexuals were sometimes thrown into the fires of burning witches. In fact, the derogatory term faggot originally referred to small logs used to start fires. The church also proclaimed that all cats were demons to be burned along with witches. Cats were imprisoned alive in the walls of buildings to ward off evil spirits, and at Easter, cats were locked in wicker baskets and thrown into bonfires. These church practices killed so many cats that the rat population surged, which contributed to the rapid spread of the Black Death, bubonic plague, in the 14th century. Nearly half the population of Europe perished, including at least one pope and hundreds of inquisitors. Medieval and Renaissance alchemy. The Black Death had another unforeseen consequence. It gave rise to the great need for medicines, and alchemists were at the cutting edge in the search for new cures. These alchemists produced many herbal tinctures and tonics that provided relief to diseased people, and the silver and mercury-based antibiotics created by alchemists were the only effective tools for the treatment of syphilis, pneumonia, infections, and the plague. Arnold of Villanova was a Spanish alchemist who became a leader of medical alchemy in the late 13th century. His tonics cured many ailments, and his elixirs were said to rejuvenate body tissue and increase longevity. He treated several national leaders and popes, although he was briefly imprisoned in Paris for his heretical views on the alchemical nature of the Holy Trinity. Paracelsus, one of the greatest alchemists of all time, is considered the founder of modern medicine, because he began using chemicals, drugs, in the treatment of disease. His hybrid of alchemy and medicine, which he named iatrochemistry, became very popular in the 16th and 17th centuries. Nicholas Flamel's powder of projection. Another alchemist who benefited the infirm and diseased people of the Middle Ages was Nicholas Flamel. However, he was no doctor, nor did he produce miraculous cures. Instead, the penniless bookseller suddenly became very rich and gave huge sums of money and property to charities. He also founded several free hospitals, free schools for the blind, and homes for the poor throughout France. His explanation for his newfound wealth was that he had discovered the secret of making gold. Nicholas Flamel was well educated in the Hermetic arts, had been initiated into alchemy, and had a driving passion to discover the philosopher's stone. His bookstore was full of alchemy books, and he was always on the lookout for new alchemy texts to add to his library. One day, a young Jewish man came to him with a rare alchemy book to sell, and Flamel gladly paid him the requested price of 2 florins. This was during a period in history when Jewish people were being expelled from France and many of them were selling treasured possessions before fleeing to safety in Islamic Spain. The curious book had an ancient binding of worked copper, on which were engraved curious diagrams and certain characters, some of which were Greek and Hebrew and others unknown. The pages of the book were not parchment but were the bark of young trees covered with script written with an iron point. The pages were divided into groups of 7 and consisted of 3 parts separated by a page showing a strange and unintelligible diagram. The edges of the book were covered in gold leaf, and the title page listed the author as Abraham the Jew, prince, priest, Levite, astrologer, and philosopher. There were curses against anyone who read the book who was unworthy of its contents, and every page carried the word Maranatha, which was a Syrian expression used by Jews of the time as a curse on their enemies. It meant literally, "The Lord cometh to execute vengeance on you." Despite his great learning, Flamel could not make sense of the book. He even copied pages from the book, displayed them in his store, and sent them to experts hoping someone might understand parts of them. After 21 years of trying to decipher the book, Flamel decided to travel to Spain to seek the help of Jewish scholars who had settled there. Flamel left the book in safekeeping with his wife and only took a handful of pages copied from the book. He hoped to entice someone to make the journey back to Paris with him to help translate the entire book. In Lyon, Flamel met an elderly Jewish scholar who was familiar with the Book of Abraham the Jew and wanted very much to see it for himself, but the man died on their return journey. Fortunately, the scholar had recognized the script on the copied pages as ancient Chaldean and translated several pages. That was enough for Flamel and his wife to begin translating the remaining pages, and 3 years later they finished the complete translation. According to his diaries, Flamel followed the instructions of Abraham the Jew and changed a half-pound of mercury first into silver and then into pure gold. Simultaneously, as Flamel put it, he accomplished the same transmutation in my soul. After only 3 transmutations of mercury into gold, Flamel was rich beyond his dreams, yet he kept none for himself. Instead, he gave it away to charity. At nearly all his charities, Flamel commissioned strange stones or plagues containing alchemical symbols. Alchemists still make the pilgrimage to view mysterious symbols at Saint Jacques La Boucherie Church, the Cemetery of the Innocents, and other works commissioned by Flamel. Flamel continued his lifelong labor of copying manuscripts and studying alchemy, but soon lost interest in making gold. Because he saw his fellow alchemists ruined by the love of gold, he locked away Abraham's book and never shared its contents with anyone. He felt that the physical transmutations in his lab had started a greater spiritual gold growing within him and his wife, Purnell, that was worth more than any material possession. So he continued to live the quiet life of a scholar, wrote many important books on alchemy, and along with his wife lived a long, vigorous life into his 80s. He carefully planned how he wanted his wife and himself buried. He also had his tombstone prepared beforehand. It shows a bright sun above a key and a closed book in the middle of various figures. Many have taken this to mean that Flamel chose not to share the key to alchemy with an impure world. His tombstone can still be seen at his gravesite in Paris at the Musée de Cluny at the end of the nave of the Saint Jacques La Boucherie Church. After the death of Flamel and his wife, their house, monuments, and even his grave were nearly destroyed by people searching for gold or alchemical secrets. Flamel bequeathed his library to a nephew named Perrier, whom he had initiated into alchemy. Perrier kept the family secrets, and Flamel's library was passed down from generation to generation. One of his descendants named Dubois demonstrated what he called his illustrious ancestors' powder of projection in the presence of Louis XIII and successfully transmuted leaden balls into gold. The ruthless Cardinal de Richelieu heard of the Flamel demonstrations and imprisoned Dubois for questioning. The Cardinal eventually condemned him to death and seized all of his property, including the Book of Abraham the Jew. He also ordered Flamel's original home searched and his coffin pried open. According to reports from the time, no body was found. The Cardinal built an alchemical laboratory at the Chateau of Rueil, which he often visited to study the manuscript and try to understand the hieroglyphs to discover the secret of creating gold. Fortunately, the ambitious politician never succeeded in cracking the key of Abraham the Jew. After Cardinal de Richelieu died, the book itself was never found, although copies of the drawings and some of the text were made. Isaac Newton and the Black Dragon. Famed scientist Sir Isaac Newton was a practicing alchemist who wrote more on alchemy than any other subject. Yet most of his alchemical works were never published, because after his death in 1727, the Royal Society deemed them not fit to print. Today, most scholars agree that Newton considered himself first and foremost an alchemist, and that the inspiration for his laws of light and theory of gravity came from his alchemical work. Newton believed that alchemy originated with Thoth and that supernatural visitors to ancient Egypt gave it to mankind. He prepared his own personal translation of the Emerald Tablet and kept it safely hidden away in his laboratory. When he worked on his alchemy experiments, Newton demanded complete secrecy. He very rarely went to bed, sometimes not till 5 or 6 in the morning, said one of his servants of his alchemy work, especially at springtime, at which time he used to employ about 6 weeks in his laboratory, the fire scarce going out night or day. What his aim might be I was unable to penetrate into. Newton was always fearful that the secrets of alchemy would leak out into the world and cause fearful political and social consequences, because mankind was not ready for such power. In 1676, after fellow alchemist Robert Boyle announced the discovery of a special mercury that became hot and glowed when mixed with gold, Newton was terrified Boyle had revealed too much. He wrote him a letter cautioning him to keep everything about alchemy secret. Your discovery may possibly be an inlet to something more noble that is not to be communicated without immense damage to the world if there should be any verity in the Hermetic writings. Newton wrote to Boyle, therefore I question nothing but that the great wisdom of the noble author will sway him to high silence, there being other things besides the transmutation of metals, which none but the Hermetic philosophers understand. Newton was a true adept of alchemy who revered the divine pattern spoken of in the Emerald Tablet, while Boyle was one of a new breed of materialistic alchemists who denied the existence of hidden forces, correspondences, synchronicities, and invisible influences of any kind in nature. Newton's lifelong work in alchemy focused on antimony, a brittle, steel-gray metal that tarnishes to a black finish, which usually hides its silvery metallic luster. It is known in alchemy as the Black Dragon. Newton was fascinated by the regulus of antimony, which is a star-shaped crystalline form produced when heating antimony ore to high temperatures. If antimony has been sufficiently purified, it forms long and slender crystals, which, during cooling, form triangular branches around a central point that looks like a bright silver star. Alchemists named this peculiar signature of antimony after Regulus, the brilliant double star at the heart of the constellation Leo. The name is derived from the Latin regulus, meaning lesser king. The regulus of antimony combines readily with gold. Newton believed that the spirit of the black dragon of antimony was purified and released during the creation of its regulus. He felt the consciousness of the alchemist played an important role in capturing this powerful presence hidden in the black metal. On a clear, uncloudy, and windless day, the regulus will become starred quite easily when you are ready and sufficiently skilled in the process, he wrote. The clear weather helps considerably, but more so does the bond between the matters and the operator. In the star signature of antimony, Newton found the possibility of gaining cosmic knowledge from the spirits of the metals. He went on to create the regulus of iron and regulus of silver and used them as reflecting mirrors in a telescope to peer deep into space. Finally, Newton applied thrice distilled mercury to the silver regulus to obtain the most perfect reflecting mirror ever used in telescopes. Perhaps Newton's belief that the regulus of metals could provide information about the universe was realized. About this time, he began publishing his breakthrough papers on the nature of light and gravity. In the mid-1670s, Newton composed a long treatise entitled The Clovis, the Key, which was the culmination of years of experimentation with the regulus of antimony. He finally admitted he had transmuted antimony into the long-sought philosophical mercury that would make gold multiply and grow. I know whereof I write, Newton said, for I have in the fire manifold vessels with gold and this philosophical mercury. I have such a vessel in the fire with gold thus dissolved, but extrinsically and intrinsically into a mercury as living and mobile as any mercury found in the world. 4. It makes gold begin to swell, to be swollen, and to putrefy, and to spring forth into sprouts and branches, changing colors daily, the appearances of which fascinate me every day. I reckon this is a great secret in alchemy. The puffers. The fascination with gold during the Middle Ages produced a new class of alchemists known as puffers. They were called puffers because they constantly sat next to their furnaces vigorously fanning their bellows trying to increase the heat of their fires. They were convinced that extremely hot temperatures alone could transmute the metals. When their methods failed, the puffers resorted to trickery to produce gold. They covered pieces of real gold with dye or paint that could be easily removed by dipping them in magical elixirs that were really just acidic solutions. Using such tricks, many puffers were able to convince princes, kings, and popes to finance their endeavors, although not a few went to the gallows when they were unable to produce more gold than they consumed. A few heads of state, such as Frederick of Würzburg, had special gilded gallows built just for hanging alchemists. The lure of multiplying gold seduced mercenary alchemists like the puffers, who quickly degenerated into charlatans and criminals and eventually brought alchemy into disrepute. In fact, so many people claimed to be making gold that several nations feared it would upset their economies if even a few of the stories of transmutation were true. Many passed laws making the alchemical production of gold and silver unlawful. Henry IV of England outlawed alchemy in 1404, but Henry VI started issuing licenses in alchemy in 1440. Later, laws were passed that a certain percentage of all gold coins had to use alchemical gold. All gold coins minted during the reign of Edward III are said to have been made entirely of gold produced by alchemists. Respected alchemists like Isaac Newton, Raymond Lully, and Jacques Lecor were appointed the heads of national mints for obvious reasons. During the Renaissance, however, European royalty began to realize they didn't need alchemists to magically multiply their coffers. They could do it themselves simply by printing paper money. The idea surfaced in the early 1700s in the court of the French Prince of Orleans. Like many rulers of the time, he had employed alchemists to produce gold in hopes of paying off his debts, but he promptly dismissed all his alchemists after meeting Scottish gambler and financier John Law, who suggested the prince print worthless paper money to pay off his debts. The promissory notes, each signed by the prince, became legal tender that were traded publicly and never had to be redeemed. The idea caught on as rulers around the world realized that paper could be transmuted into any value much easier than lead into gold. Alchemy became splintered during this period, torn asunder into the two opposing camps of the true adepts and the pseudo-alchemists. The pseudo-alchemists were the worldly puffers and other uninitiated amateurs who relied on physical methods and trickery to produce material gold. The true adepts were a select fraternity of initiated alchemists to whom the laboratory work was a part of a comprehensive philosophical and spiritual system based on the teachings of Thoth and Hermes. The experiments of the true adepts to transmute metals were carried out as a demonstration of Hermetic principles and not just as a way of accumulating wealth. Thanks in part to the proliferation of pseudo-alchemists in the Middle Ages, the Hermetic principles and spiritual significance of alchemy were shoved into the background. True adepts suffered along with the puffers in the degeneration of their craft and loss of standing in society. By the late 16th century, alchemy was in philosophic disarray and widely regarded as the most confused and difficult system of thought in history. French historian Albert Poisson summed up the situation in his History of Alchemy, 1891. Scholasticism with its infinitely subtle argumentation, theology with its ambiguous phraseology, astrology so vast and so complicated, are only child's play in comparison with the difficulties of alchemy. The rise of chemistry. Modern chemistry actually arose from the purely physical work of the puffers and originated from an entirely different tradition than the Hermetic teachings passed down from ancient Egypt. Puffers were called chemists in popular speech in the Middle Ages, and by the Renaissance, chemistry had become a separate discipline from alchemy. Historians sometimes use the term chemistry to refer to the short period in the 17th century when alchemy and chemistry were not sharply separated from each other. But by the 18th century, alchemy and chemistry had gone their separate ways. The trend was obvious as early as 1595, when Andreas Libavius published a book called Alchemia, a guide for chemists that separated the laboratory aspects of alchemy from its spiritual principles. Then Jan Baptista van Helmont, 1577–1644, began working with gases as separate substances and not the single element of air. Johann Glauber, 1604–1668, continued the trend by treating metals, acids, and salts as everyday things without spiritual or archetypal properties. These chemists shared the alchemists' belief in transmutation but no longer felt bound by the hermetic principles of their craft. A new system that focused only on physical reality slowly supplanted traditional alchemy. The demise of alchemy began in 1661 with the publication of Robert Boyle's practical laboratory guide, The Skeptical Chemist. Boyle was both an alchemist and chemist who discovered the mathematical laws that govern the formation of gases. That may not sound earth-shaking to us, but Boyle was actually abandoning alchemy with his idea that mathematical laws and not spiritual principles govern the creation of matter. Antoine Lavoisier, who developed the mathematical theory of conservation of mass in chemical reactions in 1783, is considered the father of modern chemistry. In 1787, he published his definitive work Elements of Chemistry and, 2 years later, Characteristics of Chemicals. In these books, he abandoned any references to alchemical principles and focused only on the physical properties of substances. The absolute end to any spiritual component in chemistry came with the publication of John Dalton's atomic theory in 1803. His billiard ball theory of matter ignored the elegant crystallization of energy idea that was part of the alchemical viewpoint. This crystalline idea would not return until the rise of quantum physics in the 20th century. See Chapter 23. In many ways, chemistry can be thought of as materialistic alchemy. The last gasp of alchemy in Europe came when the Puffer's methods became mainstream in the 18th century with the commercialization of chemistry. Alchemy had degenerated from a practical path of spiritual perfection into a competitive race for commercial products to put up for sale. New drugs and miraculous chemicals had replaced the lure of gold, but the basic techniques and motivation of puffers and chemists were the same. The practice of alchemy could not survive in the new atmosphere of materialism and industrialization, where the work was solely on the physical level. The key to success in the ancient art had always been the ability to work on all levels of reality, not only on the physical but on the psychological and spiritual levels as well. The alchemist's workshop was between worlds, and things that took place there could never be reproduced in a chemist's lab. The least you need to know. Many alchemists of the Middle Ages had difficulty understanding the alchemy manuscripts being translated for the first time into Latin and focused mainly on making gold. The Church persecuted alchemists because of their heretical spiritual beliefs and disregard of church dogma. Those in power employed alchemists to make gold and often executed those who failed. Alchemists split into two factions during the Middle Ages: true adepts who followed the ancient Hermetic teachings and the materialistic puffers or pseudo-alchemists. Modern chemistry was born of the practical yet spiritually incomplete laboratory work of the puffers. Part 2. The Principles of Alchemy. Alchemy is based on the precepts of the Emerald Tablet, an ancient artifact attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. The Hermetic teachings describe a dynamic living universe that arose from a primordial soup known as the first matter. Hermetic concepts permeated ancient philosophy, religion, science, and other traditions and have been passed down to us in an underground river of secret teachings. These teachings were kept hidden because of their great power to tap into universal patterns and transform things in accordance with the deeper laws of nature. The actual methods and operations used by alchemists were concealed in unique ciphers, glyphs, and symbols that they used to communicate with one another. Chapter 5. The Secret Language of Alchemists. In this chapter, the perfect language of birds. Bird symbolism in alchemy. Lions, dragons, and other animals in alchemy. The mystery of the rose. The unspoken wisdom of ciphers. Alchemists communicated with each other in a special language of metaphors, symbols, and unique ciphers. Many of them even invented their own alphabets and secret scripts to keep their work private. Whether or not they needed to keep their writings secret is debatable, for to most outsiders, the writings of alchemists were all gibberish. See Chapter 3. The tradition of secrecy in alchemy goes back to its origins in Egypt, where priests believed the universal principles contained in the writings of Thoth were so powerful that they must not be shared with those who might abuse them. So they discussed the secrets in riddles, symbols, and images that only the initiated would understand. To pass the secret teachings down through the ages, the ancients encoded them in sacred writings and symbolic images carved into public monuments and buildings. This tradition of concealing secrets openly in the architecture of buildings was carried on during the heyday of alchemy in the Middle Ages in the sacred architecture of cathedrals and the symbolic sculptures and monuments in the center of cities. The language of the birds. Alchemists used an oblique writing style to communicate with one another publicly while concealing the true subject matter. This method of symbolic writing appears unintelligible unless you have the necessary key to the symbolism to be able to interpret it. Their style of communication became known as the language of the birds and was considered a higher or more perfect language that was the key to true knowledge. It was also known as the green language or living language to indicate it carried more than just static words. This idea arose from the haunting suspicion that the high-pitched chirping of birds was actually a superior language beyond our comprehension. Writing has been associated with birds since the beginning of recorded history. Thoth, the inventor of writing and language, was depicted with the head of the long-beaked ibis bird. Some Egyptologists believe the hieroglyphic language originated by tracing the movements of birds in the sky and on the ground. And scholars believe the first known style of writing, cuneiform, may have originated from bird tracks. It was also believed that certain holy men and sorcerers could converse with birds and thereby learn mystical secrets of nature. King Solomon, the Nordic warrior Siegfried, and Saint Francis of Assisi are some of the historical figures who are believed to have understood the language of the birds. The birds of alchemy. The alchemists spoke in the language of birds in the most literal sense, too. They used images of birds to stand for some of their most important concepts, especially those dealing with volatile or spiritual processes. The movements of birds are very significant in alchemical drawings. Ascending birds indicate the volatilization or evaporation of compounds, while descending birds indicate the fixation, condensation, or precipitation of compounds. Birds shown both ascending and descending indicate the operation of distillation. A standing bird usually indicates the kind of alchemical operation underway. See Part 3 of this book for a detailed explanation of the operations of alchemy. The crow or raven indicates black phase operations such as calcination or putrefaction, which involve the breaking down of structures by fire or decay. The white goose, white swan, or albatross stand for the white phase operations of separation and purification. The rooster or cockerel means the operation of conjunction is underway, and the peacock announces the beginning of the fermentation operation. The pelican stands for the distillation operation, as well as the beginning of the red phase of alchemy. The eagle also stands for distillation, as well as the operation of sublimation. The color of the eagle sometimes indicates the color of the vapors being released during distillation. For instance, a white eagle represents steam. The Bennu bird or phoenix, the mythical bird that was reborn in the fire, stands for the final operation of coagulation and the creation of the philosopher's stone. Other bird symbolism in alchemy includes the double-headed eagle, which stands for the rebes or androgynous state of Mercury, and the bat, which also signifies dual-natured substances and androgyny. The dove is a symbol of renewed spirit or an infusion of divine energy. Chemically, the dove heralds the purifying transformation from the black phase to the white phase of alchemy. The basilisk is a symbolic alchemical creature with the head of a bird and the body of a dragon. According to legend, the wingless creature was hatched from a hermaphroditic cock's egg and nursed by a serpent. Chemically, the basilisk stands for the union of Mercury, the bird, and sulfur, the dragon, in the mineral cinnabar. Spiritually, it is the melting of our higher and lower natures of spirit, the bird, and soul, the dragon, to create a new incarnation or child of the philosophers. In alchemy, eggs in general are highly symbolic. They stand for any kind of sealed vessel of transformation, which includes not only closed glass vessels but also such unexpected things as coffins, tombs, and sepulchres. References to eggs and the hatching of birds and serpents abound. For instance, the alchemist's insulated fermenting box was referred to as the house of the chick, and the whole cosmos itself was sometimes depicted as a serpent hatching from or entwined around an egg. Another egg symbol, the griffin's egg, is an allusion to the vessel of Hermes in which the conjunction, alchemical marriage, of volatile and fixed principles takes place. The griffin is a mythical beast that has the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. Since the lion is considered the king of the beasts and the eagle the king of the birds, their union in the griffin makes it the most powerful and majestic animal imaginable. Animal symbolism in alchemy. While birds and flying animals generally indicate spiritual or volatile principles, terrestrial animals usually stand for physical or fixed principles. Whenever two animals are found, they signify sulfur and mercury or some relationship between fixed and volatile principles. Animals also symbolize basic principles of alchemy. For example, they may symbolize the four elements in drawings. See Chapter 7. The earth element is usually symbolized by an ox or lion, the water element by fish or whales, the air element by doves or eagles, and the fire element by salamanders or dragons. Serpents represent the life force or the energies being exchanged in alchemical transformations. Two entwined serpents represent the opposing masculine and feminine energies that make up the life force, such as depicted in the caduceus, or the union of opposing substances in the lab. Three-headed serpents or three serpents in a group stand for the three principles of sulfur, mercury, and salt. See Chapter 8. Winged serpents represent volatile substances, wingless serpents represent fixed substances. A crucified serpent represents the fixation of a volatile substance. In alchemical drawings, frogs and toads indicate the first matter, see Chapter 6, and the energies of materialization. The black toad symbolizes the first matter being released by the putrefaction of a substance. The chaining or tying together of a toad on the ground and an eagle in the sky represents the union of fixed and volatile components, such as silver and mercury or soul and spirit. See Chapter 12. Other animal symbols include two fish swimming in opposite directions, which designate the essences of spirit and soul during the operation of dissolution. Bees, beetles, and butterflies are symbols of purification and the rebirth of soul or essence. The mythical unicorn was a symbol of sublimation and was associated with the white tincture and white powder of alchemy. The noble stag with large antlers was associated with the red tincture and red powder of alchemy. Scenes of the stag and unicorn meeting in the middle of a forest indicate the completion of the work and the successful creation of the philosopher's stone. Wolves symbolize the wild, untamed spirit of man or the chaotic forces of nature. Dogs represent the domesticated spirit of man or natural forces working to assist the alchemist. Chemically, the dog is philosophical mercury or the purified benevolent spirit of the metal mercury. The grey wolf stands for the metal antimony. The grey wolf is a fearsome beast. When molten, it mercilessly devours other metals like lead, tin, and copper. Drawings showing dogs fighting with wolves represent the process of purifying gold with antimony, which was alloyed with other metals to remove them from gold. The lions of alchemy. Lions are important symbols, as they are usually associated with the properties of sulfur or the application of heat or acids to the metals. Chemically, the lion is any salt or fixed substance obtained from the metals. It is black, green, or red according to its state of transformation. The first of the lions is the black lion, which represents the black salt, lead ore, or in general, the darkest part of a substance that must be purified and transformed by fire. In working with minerals and metals, the green lion is the root of the essence of the metals or soul of the metals. The green lion was known for devouring the metals. The chemical signature that gave it its green color was iron sulfate, and acids made with iron sulfate were called the green lion. These included vitriol or sulfuric acid, which dissolved most common metals such as iron and copper, and also nitric acid. When nitric acid was mixed with hydrochloric acid, it produced the greenish acid aqua regia, which could even dissolve gold. Images of the green lion devouring the sun refer to this ability. The green lion is also associated with the green acetate of lead in its oily or unredeemed form. When working with plant essences and vegetable matter, the green lion represented the life force in the leaves of plants. In this case, the green lion eating the sun is the process of photosynthesis that creates the greenness of nature from the pigment chlorophyll. Alchemists understood this process and tried to isolate the life force in plants to use in their experiments and even create artificial life forms. At the next level of the work with animals, the red lion is the life force in blood. In the work with minerals and metals, the red lion is the red acetate of lead in its crystallized form. Generally, with the red lion we gain control over untamed or unredeemed forces by feeding the green lion a seed of gold or purifying it with a catalyst or transmuting agent. Philosophically, the green lion is the raw forces of nature or the subconscious that we are seeking to tame, and the red lion is the assimilation or control of those forces. In the final stages of the work, the red lion grows wings. The winged lion is the volatile or spiritual aspect of a substance, which is the sublimated salt used to make the philosopher's stone. The dragons of alchemy. Dragons are another group of important symbols and represent the properties of Mercury or the application of life force or energy. Chemically, the dragon is the mercury acid obtained from the metals or acids in general. Like lions, the alchemical dragon is black, green, or red according to its level of transformation. The black dragon is the blackened metallic compound undergoing putrefaction, death, and decay. The green dragon is the indwelling spirit or life of the metal, the thing that gives metals their active properties. Philosophically, the green dragon is a formerly ferocious and unforgiving dragon that is now tamed. Its energy is contained by having been crystallized. Formerly threatening unconscious elements have now been assimilated into consciousness. The red dragon appears at both the beginning and end of the work. It is the chaotic energy of the first matter at the beginning of the work, see chapter 6, that becomes the philosopher's stone at the end of the work. Chemically, the red dragon is the pure red oil of lead in its initial state and the red powder of projection in its perfected or tamed state. A fire-breathing dragon or a dragon in flames indicates a metal melting or a substance undergoing calcination. Several dragons fighting amongst themselves depict metals undergoing the process of putrefaction. Dragons with wings represent the volatile, spirit or energetic, principle, and wingless dragons represent the fixed, soul or material, principle. The cyclic interplay of volatile and fixed, light and darkness, spirit and soul, energy and matter, creation and destruction, is rendered in drawings showing two dragons, one winged and the other with feet, each eating the other's tail. Silent Secrets of the Rose. No symbol inspired alchemists of the Renaissance more than the rose. The flower is one of the fundamental symbols of alchemy and became the philosophical basis of the Rosicrucians, an alchemical movement that flourished in the 17th century. So important was it to alchemists that dozens of manuscripts are called rosarium, Latin for rose garden, and all deal with the alchemical relationship between the king and queen. The rose is much more meaningful, much older, and more deeply embedded in the human subconscious than most people believe. In Europe, rose fossils 35 million years old have been found, and archaeologists have unearthed petrified rose wreaths from the oldest Egyptian tombs. To understand the alchemist's fascination with the rose, let's take a deeper look into its complicated symbolism. The rose is a paradoxical symbol of both purity and passion, heavenly perfection and earthly desire, and life and death. Originally a symbol of joy, the rose later indicated secrecy and silence but is now commonly associated with romantic love. In general, the color of the rose denotes its meaning. Red roses are symbols of passion, soulful love, deep creativity, and high personal energy. White roses symbolize purity, innocence, acceptance, and unconditional love. Black or withered roses indicate that love is gone or over, as well as impending disaster, depression, or death. Pink roses stand for gentleness, thankfulness, and loving or supportive friendship. Yellow roses signify compassion, sociability, free-flowing conversations, confidence, and security. Orange roses carry feelings of enthusiasm, fascination, and optimism. Blue or purple roses indicate spiritual longing, meditation, and the promise of a perfect world. Gilded or golden roses convey the idea of personal perfection, completion of the great work, or the invocation of divine powers. In alchemical terms, the golden rose means a successful marriage of opposites to produce the golden child, and the rose in general is a symbol of the operation of conjunction, the mystical marriage of opposites. The rose represents the regeneration of purified essences and their resurrection in a new compound or body. The white rose is associated with the White Queen of alchemy and represents the feminine, receptive, contractive principle of lunar soul. The red rose is associated with the Red King and is regarded as a masculine, active, expansive principle of solar spirit. The rose-red color, said psychologist Carl Jung, is related to the aqua permanens, eternal water or blood of the soul, which are extracted from the first matter. The union of white and red roses, of soul and spirit, symbolizes the birth of the philosopher's child. Also, white roses were linked to the white phase of the work and the white stone of multiplication, while the red rose was associated with the red phase and the red stone of projection. In alchemical drawings, the rose garden is a symbol of sacred space and could mean a meditation chamber, oratorium, in a lab, a sacred tabernacle, an altar, a sacred location in nature, or paradise itself. In all these instances, the rose garden is the mystical bridal chamber, the place of the mystic marriage. Mystery glows in the rose bed and the secret is hidden in the rose, wrote the 12th century Persian alchemist Farid Atar. In Christian alchemy, the rose and the rosary became symbols of the union between God and human beings. Scenes of Mary in a rose garden or under a rose arbor or before a tapestry of roses reinforce this idea. In the art of the Middle Ages, Mary is almost always shown holding a rose, which indicates her power comes from divine love. In spiritual alchemy, the single rose represents the mystic center of a person, her heart of hearts. As a symbol of the mystical marriage within a person, the rose represents a special kind of love in which one melts away into the beauty of another and the old identity is surrendered for that of the beloved or a higher identity discovered within oneself. Sufi spiritual alchemist Rumi had this idea in mind when he wrote, "In the driest whitest stretch of pain's infinite desert, I lost my sanity and found this rose." In this sense, the rose is a symbol of complete surrender and permanent transmutation. Because of its association with the deepest workings of the heart, the rose has come to symbolize inner secrets and things that cannot be spoken. The Latin phrase sub rosa, under the rose, is used to indicate writings or discussions that should be kept secret. The concept originated in the medieval tradition of hanging red roses from the ceiling of meetings of Hermetic organizations, such as the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, or alchemy guilds, to indicate that the discussions were not to be shared with outsiders. For instance, in Sebastian Brandt's 15th century alchemical treatise Ship of Fools, the author warns, "What here we do say, shall under roses stay." In the process of alchemical initiation, ciphers were used as coded teaching tools, and meditation on ciphers was thought to convey unspoken wisdom. The alchemist's ciphers have much to say about the hidden meanings and archetypal power of their materials and operations. As an exercise in deciphering ciphers, let's investigate a Renaissance drawing intended to help initiates penetrate the deeper meaning of the fundamental ciphers of alchemy. In the following figure, we see an esoteric schematic drawing imbued with archetypal influences. The sun, moon, and 15 stars look down over symbols centered on a tree trunk with a massive root system in the ground. To the right is a 5-petal flower indicating the presence of the quintessence, and on the left is a 7-branched plant indicating the steps or operations of perfection. On top of the tree is an eagle representing the operation of distillation, which in this case is the mental operation of distilling these symbols. It is a sign that we need to reflect or meditate on this drawing. Supporting the tree trunk are 2 lions, one with wings and one without, representing the union of the volatile and fixed faculties of spirit and soul, which we must use together to understand these symbols. In other words, we have to combine the masculine, logical, and argumentative way of knowing of spirit with the feminine, intuitive and reflective way of knowing of soul. This is the key needed to decipher the coded material being presented. In fact, this is the key to understanding all the symbols of alchemy. Without this key, alchemy remains an obscure puzzle. In the drawing, we see 2 ciphers buried in the ground at the foot of the tree. These are the basic raw materials with which the alchemist works. On the left is the symbol for salt, which represents the physical compounds and chemicals alchemists use. On the right is the cipher for the first matter, which is the spirit matter of the work, the elusive source that exists between worlds. The cipher for the first matter can be shown in 2 orientations. Shown here as a cross plus in a circle, it signifies the purified or rectified first matter. If it were shown as an X in a circle, it would have signified the chaotic or unrefined first matter. Relationship of the basic ciphers. The other ciphers in the drawing are arranged in the shape of a cross with horizontal and vertical components. In Hermetic geometry, horizontal lines and earthly orientation stand for material reality or things fixed in time and space. Vertical lines and heavenly orientation stand for energetic or spiritual forces that are not fixed in time and space. Ciphers for the elements. On the horizontal component of the cross are the ciphers for the 4 elements which make up our material reality. On the left side of the tree trunk, the first cipher is fire, a triangle pointing upward. Fire seeks to ascend because of its hot and dry qualities. On the right side of the tree trunk, the first cipher is water, a triangle pointing downward. Water seeks to descend and condense because of its cold and moist qualities. Fire and water are the purest elements, and if allowed full expression of their urges, fire would disappear into the above, and water would be absorbed into the below. Next to fire on the left is the cipher for earth, the downward pointing triangle cipher of water with a horizontal line through it. Next to water on the right is the cipher for air, the upward pointing triangle of fire with a horizontal line through it. In other words, earth is cold and dry and seeks to descend, but its dry component blocks its full descent, and the horizontal line in the triangle of water indicates this. Air is hot and moist and seeks to ascend. but its moist component blocks its full ascent, as is indicated by the horizontal line in the triangle of fire. Thus the elements earth and air are suspended in time and space, caught between and connecting the extremes of above and below. In the Hermetic teachings, earth and air are considered more manifested and stable versions of the pure elements water and fire. See Chapter 7. Ciphers for the three essentials. The triangular shape of the ciphers for the elements is not without significance. It indicates that the elements of creation are made up of three primordial forces present in the first matter and expressed in all created things. The alchemists called these three essential ingredients sulfur, mercury, and salt, and for now, we are concerned only with the ciphers the alchemists chose to represent them. In the drawing, the ciphers for the three essentials are arranged vertically on the trunk of the tree. This orientation indicates these are archetypal forces from above, not fixed in time and space. At the bottom of the tree nearest the ground is the cipher of heavenly salt. This is the same cipher as the one for terrestrial or physical salt. While vertical orientation indicates spiritual processes, horizontal orientation indicates physical processes. Thus the horizontal line through the salt cipher suggests its materiality or tendency to form bodies. The next cipher up the tree trunk is for sulfur. It consists of the cipher for fire with a cross attached beneath it. The cross indicates the fire element is being expressed along both the horizontal, material, and the vertical, spiritual, axis of reality. Common sulfur is known as brimstone, literally the burning stone, and carries the signatures of the fire element. Above the cipher for sulfur and at the same level as the horizontal line of elements is the cipher for mercury. Mercury's position on the cross of ciphers is significant as it is the transforming medium that exists in both material and spiritual realms. This is also indicated by the cross at the base of the cipher. The circle in the middle of the Mercury cipher stands for the sun and is sometimes shown with a point or dot at its center, which is the cipher for the sun as well as for gold. The curved line or semicircle at the top of the cipher stands for the moon. The semicircle or crescent is the cipher for the moon as well as for silver. Thus the cipher for Mercury results from a union of the sun and moon, which in alchemy means just one thing. It is the sacred marriage, the union of the king and queen within, the merging of masculine and feminine ways of knowing, and the creation of the philosopher's stone. The cipher for the philosopher's stone is shown above Mercury at the top of the tree. It is a circle with a cross above it. It means that this object has power over all realms, both material and spiritual. The least you need to know. Alchemists communicated in a secret, coded language of metaphors and symbols known as the language of the birds. Bird symbols in alchemy stand for spiritual principles as well as stages of the work. Lions in alchemy represent the properties of sulfur and the use of heat and sulfuric compounds with the metals. Dragons in alchemy represent the properties of mercury and the use of mercuric compounds with the metals. The rose is one of the most profound symbols in alchemy, and its meaning changes with the color of the flower. The ciphers of alchemy were deliberately designed to invoke secret or esoteric principles. Chapter 6. The elusive first matter. In this chapter, the enigma of the first matter, philosophy of the first matter, characteristics of the first matter, how alchemists worked with the first matter. The first matter, prima materia in Latin, is the most confusing concept in alchemy, and even alchemists had a difficult time defining it. The 1612 edition of the Lexicon of Alchemy lists over 80 different definitions for the first matter, and at least 200 different descriptions of it are found in the writings of medieval alchemists. Among the popular synonyms for the first matter were such alchemical concepts as fire, water, air, earth, sulfur, mercury, salt, quintessence, the sun, the moon, and the stone. Also included were philosophical ideals like imagination, love, light, consciousness, thought, spirit, soul, and God. Even such terms as blood, urine, menses, manure, and dirt were considered fitting definitions by alchemists. The reason the first matter is so hard to pin down is that it is everything and nothing at once. It is the primal one thing that existed before time, as well as the primordial chaos that contains all possibilities. It is said the first matter carries the germ or seeds of all things that ever existed and ever will exist in the future. It is the infinite cornucopia from which the myriad of all created things in the universe emerge. Yet this unbelievably elusive and potent cosmic force was the subject of the alchemists' work as they tried to accumulate it in its pristine form from natural sources and expose it in metals and other compounds through their chemical manipulations. They sought it deep in underground mines and in the black virgin soil in the middle of forests. They carefully spread out burlap bags to collect the morning dew, which they believed held traces of the first matter. They even distilled hundreds of gallons of children's urine seeking the magical essence. They looked for it everywhere, including in their own bodies, minds, and souls. What is the first matter? The emerald tablet refers to the first matter as the one thing, the primordial chaos of the universe fashioned into material reality by the thoughts or word of the one mind. This idea of a divine presence seeking expression in the material universe seems to have originated with the ancient Egyptians and has become a basic tenet of Hermetic philosophy. The Egyptians denoted the first matter with the hieroglyph known as KH, which looks like a circle with two wide horizontal black bands running through it. This cipher for the first matter is the first hieroglyphic letter that makes up the Egyptian word chem, which is the root of our word alchemy. It is also the only hieroglyph that no traditional Egyptologist knows the meaning of for sure. Other hieroglyphs are associated with a common item such as a basket, stool, owl, vulture, and so on. But this particular symbol has both tangible and intangible nuances. The easiest definition is black matter that is alive, but what exactly is that? Most language experts have translated it as placenta, but others feel it might mean fertile dirt or living black soil. In fact, it is the holy script for the first matter, the basic dark matter of the universe from which all things have sprung. The ancients thought of the first matter as a spiritual substance of which external visible nature is an expression and manifestation. This primordial matter contains the powers that form minerals and metals, vegetables and animals, and everything that breathes. All forms are hidden within its depths, and it is, therefore, the true principle or beginning of all things. In ancient China, philosophers referred to the first matter as the Tao, which is an equally difficult term to describe. The Chinese spiritual alchemist Lao Tzu considered the Tao as plural in manifestation but singular in essence, totally real yet totally unknowable, a non-personal, amoral, primordial chaos. He described it in the Tao Te Ching: there is a thing confusedly formed, born between heaven and earth. Silent and void, it stands alone and does not age, goes round and does not weary. It is capable of being the mother of the world. The Tao is the unborn origin of the universe, the chaotic source of all that exists between heaven and earth. Western alchemists depicted the first matter as the Ouroboros or Ouroboros, which is a serpent or dragon eating its own tail. See Chapter 5. In alchemical drawings, sometimes two serpents or dragons were shown, with a lighter, winged serpent above and a darker, walking serpent below. The interplay between these two primordial principles is the engine that drives reality, that creates the singular force behind the evolutionary perfection of the universe. To alchemists, the first matter is a primordial, unorganized state of energy or protomatter that is the same for all substances and exists in an unmanifest state between energy and matter. The chaos or energy of the first matter is organized or directed by the light of consciousness. Hermetic philosophers believe the whole universe came into being because of an image, thought, or word projected by the divine mind of God in the fabric of the universe, the first matter. Unfortunately, our culture has rejected the concept of the first matter. For us, things are either real or not real. We have no room in our thinking for the gray area of reality between manifested and unmanifested where the first matter exists. For this reason, the alchemists often referred to the first matter as the cornerstone the builders forgot. That is why rejected things like feces, manure, urine, and even the shadowy dark desires and beliefs we shove into our unconscious are symbols of the first matter. Properties of the first matter. Down through the ages, alchemists have written about the characteristics of the first matter in an attempt to help identify, accumulate, and transform the mysterious substance. In the following sections, I've brought together some of these descriptions. The first matter is eternal. The first matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. The amount of first matter in the universe is fixed, permanent, and unaffected by time. Modern alchemists associate it with dark matter, which the equations of physics say makes up most of the universe but cannot be detected. Physicists believe dark matter is responsible for the basic structure of the universe and have proven that billions of bits of the invisible matter stream through our bodies every second. The first matter is everywhere to be found. Because the first matter is the source of all things, it is present everywhere and in all things. To find the first matter, you must search in the twilight area between manifested and unmanifested reality. Scholars call the kind of space in which the first matter appears a liminal location, which means anything at the edge, crossroads, or threshold where normal boundaries fade away. The first matter is cyclic. Both Eastern and Western alchemists understood the cyclic nature of the first matter and believed it changed into all things light and dark, manifested and unmanifest, in a grand pattern of transformation. In the West, the Ouroboros, the dragon eating its own tail, symbolized this idea. The Eastern symbol for this process is the Tai Chi or yin-yang diagram, which depicts the spinning forces of darkness, yin/matter, and light, yang/mind, each containing the seed of the other and constantly changing into one another. Yin is seen as feminine, passive, and satisfied in its existence, while yang is seen as masculine, active, and hungry. The first matter contains all the elements. The first matter contains all the components of creation, including the four elements and the quintessence. See Chapter 7. The alchemists believed that the actual form the first matter takes when it manifests into a material substance depends on the proportions of the four elements being expressed. The elements can be changed into each other, and this manipulation of a substance's first matter is what transforms it. The first matter is the source of the philosopher's stone. The first matter was believed to be the only thing from which the philosopher's stone could be prepared, and as far back as the Alexandrian alchemist Zosimos, alchemists stated that once the first matter was known and purified, it became the much sought-after stone. The German alchemist Heinrich Kunrath described the first matter as the true light of nature, which guides and illuminates all seekers after divine truth. It is in the world, he wrote, and the whole edifice of the world is beautifully adorned and will be naturally preserved by it. But the world knows it not. Above all, it is the subject of the great stone of the philosophers which the world has before its eyes and yet knows it not. Working with the first matter. No alchemical process of transformation, whether in the laboratory, in the body, or in the soul, can succeed without the participation of the elusive ingredient of the first matter. Certainly nothing was more important to an alchemist's work than this spiritized essence. The alchemists made it clear in their writings that by applying the grades of fire with which they worked, they could extricate the first matter from any substance and render it tangible and visible. Alchemists, in their attempts to change base metals into gold, developed most of the laboratory methods of working with the first matter. The idea behind their work is fairly simple. Strip a metal of the gross qualities and physical properties that identify it, and it yields the one primitive matter that is the same for all metals. Next, impose the appropriate new qualities upon the primitive matter, and the desired new substance is attained. So the metals all originate from the same matrix, which is their first matter. The metals are similar in their essence, and differ only in their form, wrote Albertus Magnusson of Alchemy. In another work, he added, one may pass easily from one metal to another, following a circle. The modern atomic theory of matter expresses a strikingly similar conclusion. The first matter can be exposed and accumulated from any material if that material is completely dissolved and broken down into its most fundamental essences. The Alexandrian alchemists believed all one had to do to accomplish this was to divest a material of the gross physical properties represented by fire, water, air, and earth. However, reducing a substance to its first matter was always a difficult task, although some materials, such as dew and fertile black earth, released their first matter easier than other substances. Trying to extract the first matter from a substance represented months of hard work roasting, pulverizing, dissolving, and breaking down materials said to contain large amounts of the mysterious essence. Alchemists also referred to the first matter as the mercury of the philosophers, because they believed the essence or soul of all metals was mercury and therefore spent much effort trying to extract the first matter from mercury. The alchemists often referred to the hidden essence of first matter in a substance as its inner star, and appearances of the first matter are often accompanied by displays of light. In this sense, the first matter is the anima mundi, soul of the world, and is present in all things. Alchemists believed the first matter also existed in the human body as the eternal star which we call the soul. The spiritual work in alchemy focused on purifying or rectifying the first matter within and, thereby, perfecting the very soul of the alchemist. The hidden first matter. The least you need to know. The first matter gave the universe its properties and existed before our concepts of time and space. The first matter exists on the borderline between manifested and unmanifest reality. The first matter is best understood as the spiritized essence or soul of a substance that gives it its identity, form, and function. The first matter is chaotic and fluid, constantly changing into its opposite in a cosmic play of creation and destruction. Chapter 7. The Four Elements. In this chapter, 4 elements in the first matter. Theories of the elements. The 4 humors. The square of opposition. The 5th element, the quintessence. The 4 kinds of fire. The theory of the 4 elements arose out of early philosophers' fascination with the concept of the first matter. While the first matter exists in a state of utter chaos and potential, for the universe to exist at all, the first matter at some point has to become organized. According to the Emerald Tablet, the organizing principle is the one mind, which projects the vibration of the word into the chaos to bring about the creation of the world. In order for the first matter to take on form or manifest into space, philosophers held the general feeling that it had to take on a fourfold structure. The basic forces that create this fundamental cubic structure of space have come to be called the 4 elements. Most Western alchemists used the Greek system of elements, which consisted of earth, water, air, and fire. The Greek word for element, stoicheion, literally means letter of the alphabet. The idea is that the elements are the building blocks of the words, or thoughts, of the Creator. In studying the 4 elements, keep in mind that they are not our everyday ideas of earth, water, air, and fire, which are only the specific physical expressions of their respective archetypes. The elements are really spiritual essences and originate in the higher realm above, where they represent perfect images or cosmic ideals. In the Hermetic teachings, the 4 elements result from the materialization of light or imagery within the divine one mind of the universe. The concept of the elements. Contrary to popular belief, several pre-Socratic Greek philosophers proposed the classical 4 elements independently and not all together at once. Thales first proposed that water was the root of creation, then Anaximenes added air. Xenophanes added earth to the list, and finally Heraclitus proposed that fire was among the fundamental building blocks of nature. Not until Empedocles, 494–434 BCE, proposed that they had all existed together in fixed quantities since the beginning of time did the theory came together as we know it. In his book Doctrine of the Four Roots, Empedocles stated that all matter emerges from the four roots of earth, water, air, and fire. In his view, fire and air are expansive, outwardly reaching constants of nature, reaching up and out, whereas earth and water are contractive and turn inward and downward. To show their archetypal power, Empedocles associated each essence with a god. Hera rules the fruitful earth, he wrote. Hades rules the central fire, Zeus the luminescent air, and Persephone the mollifying water. Empedocles believed these four parts of creation were animated through the interaction of two great living energies he called love and strife. Love he associated with the goddess Aphrodite, and strife with the god of war, Ares. This idea is very similar to the Eastern tradition idea of yin and yang, with yin being the passive, feminine energy of love and yang being the aggressive, masculine energy of strife. In alchemy, these two contrary principles became known as the king and queen. And this simple view explained nearly every aspect of the Greek world. Plato, 427–347 BCE, reiterated the archetypal nature of the four elements by describing them as idea forms that had a separate and real existence. He also discovered that the elements were not static, but could transform or go over into one another. For instance, water freezes to ice, being like a stone or earth, yet it evaporates to vapor or becomes air. Aristotle, 384–322 BCE, first used the word element, and the Alexandrian alchemists popularized it. And Aristotle further developed the theories of Empedocles and Plato by explaining the four elements as combinations of two sets of opposing qualities of hot and cold, wet and dry. Water is cold and wet, earth is cold and dry, air is hot and wet, and fire is hot and dry. This concept became the foundation upon which Western alchemists based their theories and practices. Aristotle postulated that wet and dry are the primary qualities of matter. Wet, or moistness, is the quality of fluidity or flexibility, which allows a thing to adapt to its external conditions, whereas dry, or dryness, is the quality of rigidity, which allows a thing to define its own shape and bounds. As a consequence, wet things tend to be volatile and expansive, because they can fill spaces in their surroundings. Dry things are fixed and structured, because they define their own form. In Aristotle's view, each of the four elements has its natural place. He placed the earth element at the center of the physical universe, and then arranged water, air, and fire in increasing subtlety around it. When an element is out of its natural place, it has an innate tendency to return to its level. Thus bodies sink in water, air bubbles up, rain falls, and flames rise. Aristotle added a fifth element to his philosophical system to explain the actions of the planets and stars. He called it the ether element and said it was what the heavens were made of. The alchemists refer to this fifth element as the quintessence, which comes from a Latin phrase meaning fifth essence. By adding the fifth element, Aristotle brought Western alchemy into agreement with Chinese and Indian versions of the elements. Aristotle also predicted that one substance could be transformed into another by altering the mix of its archetypal elements and their qualities, and this made understanding the elements and their qualities of primary importance to the alchemists. Aristotle's elegant view was the accepted philosophy of matter throughout the Middle Ages. The four humors. The Greek physician and father of modern medicine Hippocrates, 463–70 BCE, further developed the theory of the four elements. He viewed the elements as bodily fluids he called humors. He associated fire with the choleric humor of yellow bile, which is carried in cholesterol as a byproduct of digestion in the body. Choleric people tend to be energetic, enthusiastic, and constantly moving. In Aristotle's view, such people are hot and dry. He associated water with the phlegmatic humor of phlegm, which represents the clear fluids of the body carried by the lymphatic system and secreted by the mucous membranes. The phlegmatic person is cold and wet in Aristotle's terms and tends to be in touch with his feelings, yet can be moody and brooding. People in whom the phlegmatic humor is dominant tend to be flowing and flexible, oriented toward emotional harmony, and let their feelings guide them. He associated air with the sanguine humor of the blood, which distributes oxygen throughout the tissues of the body. The word sanguine refers to a ruddy complexion in which the blood flows close to the skin. Sanguine people tend to be very changeable and even flighty, a little irritable yet basically optimistic, and full of personal integrity. According to Aristotle, such people are hot and wet in their elemental qualities, which produces a melting of intellect and emotions. He associated earth with the melancholic humor of black bile, which probably refers to waste products associated with digestion such as stool, from which useful energy has been removed, leaving only the dregs of matter behind. Melancholic people tend to be apathetic, passive, stubborn, sluggish, yet practical. Because earth is the principle of structure and materialization, the melancholic humor is dominant in the person who focuses on physical reality and tends to exhibit the qualities of perseverance, inflexibility, realism, and pragmatism. In Aristotle's terms, such people are cool and dry. The four humors. Hippocrates' theory of the four humors survives today in psychologist Carl Jung's theory of personality types. Jung saw the four elements as archetypes existing in the collective subconscious and are thus present in everyone. Like Aristotle, he considered fire and air the active, masculine elements and water and earth the passive, feminine elements. Balancing the elements. Empedocles noted that those who had near equal expressions of the four elements in their personalities were more intelligent and had the truest perceptions of reality. Carl Jung noted the same thing in his patients and called the balancing of the elements in a person integration. Aristotle's theory of the elements implied a scheme of transformation in which one element could be changed into another. Because the four elements came into being by impressing their opposing qualities of hot and cold and dry and wet on the first matter, it follows that one element can change into another by altering these basic qualities. For instance, when we impose the qualities of wet and cold on the first matter, the water element results. But if we change the quality of cold for that of hot, such as what happens when we boil water, it transforms into air, steam. By manipulating this simple relationship between a substance's inherent qualities, we can change one thing into another. We can visualize this scheme of transformation in Aristotle's square of opposition, which depicts all the relationships between the qualities and the elements. Opposing elements form a cross within the square, and each element is composed of two qualities shown in the corners of the square. Thus, earth is dry and cold, water is cold and wet, air is wet and hot, and fire is hot and dry. The qualities form a diagonal cross of opposition within the square. Square of opposition. The alchemists considered the square of opposition a dynamic rotating machine that was in constant motion, like a video. In other words, changes in the qualities of the elements cause movement through the square. Or we could say that the strife between opposites is the motor of rotation. Cold becomes hot, hot becomes cold, wet becomes dry, and dry becomes wet. We call this movement the rotation of the elements. It is clear that generation of the elements will be circular, explained Aristotle, and this mode of change is very easy because corresponding qualities are present in adjacent elements. This natural circulation of the elements in the square of opposition begins with the process of adaptation, water, and continues through expansion, air, production, fire, and retraction, earth. We can see the same pattern of movement through the elements in many elemental rotations, including the seasons, winter, spring, summer, fall, the ages of man, childhood, youth, maturity, old age, and the cyclic rise and fall of nations and ideas. Hot, or heat, in the upper left-hand corner of the square of opposition is the primary quality, and fire at the top of the square is the most active element. The alchemists saw fire as the most important agent of transformation. So important was fire to the alchemists that they often referred to themselves as philosophers of fire. Water, at the bottom of the square of opposition, is the most passive element and represents the agent of coagulation or materialization in the current situation. Air and earth were considered secondary elements made up of different qualities of fire and water. The Greeks believed air was a combination of the hot quality of fire and the wet quality of water, and earth was a combination of the cold quality of water and the dry quality of fire. 4 rules determine movement within the square of opposition. 1. Movement progresses in a clockwise rotation starting at fire, which is where the work of transformation begins. As one moves through the square, each element follows its dominant quality. Therefore, fire is predominantly hot. Earth is predominantly dry, water is predominantly cold, and air predominantly wet, or humid. The qualities drive the elemental rotation of the turning square: hot on the top, dry on the descending side, cold on the bottom, and wet on the rising side. 2. Because we can only move around and not across the square of opposition, direct transformation of opposing elements into one another is not possible. Thus water cannot be transformed directly into fire because they have no common quality. However, water can be transformed by first changing it into one of the secondary elements of air or earth. Then, air or earth can be transformed into fire. 3. The qualities are inversely proportional to each other. That means that the higher the intensity of an earlier quality in the rotation, the greater the rate of increase in the following opposite quality. Or the higher the intensity of a later quality in the rotation, the more the preceding complementary quality decreases. For instance, increasing the hot quality increases dryness and decreases wetness. To illustrate this concept, let's work through one complete cycle starting at Earth. An increase in heat causes Earth to melt and take on the characteristics of water. Further heating, however, decreases the cold of the water component and increases its hot quality, which makes it boil and turn into steam or air. When air is heated, its moisture is reduced, and it rises higher into fire. When fire becomes cold, it loses its heat and becomes ashes or earth again. 4. Whenever two elements share a common quality, the element in which the quality is not dominant is overcome by the one in which it is dominant. This property is known as the cycle of triumphs and was first noticed by Spanish alchemist Raymond Lully, 1229–1315. For example, when water combines with earth, earth is overcome because both are cold, but cold dominates in water. Therefore, water overcomes earth, and the result will be predominantly cold. According to this scheme, fire overcomes air, air overcomes water, water overcomes earth, and earth overcomes fire. Using the square of opposition to transform things is really quite simple when you work through it a few times. The archetypal relationships between the elements are so plainly depicted in the square of opposition that it's an amazingly versatile tool for all kinds of transformation. The alchemists used these same relationships and progressed through the square of opposition whether they were doing laboratory experiments, producing medicines, or working on their own personal transformations. To use the square of opposition in your own transformation, you must first meditate on the qualities of the elements to know how they are expressed in your personality or temperament. To balance your dominant element, find its opposite on the cross within the square. You want to increase the presence of this neglected element to balance your temperament, however, because they are opposite and cannot be changed directly into one another, you must work through one of the adjacent elements. For example, if in your personality your dominant element is water and you need to balance it with more fire, begin by working with the adjacent element, air or earth, with which you are the most comfortable or which is more dominant in you. If you choose the more spiritual path of air, you need to work to increase the quality of wetness, which means becoming more flowing and allowing emotional energy to surface. If you choose the more material path of earth, you need to do the opposite and try to become less flowing, more grounded, and more controlling of emotional energy. The choice of which path to follow obviously requires some insight about the true nature of your inner self. One of the dark secrets about the square of opposition is that it's possible to work with the reverse, counterclockwise, rotation. This is known as the death rotation. The Byzantine emperor and alchemist Heraclitus, 600 CE, described the process thus: fire lives in the death of earth, and air lives the death of fire, water lives the death of air, and earth lives the death of water. So the death rotation is a process of sacrificing one element to give life to another, and in its applications requires the use of negative imagery and negative energies. In his book Purifications, Empedocles used this reverse rotation as a kind of personal crucifixion to cleanse the soul of broken promises, crimes against humanity, and other bad karma. This tortuous personal alchemy demanded extreme awareness and brutal honesty and required the alchemist to direct negative energies like anger and disgust inward. Empedocles warned it was so cosmic a process that it might last through numerous rebirths and go on for thrice 10,000 years in the soul of the alchemist. The quintessence. We call the mysterious quintessence of the alchemists the fifth element not because it was considered one of the elements but because it lay beyond the elements in both form and function. The quintessence was viewed as something new and unexpected in creation that transcended the limitations imposed by the four elements. As Isaac Newton put it, the quintessence is a thing that is spiritual, penetrating, tinging, and incorruptible, which emerges anew from the four elements when they are bound together. The quintessence partakes of both material and spiritual realities and is described as a luminous light that is invisible to ordinary sight. Like Pythagoras before him, the alchemical philosopher Paracelsus believed the quintessence is what the stars are made of and that within everything there exists a hidden star that is that thing's quintessence. The idea of the quintessence is part of the perennial philosophy and is present in every spiritual tradition. In Chinese alchemy, the fifth element is wood, which is a product of the plant kingdom and associated with the life force. In Taoist alchemy, the quintessence is known as qi, which is an unseen energy that flows through the body and can be accumulated and directed in moving meditations such as performed in Tai Chi and Qi Kong. In Tantric alchemy, the quintessence is the kundalini or sexual energy coiled like a sleeping serpent at the base of the spine. In Hindu alchemy, the quintessence is the spirit of breath known in Sanskrit as prana. This is very similar to the Western concepts of the spirit of air known as pneuma in Greek and rock in Hebrew. Philosophers of fire. To the alchemists, fire was the most important element, and they considered it the universal agent of transformation that made alchemy possible. Alchemy is only that which makes the impure pure by means of fire, said Paracelsus. Though not all fires do burn, it is however only fire and continues to be fire that interests us. Alchemists recognize four grades or types of fire with which they perform their transformations. Let's take a closer look at each. Elementary fire. The lowest grade of fire is known as the elementary fire, which is the common fire we are all familiar with. The elementary fire, which is the fire of our stoves, wrote the French philosopher alchemist Antoine-Joseph Pernety in 1758, is impure, thick, and burning. This fire is sharp and corrosive, often ill-smelling, and is known through the senses. It has for its abode the surface of the earth and our atmosphere and is destructive. It wounds the senses, it burns, it digests, concocts, and produces nothing other than heat. It is external to the alchemist and separating. Celestial fire. The highest grade of fire is the celestial fire, which is the brilliant white fire that issues forth from the one mind of God and represents the power of divine will. The celestial fire is very pure, simple, and not burning in itself, said Pernity. It has for its sphere the ethereal region, whence it makes itself known even to us. Celestial fire shines without burning and is without color and odor. It is gentle and known only by its operations. Central fire. Between the lowest and highest grades of fire are two more kinds. One is the central fire hidden within matter at its very center. Central fire is the fire of creation, the embedded word of God in all manifested objects. According to Pernity, the celestial fire passes into the nature of the central fire. It becomes internal, engendering in matter. It is invisible and therefore known only by its qualities. The central fire is lodged in the center of matter. It is tenacious and innate in matter. It is digesting, maturing, neither warm nor burning to the touch. Secret fire. Alchemists rarely speak of the fourth grade of fire even though they consider it the primary fire with which the true alchemist works. They refer to it only as their secret fire. The fire of the sun could not be this secret fire, hence Pernity. It is unequal and does not penetrate. The fire of our stoves, which consumes the constituent parts of matter, could not be the one. The central fire, which is innate in matter, cannot be that secret fire so much praised, because this heat is very different within the three kingdoms. The animal possesses it in a much higher degree than the plant. The true nature of the secret fire has been concealed in myths and legends down through the ages. In allegories and fables, Pernity confirms, the philosophers have given to this secret fire the names sword, lance, arrows, javelin, etc. It is the fire which Prometheus stole from heaven, which Vulcan employed to form the thunderbolts of Jupiter and the golden throne of Zeus. From Pernity's clues, maybe we can figure out the truth about the secret fire. It seems the secret fire has a direction or evolution and behaves with purpose like a sword or arrow. We also know that animals possess more of it than plants and that it is an ancient secret passed down from alchemist to alchemist in myths and legends. Let's look for more clues. Franz Hartmann, a 19th century German physician, was another alchemist who wrote openly about the secret fire. In his book Alchemy, he admitted, the secret fire of the alchemists is sometimes described as a serpentine working power in the body of the ascetic. It is an electric, fiery, hidden power, an electro-spiritual force and creative power. Any alchemist worth his salt knows what the code word serpentine means. Since the days of Thoth and Hermes, the serpent has symbolized the life force, the basic animating energy that finds expression in our sexuality and state of health. The life force is the quintessence of matter, the hidden fifth element, the inner divine spark that makes all things come alive. We have just cracked one of the greatest secrets of alchemy. The secret fire of the alchemists is the life force itself, and it is an important ingredient in their work. It is something the alchemist tries to accumulate, control, and add to his experiments. The least you need to know. The four elements are archetypes or idealized essences expressed in the manifested world as common earth, water, air, and fire. Aristotle was responsible for bringing earlier concepts of the elements together into one cohesive theory that allowed for the transformation of one element into one another. The square of opposition is a diagram of the relationships of the elements and how they can be transformed. The fifth element, or the quintessence, is equated with the life force in most traditions. The four grades of fire in alchemy are elementary fire, celestial fire, central fire, and secret fire. Chapter 8. The three essentials. In this chapter, the three-headed dragon of the first matter, doctrine of the two contraries, the three philosophical substances, the three essentials within all of us, the three treasures of Taoist alchemy. The three essentials are the trinity of forces that make up creation, and the alchemists named them sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur and mercury are the primordial opposites that are part of the inherent duality of the universe. We have only to observe nature to see this fundamental duality, which can be expressed as masculine and feminine, positive and negative, light and dark, expanding and contracting, energy and matter, yang and yin, and many other names depending on our perspective. Salt, on the other hand, is the static result or resolving force created by the union of sulfur and mercury. In alchemy, salt is associated with the philosopher's child and considered the principle of form or structure. The alchemists saw salt at work in the formation of fetuses and the growth of plants, as well as in the formation of chemical compounds and in processes like precipitation and crystallization. Salt is active anywhere a new body forms. All created things consist of sulfur, mercury, and salt, and alchemical procedures can break everything down into these three principles. To differentiate them from the mundane substances of the same name, the alchemists always capitalized the names of the three essentials in their writings. Sometimes they clearly designated them philosophical or sophic substances and called them sophic sulfur, sophic mercury, and sophic salt. Three children of the first matter. According to alchemical philosophy, the three essentials emerge into creation from a common source, the first matter. See chapter 6. The three-headed serpent or dragon, which is a symbol of the first matter, captured this idea. In a scenario that mirrors our modern concept of the Big Bang, alchemists believed the three essentials were born from the chaotic darkness of the first matter into our universe in a tremendous burst of energy and light. Once created, the three essentials are indistinguishable from the first matter in their powers of transformation, and their primal interaction is responsible for myriad manifested things in our world. At the end of the great work, the three essentials are reunited and integrally fused into the philosopher's stone. The alchemist's motto conveyed this idea: the stone is single in essence, but triple in form. Not surprisingly, the three-headed serpent or dragon is also a symbol for the philosopher's stone, although there are distinct differences in attitude and coloring when compared to the beast of the first matter. Somehow, the first matter itself has been transformed. We are beginning to get a glimpse of the big picture in alchemy. The great work begins with the emergence of the first matter and ends with the creation of the philosopher's stone. Furthermore, the first matter and the philosopher's stone are composed of the same three essential ingredients. The great work is nothing more than the rectification of the first matter into the philosopher's stone. The two contraries. The roots of the alchemist's theory of sulfur and mercury lie in an ancient doctrine known as the two contraries. The two contraries were seen as reciprocal principles of nature, usually described as male and female or active and passive. Symbolized by the sun and moon, they were an expression of the fundamental natural law of reproduction. Originating in Egypt in the myths of Isis and Osiris, the doctrine of the two contraries eventually spread to Babylonia and China. Although the two opposing principles took on a variety of names, they always shared the same characteristics of the original myth. Isis was the moon goddess, the feminine, receptive, reflective, productive principle of nature. Osiris was the sun god, the masculine, aggressive, penetrating source of energy and identity. Their child was Horus, who became the symbol for all new birth, growth, the green earth, and transformation in general. Among Alexandrian alchemists, the principle of the sun or Osiris became linked with sulfur, and the principle of the moon or Isis became linked with mercury. Their child Horus would eventually become associated with the alchemical substance of salt. The archetypal principles of the sun and moon represented by Osiris and Isis were thought to give rise to all things, and the concept that all things are engendered through the union of these two opposing forces took root among alchemists around the world. Alchemists in ancient India believed the metals were born of the union of the gods Hara and Parvati through the powers of Agni, the god of fire. Sulfur was Agni, Mercury was the semen of Hara, and the crucible of earth in which their union occurred was Parvati. In China, the doctrine of the two contraries arose from the Taoist concept of the Tao, first matter. Around 300 BCE, the concept of the Tao changed to include the two opposing qualities of Yang and Yin. Yang was masculine, positive, expansive, solar, and fiery, and Yin was feminine, negative, contractive, lunar, and watery. Yang was light and tended to rise into the sky, Yin was heavy and tended to descend into the earth. Yin was the unperfected soul and the only thing that could quench the yearnings of Yang, which was the perfect spirit. The interaction between these two contrary principles was what created the material universe. The Arabian alchemist Jabir expanded the doctrine of the two contraries by combining his philosophical readings with his experimental observations. As you learned in Chapter 3, Jabir believed the first matter deep at the heart of the earth gave off two opposing exhalations or spirits that became sulfur and mercury. According to Jabir, metals were formed by differing impurities and concentrations of sulfur and mercury. Gold was the purest and most balanced or perfect combination of this primal pair. To transform base metals into gold, it was necessary to purify and balance their sulfur and mercury. Jabir also believed there existed a philosopher's stone that would instantly transform base metals into gold by permanently joining the two contraries of sulfur and mercury. Sulfur, mercury, and salt. For nearly 700 years, Jabir's version of the two contraries dominated alchemy. Then the great Swiss alchemist Paracelsus reorganized the sulfur-mercury theory to include a third component called salt. He also clarified and corrected what other alchemists had been saying about these very basic ideas for so many years. The result was the theory of the three essentials, which turned sulfur, mercury, and salt into powerful universal tools that gave alchemists greater insight into the nature of reality. Philosophically, the three essentials were viewed as universal forces present on all levels of reality. Their relationship and interaction determine how substances come into being and are transformed. Paracelsus defined the three essentials by how they behave in fire. Sulfur is seen as what fuels the fire or what is changed in the fire. Thus oil, fat, wood, and coal are all forms of sulfur. Mercury is the volatile watery essence of the fire that Paracelsus called the phlegma and is represented by the flames, light, heat, and smoke issuing from the fire. The new principle of salt exhibits the fixed essence of the substance burning that resists the fire and is found in the ashes. The three principles from which all things are born and generated, said Paracelsus, are phlegma, fat, and ash. In the burning of wood, for example, sulfur is the wood fuel which is consumed in the fire, mercury is the smoke, heat, and light that come from the fire, and salt is the wood ashes created by the fire. As Paracelsus put it, the fire is mercury, what is burnt is sulfur, and all ash is salt. Sulfur is the fiery, solar, active, masculine principle that gives a substance its active properties and identity in relationship to other substances. In alchemy, it is usually associated with the sun and king. In the laboratory, sulfur is the flammable oily material extracted from substances, such as the essential oils of plants. For alchemists, sulfur embodied all those characteristics that we now associate with the idea of active energy. Mercury is the watery, lunar, passive, feminine principle that represents the hidden essence and creative source of life within things and is usually associated with the moon and queen in alchemy. In the laboratory, mercury is usually extracted from substances by the process of distillation, such as the alcohol distilled from fermented grains and fruits. The alchemists referred to mercury as the mother of the stone and felt it was the mediator between sulfur and salt in the creation of new compounds. In Hermetic philosophy, mercury is like the basic blueprint of a thing, the carrier of its image or ideal form that comes into being through the interaction of sulfur and salt. Mercury embodied those characteristics that we now associate with the concept of light and mind. Salt represents fixity, materialization, and the formation of bodies and embodies those characteristics that we associate with the idea of mass or matter. In their writings, the alchemists sometimes referred to salt as magnesia, which was actually a mystical term referring to the transformative principle concealed in salt. Like the first matter, salt shows up at both the beginning and the end of the work. It is the imperfect and corrupted matter at the beginning of the experiment that must be destroyed and dissolved to release its essences, so they can be purified and reconstituted into the perfected new salt at the end of the experiment. The four elements, the fundamental principles of matter, have their origin in the three essentials. The archetypal force of sulfur gives rise to the fire element. Mercury, in keeping with its dual nature, produces both the air and water elements. And finally, the salt principle is the source of the earth element. In this drawing from Splendor Solis, the three essentials are depicted as three dragons sharing one body inside a glass retort. At the end of the work, the three essentials are united. The dance of sulfur and mercury. A surprising thing about the three essentials is usually revealed only at the later stages of initiation. The three essentials are not really as identifiable and set in their properties as you might suppose. They are not the static laws or immutable universal constants you assume them to be. I've already noted that salt can exist in two forms, one at the beginning and the other at the end of the work. Well, sulfur and mercury have a much more dynamic relationship. Sulfur and mercury are like two dancers who change into one another as they spin around the dance floor. These two volatile principles are sometimes so hard to distinguish from one another that alchemists believed they were actually two faces of the same thing. They named it the rebis, Latin for double thing, and pictured it as a two-headed hermaphrodite. The strange love affair between sulfur and mercury is what makes alchemical transformation possible. This unique relationship of sulfur and mercury is also suggested in drawings of the Ouroboros showing two dragons or serpents eating each other's tails. One is dark and one is light, or one has wings and the other has feet. As the Ouroboros spins through time and space, the two parts change into one another. The alchemists viewed this as the engine that drives reality. The sulfur-mercury dynamic is most clearly depicted in the Taoist symbol of yang and yin known as the Taijitu. The opposing forces of yang and yin are shown inside a circle that is divided into a white yang section with a small black circle within it and a black yin section with a small white circle within it. The smaller circles represent the seeds of their opposites that both yang and yin carry. In other words, each carries the seed of its opposite and eventually transforms into it. Psychologist Carl Jung called this mysterious process of one thing changing into its opposite by the unwieldy name of an andromedria. Whatever you call it, it requires a fluid mind and a little dedication to fully absorb its power. If your meditation prolongs itself, promised the Persian mystic Zoroaster, you can unite all these symbols. The kindred affair between sulfur and mercury explains a conundrum faced by most students of alchemy in their reading of alchemy texts. In some descriptions, mercury is associated with spirit and sulfur with soul. In other texts, however, sulfur is spirit, and mercury is soul. We can now understand that both views are correct. The identities of sulfur and mercury depend on the situation or the context of the discussion. It all depends on where we stop them in their whirling dance. In general, sulfur deals with the energy aspects of a substance or situation, while Mercury deals with the aspects of inner life and awareness. If the subject is any kind of active energy or fire, then sulfur is spirit. If the subject is any kind of potential or unexpressed energy, then sulfur is soul. On the other hand, if the topic is an indwelling life or active intelligence, then Mercury is spirit. And if the subject is an unborn identity or unconscious force, then Mercury is soul. Salt is the resultant force that gives expression and purpose to the dance of sulfur and Mercury. Salt is the child of their marriage. It freezes the dance of opposites, grounds them, and condenses their light and energy, form and matter. The three essentials in people. Psychologically, the principles of sulfur, Mercury, and salt form a triad of transformative powers that are available to us if we can learn to purify and control them. In the body, says the Book of Lamsprink, there is soul and spirit. He that knows how to tame and master them by art, to couple them together and to lead them, may justly be called a master, for we rightly judge that he has attained the golden flesh. In people, the three essentials are represented by the three concepts of body, mind, or spirit, and soul. Salt is the body, Mercury is spirit, and sulfur is soul. Know then, declared Paracelsus, that all the 7 metals are born from a threefold matter, namely, Mercury, sulfur, and salt, although each metal has its own distinct and peculiar colorings. Mercury is the spirit, sulfur is the soul, and salt is the body. The soul, which indeed is sulfur, unites those two contraries, the body and the spirit, and changes them into one essence. In general, when talking about people, the easily ignited sulfur of soul stands for our inner passion and willpower, while the fluid force of the Mercury in spirit represents our ever-changing thoughts and powers of visualization and imagination. The hermaphroditic salt of their union is the philosopher's stone, a perfected state of consciousness that combines passion and feeling with thought and imagination. The three treasures of Taoist alchemy. In Taoist alchemy, the three essentials are known as the three treasures and are called Shen, Qi, and Qing. These concepts translate roughly as spirit, vitality, and essence. In general, Shen represents Mercury, Qi represents sulfur, and Qing is salt. However, because Taoist alchemy focuses so much on working in the body, subtle differences exist between the Eastern and Western viewpoints. In Taoist teachings, the characteristics of the three treasures can be found in the burning of a candle. Shen, Mercury, is the radiant light given off by the flame. Qi, sulfur, is the heat given off by the candle, and Qing, salt, is the wax and wick of the candle, which are both its structure and the condensed energy of its fuel. Shen, Mercury, is considered the guiding spirit or mind that directs the energy of Qi, sulfur. Like Mercury in the Western tradition, Shen is the most important of the three treasures in the alchemy of transformation. Shen is experienced as a presence or spirit within that produces an all-embracing sense of compassion that resides in the heart. It gives people their spiritual radiance and is the source of our innate knowledge that everything is one. Shen resides in both heaven and earth and gives us the ability to rise above the mundane world. Qi, sulfur, is the energy that moves in our bodies and gives us our vitality. It is the universal energy created by the constant interaction of yin and yang, the two moving powers in the world. Qi embodies these two contraries of yang and yin. Fast-moving Qi is considered to be yang, while slow-moving Qi is yin. All movement and all functioning are the result of Qi, and the nature of Qi is to keep moving. In esoteric anatomy, Qi is carried in the blood and in the air we constantly breathe in and out. Blood is produced from the fires of metabolism, and Qi is extracted from ingested food through the action of the spleen. Red blood cells are nourishing and are considered yin, while white blood cells are protective and are considered yang. Qi also enters through the lungs, where it circulates through energetic pathways, called meridians, throughout the body. Qing, salt, is a mysterious substance called the superior ultimate of the three treasures. The word Qing means regenerative essence and is considered to be a concentrated energy that manifests physically in the body. Qing is seen as a perfect blend of yang and yin energy, and it is, therefore, not moving energy but static or heavy energy. It is the source of our sexuality and the life force that operates the body's cells and organs. Qing exists before the body comes into being and becomes the root of our body when we are born. We cannot live without Qing. It's a fundamental heavy essence that accumulates in the body. If we can learn to conserve Qing, we can live vigorous and long lives. Qing is burned up by chronic stress and excessive behaviors such as overwork, overeating, sexual excess, emotionalism, and substance abuse. Shen is intimately related to Qi and Qing, and only when all three treasures are in balance does the whole system thrive. Qi condenses into Qing, and when we develop and accumulate Qing, we also increase Qi automatically. And when Qi is accumulated and purified, it strengthens Shen. When the three become one, said the alchemist Lu in his treatise Complete Reality, the great elixir is made. The least you need to know. The three essentials originated from the first matter at the beginning of creation. The two contraries are mercury and sulfur in the Western tradition or yin and yang in the Eastern tradition. The three essentials are the philosophical substances known as sulfur, mercury, and salt. The three essentials are present everywhere in the universe and are expressed in every substance, including people. The three treasures of Taoist alchemy are Shen, mercury, Qi, sulfur, and Qing, salt. Chapter 9. The Philosopher's Stone. In this chapter, origins of the concept of a philosopher's stone. The powers of the philosopher's stone. The appearance and preparation of the stone. The genius of Dr. John Dee. The magical cipher of the stone. The idea of the philosopher's stone originated with Alexandrian alchemists and soon captured the imagination of people around the world. By the Middle Ages, the philosopher's stone became the holy grail of alchemy. It became not only the key to transforming base metals into gold, but also held the secret to eternal life and spiritual perfection. Because the stone could turn a corruptible base metal into incorruptible gold, it would similarly transform human beings from mortal, corruptible, beings into immortal, incorruptible, beings. The origins of the concept of the philosopher's stone can be seen in the theory of the four elements and the possibility of transforming one element into another. There was also an ancient belief that metals could be transformed into one another. This belief probably originated with the observation that some precious metals could be obtained from the ores of base metals. For instance, silver is often obtained from galena, the mineral ore of lead. The preparation of metal tinctures and alloys that imparted the characteristics of gold suggested a single agent might exist that would transmute the metals. The spiritual significance of the philosopher's stone originated in the Egyptian belief in the perfection of the soul and the creation of an immortal golden body. The mystical doctrine of the regeneration of mankind was part of the spiritual traditions of many early civilizations, and the philosopher's stone was the physical manifestation of that fundamental desire for perfection. The magical touchstone. In Latin, the philosopher's stone was called the lapis philosophorum or stone of the philosophers, but the Greeks knew it as the chrysopoeia or heart of gold. It was also referred to as the magisterium, the magistri, spiritus mundi, or spirit of the world, stone of the wise, diamond of perfection, universal medicine, and the elixir. The 8th century Arabian alchemist Jabir did much to popularize the notion of the philosopher's stone among alchemists. He reasoned that one could accomplish the transmutation of one metal into another by the rearrangement of its basic qualities, and that a magical substance would expedite the transformation. The Arabs called this agent al-iksir, from which our word elixir derived. Many religious scholars believe the philosopher's stone is synonymous with the symbol of the stone found in many spiritual traditions, such as the Old Testament stone Jacob rested his head upon, the New Testament rock Christ laid as the foundation of the temple, the Holy Grail or cup of Christ, the Yesodic foundation stone of the Kabbalah, and the cubic stone of Freemasonry. In some ways, the philosopher's stone also resembles the forbidden fruit of Genesis and symbolizes knowledge that human beings are not meant to possess. No doubt the philosopher's stone was the key to success in alchemy. Not only could it instantly transmute any metal into gold, but it was also the alchemist or universal solvent, which dissolved every substance immersed in it and immediately extracted its quintessence or active essence. The stone was used in the preparation of the aurum potabile, drinkable gold, a remedy that would perfect the human body. It was also used to restore a plant or animal from its ashes in a process called palingenesis. Because the philosopher's stone carried the quintessence or life force, it could even be used to create artificial living beings called homunculi. What the philosopher's stone looked like. Much has been written about the philosopher's stone, and there are scores of recipes for its preparation. In fact, whole books have been devoted to its creation. One example is the 17th century Mutis Liber, Silent Book, which is a symbolic instruction manual of 15 illustrations showing how to concoct the stone. Surprisingly, we know quite a bit about what the philosopher's stone looked like. It was dark red in color and resembled a common irregular stone. The material of which the stone was made was the same red powder of projection so prized by the alchemists. The philosopher's stone had the peculiar property of exhibiting a variable weight. Sometimes it was as heavy as a piece of gold and other times light as a feather. Its primary ingredient was an equally mysterious element known as karmat. Karmat may have been a mythological substance, because no mention of it exists outside alchemy, nor does it appear in any list of modern chemical compounds. Although many reports of the creation of the philosopher's stone exist among Arabian and European alchemists, one of the most credible is from the revered alchemist Albertus Magnus, who reported he had successfully created gold by transmutation in the later years of his life. When Magnus died in 1280, he passed the miraculous object on to his student Thomas Aquinas, who is also said to have made many successful transmutations using it. Another credible report of the creation of the philosopher's stone comes from the 16th century Swiss alchemist Paracelsus. He discovered what he called the alchemist, a single substance from which all the elements, fire, water, air, and earth, derived. He used this substance as the chief ingredient in creating his philosopher's stone. Preparation of the philosopher's stone. According to alchemical literature, there were two ways to create the philosopher's stone, the wet way and the dry way. The wet way, or humid way, used natural processes and was more gradual and safer than the dry way, which relied on intense heat and powerful chemicals to achieve the stone in a shorter time. Even in spiritual alchemy, there was a wet way, in which natural inspiration built gradually in the initiate to reach the fervor necessary for personal transformation, and a dry way, in which the initiate attempted to ascend on a direct path to divine knowledge. The wet way worked with the slow fires of nature, while the dry way worked with the raging fires of our lower nature. The rapid spiritual ascent of the dry way was very dangerous for unprepared initiates and could result in a loss of personal identity or even madness. Tantric alchemists of India followed the direct path by trying to release and control sexual energies, while the path of shamanic alchemy consisted of the use of powerful plant allies and psychoactive drugs. There is no doubt some medieval alchemists made use of such preparations. Alchemists, the first chemists, were very much aware of the psychological and spiritual effects of the compounds they created. In the laboratory, the wet way began with slow digestion and putrefaction of the matter that could go on for many months. The dry way began with roasting and heating in an intense fire that might only last a few hours. In both methods, this process was known as the black phase, in which the matter blackened as it was reduced to its basic essences. The black phase gave way to the white phase, in which a purification of the matter took place and the essences were separated out from any contamination. In the dry way, this appeared as a white crust formed by dried matter carried by gases bursting in bubbles on the surface of the material. Sometimes the crust puffed up and released a cloud of white vapor into the flask, which was called the white eagle. In the wet way, a white layer of digesting bacteria formed on top of the putrefied material, which was called the white swan. During the final red phase, the energies released in the previous operations were captured in a solution or powder. In the dry way, this was the appearance of a red coloring on the surface of the molten material or in the ashes, which was caused by high-temperature oxidation-reduction reactions and was symbolized by the phoenix rising from the fire. In the wet way, the final phase was sometimes signaled by the appearance of a reddish swirl of oil or pink globules on the surface of the matter. This was associated with the pelican, which sometimes regurgitated a meal of freshly killed fish for its young and stained its white breast plumage with red blood. The mysterious Dr. D. The most powerful cipher in all of alchemy is a rather odd-looking glyph. See the following illustration. This is the symbol of the Philosopher's Stone, and it's said to incorporate some of the powers of the stone whenever it is drawn. In other words, the cipher is believed to carry its own spirit or intelligence, which is evoked every time it is written down or constructed. The name of this cipher is the hieroglyphic monad, and it was created by Dr. John Dee, 1527–1608, a British alchemist who revealed the hieroglyphic monad to the world. Dee was a true Renaissance man who achieved world renown as a mathematician, mapmaker, cryptographer, magician, philosopher, and astrologer. His library was once the largest in England with over 4,000 rare texts and manuscripts, and his alchemical laboratory rivaled any in the world at the time. Having entered Cambridge College at the age of 15, Dee began a 5-year regimen of sleeping only 4 hours a day so he could devote more time to studying Hermetic philosophy and alchemy books. "I was so vehemently bent to study," said Dee of his time at Cambridge, "that for those years I did inviolably keep this order, only to sleep 4 hours every night, to allow to meat, eat, and drink 2 hours every day, and of the other 18 hours all was spent in my studies and learning." Dee grew into an imposing figure with a commanding presence. John Aubrey described him in his book Brief Lives. He had a very fair, clear, rosy complexion and a long beard as white as milk. He was tall and slender, a very handsome man. He wore a gown like an artist's frock, with hanging sleeves, and a slit. A mighty good man was he. Dee was a close confidant of Queen Elizabeth, who gave him a license to practice alchemy and make gold. As a favor to the Queen, it is said, he controlled the elements and cast a spell on the Spanish Armada by causing bad weather to thwart the invasion of England. Shakespeare used him as the model for Prospero in The Tempest, and he is also said to have been the inspiration for Goethe's Faust. With an intense purity of intention and motive, Dee embarked on a systematic plan to discover the Philosopher's Stone. He viewed it as much a philosophy as a physical object. In his view, the stone was the force behind the evolution of life and the universal binding power which unites minds and souls in a human oneness. While most alchemists of his time sought the stone for its ability to transmute base metals into gold, Dee wanted to possess it as a source for spiritual transmutation as well. The hieroglyphic monad. Before long, Dr. Dee realized that he could represent all the powers and characteristics of the Philosopher's Stone in one magical symbol. After 7 years of intense study of alchemical symbols, he found what he was looking for. In just 13 days in January 1564, D entered a state of deep concentration and completed a step-by-step mathematical proof called the Monas Hieroglyphica, hieroglyphic monad. The frontispiece for John D's Monas Hieroglyphica, hieroglyphic monad, shows his magical cipher for the philosopher's stone. According to the Greek philosopher Pythagoras, the monad was the first thing that came into existence in the universe. It can be described as the spiritual atom or egg that gave birth to the whole cosmos. To the Gnostic philosophers, the monad was the single higher spiritual being, the one mind, that created all the lesser gods and elemental powers. In Jungian terms, it is the first archetype that contains all the other archetypes. Today we might look at it as a mega-microchip that contains all the software of the universe. When the alchemists depicted the monad, they often added the Latin caption in hoc signo vinces, in this sign you will conquer. All the coded ciphers of the alchemists were thought to be pieces of the hieroglyphic monad, and as we shall see, this is geometrically quite true. In his proof, Dee used the ancient ciphers of alchemy as geometric figures and applied Euclidean geometry to show their deeper meaning and relationships. Dee believed his proof would revolutionize astronomy, alchemy, mathematics, linguistics, mechanics, music, optics, magic, and adeptship. He even urged astronomers to stop peering through their telescopes trying to understand the heavens and instead spend their time meditating on his monad. The cipher of the stone. Dee believed his cipher was the true philosopher's stone. The frontispiece of his hieroglyphic monad is a succinct explanation of the cipher itself, and the frontispiece was considered so important in Elizabethan times that it became known around the world as the Greater Seal of London. At the center of the frontispiece is the monad cipher within an inverted egg filled with embryonic fluid and known as the hermetic egg. The fluid represented the first matter, the yolk is represented as a circle and point at the center of the figure. The circle with a center point is the cipher for gold and the sun. The lunar crescent symbol of the moon intersects the upper part of the yellow yolk of the sun. Thus the sun and moon are united in gold at this level, which represents perfection or the end of the great work. Within the frame surrounding the monad are found the four elements and the three essentials of sulfur, the sun on the left pillar, salt, the moon on the right pillar, and Mercury, the center symbol. Two rounded lunar crescents or waves representing the water element are at the bottom of the monad. They come together to form the ram horns of the sign of Aries, which signifies fire. Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, is associated with the burst of life force in the spring, at which time the great work begins. To begin the work of this monad, wrote Dee, the aid of fire is required. A cross, known as the cross of the elements, connects the bottom and the top of the cipher. Here the workings of manifested reality play out. In this section of the monad, all the glyphs of the 5 visible planets along with the symbols for the sun and moon intersect. The metals are also indicated, because in alchemy, the ciphers for the planet and its metal are the same: Saturn/lead, Jupiter/tin, Mars/iron, Venus/copper, Mercury/quicksilver, Moon/silver, and the Sun/gold. See Chapter 10. By tracing the connecting lines and arcs in different ways, one can locate all the symbols of the planets and their metals and thereby reveal the invisible forces behind nature. The merged planetary ciphers are arranged left to right and top to bottom around the cross of the elements. According to Dee, by placing the planetary ciphers in their proper relationship, the astronomical symbols are imbued with an immortal life, allowing their coded meaning to be expressed most eloquently in any tongue and to any nation. In this arrangement, the sun is the only symbol that is always the same, and in that sense, incorruptible like gold. No matter which way the monad is turned, upside down, left to right to left, or its mirror image, the cipher of the sun and gold is always exactly the same. The heart of the monad and the one cipher that encompasses all the others is Mercury. In alchemy, Mercury stands for the principle of transformation itself. Just as depicted in the monad, Mercury is part of all the metals and elements of alchemy and melts them together as one. Dee embedded the spirit of Mercury at the heart of his master symbol and believed he had successfully captured the essences of all the archetypal elements and metals. The lost key to the monad. Dee believed his monad carried the secret of transformation of anything in the universe, but he never spoke of its meaning publicly because he felt the monad was much too powerful to share with the uninitiated. He privately told other alchemists that his symbol not only described the precise interrelationship of the planetary energies, but also showed the way to transmutation of the metals, as well as the spiritual transformation of the alchemist. Dee wrote a private unpublished book explaining in detail the workings of the monad. In the inventory of his massive library was a description of that book, which he intended only for his fellow alchemists. But Dee's secret key was destroyed when a mob of Anglican fundamentalists broke into his home and burned his entire library. Dee had the final say, however. He who devotes himself sincerely to these mysteries, he said, will see clearly that nothing is able to exist without the virtue of our hieroglyphic monad. And he gave this advice to anyone who would read his proof: whoever does not understand should either learn or be silent. The least you need to know. The idea of the philosopher's stone originated with Alexandrian and Arabian alchemists. The philosopher's stone was like a magical touchstone that could instantly perfect or cure anything. Dr. John Dee created a cipher that embodied both the formula to create the philosopher's stone and its magical powers. Dr. Dee's mathematical proof for his cipher of the philosopher's stone is called the hieroglyphic monad. Part 3. The operations of alchemy. The secret processes by which alchemists achieved their transformations were organized in an ancient pattern known as the ladder of the planets. Following the emerald tablet's dictum of as above, so below, the operations corresponded to the order and characteristics of the visible planets. The archetypal energies of the planets were reflected on Earth in the evolution of the metals, as well as in the planetary archetypes found in plants, minerals, animals, and human beings. The overall work in alchemy progressed through specific operations that occurred in 3 phases. The initial work of purification took place in the black phase, the separation of purified essences that resulted in the empowerment of the substance took place during the white phase, and the final manifestation of the perfected substance took place at the end of the red phase. Chapter 10. The Ladder of the Planets. In this chapter, climbing the ladder of the planets, influences of the celestial powers, the planetary metals and other correspondences, appreciating the music of the spheres. The idea that heavenly bodies influence our daily lives originated in ancient Egypt and Babylonia. This concept was part of the basic philosophy that believed humans contained within themselves all the parts of the universe. The doctrine of correspondences expressed in the emerald tablet's dictum of as above, so below echoed this concept. Similarly, the ancients believed a corresponding link existed between the slowly moving planets seen in the sky and the metals found buried in the earth. All the luminous planetary bodies exhibit colors that resemble the hue and brilliance of the corresponding metals, and there were many other similarities that led people to believe the metals were associated with the planets. At one time, it was believed that as the planets revolved around the earth, they spun off their corresponding metals into the earth where they could be extracted by the operations of alchemy. Eventually, each of the planets and its corresponding metal became associated with an operation in alchemy. Each metal had its own characteristics that required specific processes to transform it, and these operations seemed to be a progression of steps. These practical observations were coupled with the Egyptian stages of initiation in a scheme known as the Ladder of the Planets, which consisted of 7 steps corresponding to the 5 visible planets with the Sun and the Moon. The basic tenet of this system holds that the planets represent powerful primordial forces that express themselves on all levels of reality. These powers are arranged in a pattern of transformation that ranges from the most material and base level, Saturn, to the most spiritual and noble level, the Sun. Correspondences of the planets. The great work of alchemy is to climb the ladder of the planets and reach material and spiritual perfection. Our spiritual return to the stars, or the gaining of cosmic consciousness, is accomplished by climbing the philosophical ladder of the visible planets from Saturn through Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and finally the Moon and Sun. The Sun makes the same journey through the ladder of the planets that alchemists try to duplicate in their work. In the sky, the Sun appears to travel through the planetary ladder depending on the time of year. For instance, in winter in the northern hemisphere, the Sun is in the signs of Saturn, Aquarius and Capricorn, while in summer the Sun is in the signs of the Sun and Moon, Leo and Cancer. Between these two extremes, the Sun makes its journey through the remaining planets and their corresponding astrological signs. The time it takes the Sun to travel between signs is approximately 1 lunar month, 28 days. An interesting correspondence exists between the ladder of the planets and the human body. Each of the planets rules an energy center in the body and the corresponding organs. These 7 centers and their relationships to the planetary ladder were known by Pythagorean philosophers, and there is some evidence that the energy centers were also known to the ancient Egyptians. In Indian alchemy, the planetary energy centers in the body are called chakras, spinning wheels. In this system, Saturn corresponds to the root chakra at the base of the spine, Jupiter is associated with the sex chakra at the genitals, Mars is connected with the raw power of the solar plexus chakra, Venus rules the heart chakra, Mercury is expressed at the throat chakra, the Moon is reflected in the third eye chakra at the forehead, and the Sun shines through the crown chakra at the top of the head. In the remainder of this chapter, we steadily climb up each rung of the ladder of the planets to help us understand the universal pattern of transformation. The dark powers of Saturn. Saturn, the farthest planet from the Sun, is the first rung on the ladder of the planets, and in esoteric terms represents the galactic starting point on our journey in from the stars. To the observer on Earth, distant Saturn looks like a grayish-yellow star and is most easily spotted during the twilight hours when the sky takes on a deep blue color. Saturn reaches its peak visibility high in the northern sky in the dead of winter. Saturn is the coldest planet and also the slowest moving. While the other planets dance merrily around the warm Sun, lumbering Saturn takes 30 years to complete its orbit. Saturn is the largest planet in terms of mass and the second largest, after Jupiter, in terms of size. The shimmering triple ring of rocks and 10 moons circling Saturn are remnants of its greedy attempt to attract more mass with its powerful gravity. Its largest moon is bigger than our planet Earth. Had Saturn been able to attract more mass, it would have transformed into a star, and our galaxy would have had 2 suns. But now ancient Saturn sleeps in darkness, having lost its bid to become a shining star. The Babylonians considered Saturn the ghost of a dead sun and the oldest spirit in the heavens. Saturn was considered the place where created matter first manifested and represented its most primitive state, and it stands for the cosmic law that limits or defines manifestation. Therefore Saturn and its metal, lead, represent the principles of contraction, stability, structure, and materialism. The symbol for Saturn is Father Time with his distinctive hourglass and sickle, who personifies the forces of age, death, and transformation. Sometimes Saturn is shown with a peg leg to indicate his infirmity and incompleteness. The black crow is the messenger of Saturn and also symbolizes the beginning of the black phase of alchemical transformation, a period of darkness over light and matter over spirit. In myth, Saturn was imprisoned by his father in a deep cave while still a child. The child conspired with his mother to overthrow his father and ended up castrating him with a sickle. Saturn then became king and ruled just as ruthlessly as his father had. When he heard a prophecy that his own children would dethrone him, Saturn ate them at birth. But his wife saved one child and fed it to Saturn in the form of a stone, which he later vomited out to become Jupiter. Jupiter eventually overthrew his father and banished him to the darkness of the underworld. The darkness of Saturn is also the fertile soil of new birth. In fact, the word Saturn comes from the Latin serarum, meaning to sow or plant. Also, on the ladder of planets, Saturn marks the boundary between the personal and transpersonal, or cosmic, powers. For those reasons, Saturn acquired a dual reputation as both the stubborn protector of the status quo and the initiator of profound transformation. Astrologically, Saturn is represented by two signs of the zodiac. Capricorn is the tenacious mountain goat that patiently moves toward its goal to reach great heights by remaining firmly grounded. Aquarius is the herald of a new age and represents the potential of transformation that is part of Saturn's makeup. Because of its transformative potential, Saturn was the most important planet to the alchemists. They equated it with the first matter and considered it both the beginning and the end of the great work. Within the darkness of Saturnine energies, the alchemists saw all the possibilities for change and healing. An early cipher for Saturn was Rx, which medieval alchemists wrote on a slip of paper and prescribed as a cure. Their patients actually ate the piece of paper with the sigil of Saturn, which the alchemists had animated with magical intent. Today, the sigil of Saturn, Rx, is still written on nearly every prescription issued by medical doctors. The exuberant powers of Jupiter. Jupiter, the second rung on the ladder of the planets, is the largest and most impressive planet in our solar system, but it is mostly gas. It has 4 moons, all of which are more active and larger than our moon. Jupiter and Saturn have a similar chemical makeup and are dozens of times larger than any of the other planets. Their cores are thought by scientists to be made of pure hydrogen metal, and they are the true Olympian gods of our solar system. Jupiter's light and expansive presence balances the heavy and contractive influence of Saturn, and Jupiter is considered the great benefactor of the solar system and thus represents the principle of divine grace. Esoterically, Jupiter and its metal tin represent the light and energy of spirit without which the soul would remain imprisoned within the Saturnic darkness of matter. Astrologically, Jupiter is primarily linked with Sagittarius, the centaur with his bow and arrow. The half-man, half-horse centaur symbolizes the person who has grown above his instinctive nature and gained social values and wisdom. Jupiter is also linked with the compassionate sign of Pisces. In direct opposition to the signatures of Saturn, it produces a state of spirit over matter in which creativity, music, science, and prosperity prevail. The planet's name is the root of the word jovial, which means cheerful, and the energies of Jupiter are expansive, optimistic, and joyful. With the combination of growth and a positive attitude, it is not surprising that Jupiter represents the power of healing and regeneration. In mythology, the biggest planet in our solar system is the rightful home for the Heavenly Father who was known as Jupiter to the Romans and Zeus to the Greeks. In India, Jupiter takes the form of Indra, the god of fire and lightning, who in Scandinavian tradition is represented by the thunder god Thor. In all these traditions, Jupiter was the great god of thunderstorms and was worshipped as a rain god. In Rome, he was commonly known as Jupiter Pluvius, Heavenly Father who reigns, and his function was to fertilize the mother god with his seminal moisture. The masculine powers of Mars. The third rung on the ladder of the planets is Mars, which is considered the brother of Earth, and the two planets share many characteristics. They have the exact same tilt on their axis of rotation, and they rotate in the same direction at about the same speed. That means they experience nearly identical daily cycles and seasons, although temperature extremes are much more severe on Mars. In alchemy, the red planet Mars represents energy and raw power. The metal associated with Mars is iron, which actually gives the planet its red color. Mars, the warrior, is aggressive and masculine and governs our animal passions and survival instincts. Martian qualities reinforce the ego, strengthen will, and help us surpass previous limitations. Mars provides us with the energy to act, to begin new projects, or to transform any situation. In the zodiac, the month of Mars, March, is the period when the Sun enters the sign of Aries. In fact, the word Aries is derived from the Greek word for Mars, Aries. This is the time of year when spring begins and a new solar cycle of the zodiac starts. Astrologers believe that wherever Mars is located in your natal chart is the astrological sign that will be your source of energy for the rest of your life. This is also when the great work of alchemy begins, and it is believed that the energy generated during this period is what propels us through the next 12 months of transformation. Mars is also linked with the astrological sign of Scorpio, which carries the signature of masculine consciousness and discernment. In mythology, Mars is the god of war and is considered an over-exuberant cosmic troublemaker. None of the other Roman gods liked Mars, and in Greek myth, Venus was always getting her consort Mars out of trouble. The feminine powers of Venus. The next rung on the ladder of the planets is Venus, which is known as the veiled planet and has a dense and sultry atmosphere. Thick sulfurous clouds constantly hide the face of Venus, which has an average surface temperature of around 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Venus has the slowest rotation about its axis of any planet and is twice as close to the Sun as Mars. It is the brightest planet in the sky and appears as both the evening star and the morning star. Esoterically, Venus represents refinement of the senses, the passion of the arts, mystical love, romantic relationships, and physical desire. The feminine energy of the planet is passive, receptive, magnetic, relating, adapting, nurturing, and gentle. Venus is associated with the astrological signs of Taurus and Libra. Taurus represents the sensual part of Venus, while Libra is focused on relating and connecting with others. In terms of the earth sign Taurus, the attracting power of Venus is expressed more in possessions and money, while in Libra the energetic trend is more toward art and harmony in all things. In mythology, Venus is the great goddess of the Romans who was known as Aphrodite to the Greeks. Both Greeks and Romans emphasized her sexual energy, and temples to Venus were actually schools of instruction in ecstatic sexual techniques taught by harlot priestesses. The religion of Venus, as well as the Hermetic teachings of alchemy, promised a sacred marriage through which the initiate could escape the cycle of rebirth and be reborn on a whole new level. Death was seen as a transformative event that mimicked le petit mort, the little death of sexual orgasm. The romantic city of Venice was named for the goddess, and our word veneration literally means to pay homage to Venus. Known as the Lady of the Animals, Venus was often shown naked in the forest with animals, especially deer. Several myths tell of hunters encountering Venus and falling in love with her. In fact, our word venison literally means son or follower of Venus. Venus is a very meaningful symbol in alchemy. Married to Vulcan, the god of alchemy, she could not resist the virile powers of Mars with whom she shared many romantic trysts. To alchemists, Venus was the goddess of generation, and sexual imagery in alchemy almost always refers to the deeply transformative energies of Venus, her metal copper, and the mysteries of the operation of conjunction. The transformative powers of Mercury. The next rung on the ladder of the planets is Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun and the fastest moving planet in our solar system. Most of the time Mercury is absorbed into the bright light of the Sun, but when it is visible in the twilight of the early morning or late evening, the tiny planet is one of the brightest objects in the sky. Mercury has a very irregular and eccentric orbit and sometimes even appears to go backward in the heavens. The surface of Mercury looks just like the Moon, and the two bodies have the most reflective surfaces of any of the planets, each reflecting exactly the same amount of sunlight, 7%. Esoterically, the swiftest planet is known as the messenger of the gods and governs communication, intellect, writing, speech, and any kind of conversing or commerce. The urge of Mercury is to know and to communicate that knowledge. In the body, Mercury is associated with the brain and nervous system, as well as breathing and the organs of sense. The god Mercury is usually depicted with winged sandals and a winged helmet to connote the ability to move and deliver information quickly. Mercury rules the astrological signs of Gemini and Virgo. Gemini, the third sign in the zodiac, is associated with discrimination and awareness of duality. Virgo is associated with purified consciousness and the alchemical operation of distillation. In mythology, Mercury is depicted as a hermaphrodite because Mercury derives its light or consciousness from the union of the left and right brain or, in alchemical terms, from the marriage of the masculine, rational sun and feminine, intuitive moon. The Greeks knew the Roman Mercury as Hermes, who was the founder of alchemy. Hermes was the twilight god of boundaries, and one of his duties was to conduct souls to the underworld. Hermes was believed to have magical powers over sleep, dreaming, and altered states of consciousness. The soulful powers of the moon. The sixth rung on the ladder of the planets is the moon. It seems the ancients were correct in their assumption that the moon was a planet. Because it has a completely different mineral composition than Earth and other considerations, most modern astronomers believe the moon is a small planet captured by Earth's gravity. Because of the moon's synchronous captured orbit, it always shows the same face to Earth. However, since the moon shines only by the reflected light of the sun, Earth casts shadows on its face that make it appear to change shape in a 28-day cycle. The moon's varying distance from Earth controls the ebb and flow of tides, human hormones, and the female menstrual cycle. Our words for menstruation and menopause are based on the Greek word meno, meaning moon power. The esoteric meaning of the moon is receptivity, reflection, fertility, and nurturing. In many areas of the world, the 13-month lunar calendar governs the cycle of planting and harvesting. The moon is said to control the subconscious and is the source of magnetic and astral powers. The moon is the archetypal queen of alchemy, and its metal is silver. In mythology, the moon is associated with the virgin goddess Diana and the multi-breasted symbol of fertility Artemis. Egyptians referred to the moon as the mother of the universe, and in several traditions the moon is where our souls go when we die. The moon is associated with the astrological water sign of Cancer, whose traits are deep emotions and moodiness, genuineness, loyalty, and a strong sense of family. The spiritual powers of the Sunday. The sun is the seventh and last rung on the ladder of the planets. The alchemists saw the sun as the king and husband to the moon queen. In an amazing synchronicity, the sun and moon appear to be exactly the same size in the sky. Because the moon's image is 400 times smaller but also 400 times closer than the sun's, they seem to be the same size to an observer on Earth. When a total solar eclipse, or alchemical conjunction, occurs, the lunar disk exactly and completely covers that of the sun. The sun is our own personal star at the center of the solar system, which emits energy in every conceivable wavelength from X-rays to visible light to radio waves, and this energy is what makes life on Earth possible. The sun is the fundamental metaphor of the whole alchemical process. Composed of over 90% hydrogen atoms, it is the simplest form of matter known. It also represents a process of constant purification in which cooler and darker impurities, known as sunspots, rise to the surface and are ejected or burned off. Esoterically, the sun is an image of wholeness, health, wealth, and happiness. Its metal gold has the same associations. The blazing sun corresponds to ambition, courage, vitality, creative energies, and electric or masculine energy. In mythology, the sun is associated with the Egyptian god Osiris, as well as the Greek Hercules in his aspect of monumental strength. In astrology, the sun as Leo presides over selfless will, beneficent governing, and shared energy and power. On the personal level, the sun represents our deepest identity, the true self and inner authority, the source of our dignity and integrity. The music of the spheres. To the ancients, the ladder of the planets represented individual melodies in the music of the spheres, which are archetypal vibrations of energy that influence every part of our lives. The ladder of the planets is an example of the law of octaves. The musical octave is a seven-stepped process that raises the vibration of the first note on the scale to a higher vibration, and so on through the remaining notes. The eighth note repeats the cycle on a higher level. In chemistry, the law of the octave is expressed in the periodic table, where every eighth element repeats the characteristics of the first on a more complex level. In alchemy, the law of octaves is the overall pattern of harmony in the universe expressed as a seven-stepped formula embedded in our solar system. The first 7 notes of the musical scale represent our progress through the planets, while the eighth note of the octave is a return to the first note at a higher level of vibration. In our solar system, that eighth note is Saturn, the one planet the alchemists considered both beginning and end, the alpha and omega of our transformation. They considered Saturn and our return to Saturn the most important part of the great work, because it represented the beginning of a whole new octave of creation that represents our leaving behind the grosser materiality of the planets and experiencing the more subtle matter of the spiritual universe. The least you need to know. The ladder of the planets is an ancient system based on the archetypal influences of the planetary bodies. Saturn and Jupiter represent the universal powers of darkness and light, matter and energy. Mars and Venus represent the complementary powers of aggression and passivity, the masculine and feminine archetypes. The Moon and the Sun represent the universal principles of soul and spirit. The planet Mercury represents the principle of transformation that connects all the planetary powers. The music of the spheres is an ancient doctrine that treats the planetary powers as increasing vibrations of energy or tones. Chapter 11. The Black Phase. In this chapter, the 3 phases of the great work. The calcination operation. The dissolution operation. Personal calcination and dissolution. The exact sequence of operations alchemists used to accomplish their transformations was one of their greatest secrets, and the actual order was often deliberately scrambled to mislead the uninitiated. Instead of specifics, the alchemists spoke of 3 overall phases of their work, and each phase contained several different operations. This color-coded process of transformation went from an initial black phase to an intermediary white phase and culminated in a red phase. This same sequence of colors occurs in working with the metals. If the 4 base metals, lead, tin, iron, and copper, are melted and fused into a new alloy, the resulting surface color is black. If this black alloy is heated with the noble metal silver and then heated in mercury, it turns white. If all has gone well, the final iridescent red-violet color appears in the metal, which indicates a small amount of genuine gold was formed. While we can often find detailed descriptions of the operations leading to the appearance of these color markers in the writings of alchemists, the processes are veiled in mystical and allegorical language that makes them very difficult to understand unless one is an adept. That suggests the alchemists were also talking about spiritual or psychological exercises they performed along with their laboratory work. These were the actual colors that appeared in the laboratory work, as well as the same colors that dominated the images and visions of the corresponding spiritual work. Alchemists referred to the 3 general phases of the great work by their Latin names, so if you plan to do any further reading in alchemy, it's very helpful to know these Latin terms. They called the work of blackening the nigredo, pronounced nigredo, the work of whitening the albedo, and the work of reddening the rubedo. Jungian psychologists use these same Latin terms to refer to the stages of psychological transformation. The nigredo refers to the depression accompanying the dark night of the soul that underscores the need for deep change on the personal level. The albedo represents the spiritual purification that results from the suffering of the nigredo. And the rubedo is the sense of empowerment and confidence that results from psychological integration in the final phase of personal transformation. The blackening. The work of blackening was the longest and most difficult phase in alchemy. The alchemists said that by comparison, the white and red stages seemed like child's play. They considered the black phase of nigredo a tortuous stage of the work in which the substance at hand suffered and was forced to surrender many superfluous characteristics in order to reveal its true nature. The goal at this initial phase of transformation is to reduce the subject to its bare essence or most fundamental ingredients. All the dross, impure, and extraneous material must be removed, or they will contaminate and destroy the later stages of the work. The alchemists called the overall process that occurred during the nigredo as mortification, which meant to them facing the dead part. In the lab, mortification results in a powder or ashes in which the characteristics of the former substance can no longer be recognized. In personal alchemy, mortification is characterized by feelings of shame, embarrassment, guilt, and worthlessness as one confronts the base, repugnant material he has hidden away inside himself. The operations which take place during the black phase are two processes that involve applying the elements of fire and water. After these operations are completed, the purified essences of the matter at hand are separated out and saved for further work in the next phases. The calcination process. The initial fire operation in alchemy is called calcination, which means literally reduced to bone by burning. Bone is essentially calcium oxide, and the word comes from an ancient method of obtaining calcium oxide, or lime, by heating limestone. The word calcination and related words like calcify and calcium come from the Latin root calx, which means limestone or bone. After calcination, the substance becomes dry and hard and is no longer affected by common fire. The cipher the alchemists assigned to the process of calcination was the ram horns of the astrological sign for Aries. Aries is the most fiery of all the signs, and the great work of alchemy begins in the spring when the sun is in the house of Aries. Skulls and skeletons are also used as symbols in the drawings of calcination and represent both pure white calcium oxide and the hidden structure of materials revealed by fire. Other images of calcination include funeral pyres, scenes of hell, torture by fire, crucifixion, birds rising from flames, and frightening confrontations with dragons or demons. Another popular symbol for calcination is the salamander. Because salamanders were observed scurrying in and out from under bonfires as the cold-blooded creatures sought warmth beneath the burning logs, the idea took hold that salamanders were born in the fire and frolicked in its flames. The alchemists referred to this process of dehydration by fire as the dragon who drinks the water, and the fire-breathing dragon is another symbol. Calcination, also referred to as calcining, drives off water and other volatile compounds and brings about a decomposition of the material. Heating ores directly in a fire was also an ancient way of obtaining metals. This open flame heating or roasting is a kind of calcination in which material is heated in an open flame with plenty of free-flowing air, which also helps oxidize impurities. Generally, any process that involves the heating and breaking up of a solid to drive off water and other volatile compounds can be classified as calcination. In the lab, it usually meant heating a substance in an oven, crucible, or over an open flame until it was reduced to ashes. In their laboratory work, alchemists recognized two kinds of calcination, which they called actual and potential. Actual is typical heating in a fire produced by a fuel such as wood, coal, oil, or gas. Potential calcination used acids and corrosive chemicals, which the alchemists felt were a kind of liquid fire that carried the potential of flaming fire within them. Beyond chemical calcination, alchemists recognized philosophical calcination, which is the reduction of living things to their material basis by application of heat. They associated this phenomenon with a loss of the life force carried in bodily fluids and gave examples that featured the dehydration of living tissue. One example of philosophical calcination is human cremation, which results in a dehydration of bodily fluids and tissue that leaves only bone fragments and ashes behind. Another example occurs when animal horns or hooves are suspended over boiling water for a long period. Thick liquid called mucilage drips out of the horns or hooves, leaving a dried mass, which is easily reduced to powder by grinding. In both cases, the powdery material resulting from philosophical calcination was considered quite different from the ashes left over from common chemical calcination. The ashes of once living things were sacred, and it was felt that they still contained the ultimate essence of the living person or thing. Personal calcination. At the same time alchemists worked in their laboratories on the calcination of the metals or other compounds, they were also working to accomplish corresponding calcinations on the personal level and suffered through the same transformations as the substances with which they worked. By applying the operations of alchemy to the human mind, alchemists became the first psychologists. For them, personal calcination was similar to what happened in the laboratory, except on the personal level the heat was generated by the fire of their own consciousness and life experiences. The resulting drying up of one's inner moisture and volatility represented the loss of his emotional and psychic energy as he matured. In other words, as we mature and are heated by the natural forces of existence, we tend to lose contact with our own life force. The truth is that personal calcination takes place whether we want it or not. This natural humbling process takes place as we grow older and are assaulted and overcome by the trials and tribulations of life. Decline of self-esteem, loss of standing in families and at work, personal embarrassments, failure to be loved, loss of material possessions, and all the other harsh realities of life gradually crucify our pampered egos. By the time people reach middle age, many feel they have lost a precious part of themselves and are leading inauthentic lives. The alchemists saw personal calcination as a loss of spirit in a person, although modern psychologists view it as a loss of ego or personal identity. The result is the same: diminished mental energy and an increase of darkness or depression in one's life. It's as if our souls finally despair trying to survive in a world of spiritual drought. What fuels the fires of personal calcination? Our ego. In psychological terms, calcination is the destruction of the false ego we have built up in response to pressures from our parents, friends, schools, church, and government. We have built up the impurities within ourselves, the blackness that veils the true light of our being. Personal calcination begins when we realize that the things we have accepted as true and important may not, in fact, have any relevance to what is real in our lives. One of the fundamental ideas in alchemy is that anything superfluous or impure must eventually be removed or destroyed to reveal the true essence of something. The basic problem in human psychology is that we identify with our superficial personalities and not our true essences. We invest all our energy in our egos, which are artificial constructs that often don't reflect who we really are. So the first step in personal transformation is for us to turn up the fire of consciousness in the inner laboratory and focus it on our thoughts, habits, assumptions, judgments, and relationships to see what is real and true in our lives. In alchemy, the symbol of the king referred to what we now call ego or personality, and alchemical drawings of personal calcination show the king being boiled alive, cremated, or sitting inside a sweat box or sealed vessel. The idea here is that the ego king must be sacrificed for the good of the whole person. As in the Grail legends, the kingdom of one's personality will wither and decay until the rightful king is restored to power. In describing the suffering of the king, the 17th century German alchemist Daniel Staulicus wrote, "The fiery man will sweat and become hot in the fire. Also will he resolve his body and carry it far through moisture." Staulicus was referring to the conclusion of the fire operation and the promise of healing and cleansing in the next operation, which is an application of the water element in the work. Calcination of the king. The process of dissolution. The next operation which alchemists used in the black phase was dissolution, sometimes referred to simply as solution. Dissolution is the transformation of a substance by immersing it in water or other liquid. In the lab, it is the liquefaction of a solid or the absorption of a solid into a liquid. It usually involved dissolving the ashes from calcination in water or liquid chemicals. The water in which the ashes were dissolved took on magical properties, and the term elixir from the Arabic elixir literally means from the ashes. Fascination with the powers of the water element dates back at least as far as the female alchemists of Alexandria, who developed equipment for performing dissolution and distillation. To the astonishment of ancient experimenters, solids disappeared into solvents as if they had been returned to their original, undifferentiated state. They saw this as reduction to the first matter, a purification they likened to a return to the womb for rebirth. The astrological sign associated with the dissolution process was the water sign of Cancer, which the Egyptians called the sign of the scarab. Symbols of dissolution include lakes, floods, underground streams, quicksand, reflecting pools, tears, melting, menstruation, washing in tubs, fish swimming on the surface of water, and other allusions to the water element. Glass vessels, clay pots, cauldrons, and other womb-like vessels of transformation also refer to this process. Drawings of women riding great fish, taming wild animals or dragons, or naked women walking quietly in the forest are images of dissolution that emphasize the deep connection between nature and the darker feminine side of our being. While the king derives his powers of light and active energy from the sun, or solar archetype, the queen's source of power resides in the darkness and potential energy of the moon, or lunar archetype. Psychologically, therefore, the king represents the conscious mind and thoughts while the queen represents the subconscious mind and feelings. Personal dissolution. Just as the king was the primary icon of personal calcination, the queen is the primary icon of personal dissolution. Images of dissolution may feature the king sitting in a boiling cauldron, swimming naked, or drowning in a lake. The queen may be shown sitting with the king together in a bath or relaxing by herself in a tub of water. Dissolution of the king. Personal dissolution further breaks down the corrupted and artificial structures of the personality by immersion in the dark waters of the unconscious. This is a forbidding realm with slumbering dragons or other monsters guarding great treasures. Other symbols of the unconscious realm in alchemy include depictions of poisonous toads, basilisks, winged serpents, menacing fish, great whales, and confrontations with stags or scenes of rabbits diving down into holes in the earth. Alchemists sometimes referred to the energies found in this forbidding psychic realm as the water which does not wet the hands. These dissolving waters can take the form of inner voices, visions, dreams, or just odd feelings that reveal a world of shadowy energies existing simultaneously with us in our everyday life. This buried material and rejected energy surfaces during dissolution because the conscious mind of the king relinquishes control after suffering through the fires of calcination. Direct confrontation with the primordial energies of the unconscious during dissolution further humbles the beleaguered ego king and results in a surrendering of stubborn beliefs and projections. During the early stages of personal alchemy, projection is a dangerous thing. When we are angered or revolted by things we see in the world, it is because that same negative quality lives subconsciously within us. We end up expending tremendous psychic energy projecting these rejected qualities into the external world while keeping them hidden from view within ourselves. The blackening caused by dissolution was often expressed as the darkness of depression and melancholia. However, alchemists considered personal dissolution a completely natural process. Instead of running for Prozac, the true alchemist must work with the darkness and suffer through it in order to emerge transformed. By bringing this threatening material to light in therapy or personal work, the alchemist rises above the poisonous vapors of the subconscious and learns to integrate the dark side into a reborn self. This may seem like a scary process, but it's a necessary step in personal transformation. We all have built up a personal trash heap of rejected material that is incompatible with our chosen conscious attitude. Psychologists call this part of our personality the shadow, which is the inferior or rejected part of our personality. Slowing down and paying attention to feelings allows this material to surface and come to light, where we can examine it and transmute its dark energy in positive ways. How exactly do you transform the threatening darkness of a negative experience? First, you need to stop thinking about the individual incident behind the negative emotion and try to work only with its pure energy, what the alchemists would call its vital principle. If you can dissolve the connection between the emotion and the shadow material that fuels it, the energy will be free to use for healing or further transformation. One way of doing this is a method of dissolution called sebation. Sebation is the addition of water or other fluids to dried out substances at precisely the right moment in the experiment. Psychologically, this involves coldly and deliberately reviewing painful, hardened memories without letting them upset you, and then holding the memories in your mind until the emotions behind them finally break to the surface. If you let yourself fully re-experience these emotions, sometimes a lump will form in your throat or tears will well up in your eyes. The idea is to let yourself go and cry as long and as hard as you can. Crying therapy is a valid technique used by therapists to overcome eating disorders, sex problems, drug abuse, insomnia, anger, and many other problems, but the uncontrolled crying must take place at precisely the right time to work. Medieval alchemists were the first to understand this process and actually believed that the salt in tears was the remnants of crystallized thoughts and memories broken down by crying. Other effective methods of personal dissolution include paying attention to dream symbolism, mental images, slips of the tongue, and other meaningful coincidences. Keeping journals of thoughts and feelings also helps bring the shadowy material to light. If successful, the initial operations of fire and water have eliminated the dross of the substance, whether it is of a chemical or psychological nature. The goal of calcination and dissolution is to eliminate contaminating materials and reveal the most basic constituents or essences of a substance. The job of the next phase in alchemy, the albedo, is to separate out these essences and recombine them at a higher level of purity and power. The least you need to know. The work of alchemy is divided into 3 phases of transformation: the black phase, nigredu, the white phase, albedo, and the red phase, rubedo. Calcination, an operation of the black phase, involves heating a substance in an open flame. Dissolution is an operation of the black phase that involves dissolving the substance in water or other liquid. Because the operations of alchemy also apply to psychological transformation, many modern psychologists use the same terms in their therapy as the alchemists used in their lab work. Personal calcination involves burning up artificial psychic structures and ego complexes using introspective techniques. Personal dissolution frees subconscious energy trapped in mental habits, rejected material, rigid beliefs, and projections. Chapter 12. The White Phase. In this chapter, reclaiming the essences of mortification, the white light of the albedo, the operation of separation, the operation of conjunction, personal separation and conjunction. In the previous chapter, our matter suffered through the mortifications of the black phase of alchemy. However, the blackness is now slowly giving way to light, and a new day is dawning. The matter has died and is being reborn. Psychologically, we have experienced the death of old habits, beliefs, judgments, projections, and dependencies, and a new person is emerging. We have entered the second phase of alchemy, the white phase or albedo, which is a purification of the matter that survived the nigredu. It results from a washing or cleansing of the products and their reunion on a new level of purity. Spiritually, the whiteness of the albedo is the brilliant white light at the end of the dark tunnel between death and the afterlife. The alchemists believed our souls, which are the immortal essences of our being, follow the same progression through the phases of alchemical transformation as do substances in the lab or the facets of our personalities. The whitening. The albedo phase of alchemy grows out of the blackness of the nigredu in a gradual process of cooking and purification. This stage is extremely important in the overall progress of transformation, because any remaining contamination or impurities that make it through to the third and final phase can ruin the whole experiment. Albification releases the purified essences of the matter, and the goal is to separate these essences from the dross and waste materials of nigredu. One of the biggest difficulties during albedo is keeping these pure essences from recombining with each other or picking up contaminants until the alchemist has isolated them. The final operation of the albedo is to combine the pure essences into a new incarnation or body. Another characteristic of the work during albedo is that the alchemist discovers the underlying duality of the substance she is attempting to transform. The level of purification is so great that the fundamental duality of nature is observed in the experiment. In other words, the essences revealed turn out to have opposing positive and negative qualities. In personal transformation, the opposing essences are the masculine and feminine characteristics of the personality, which the alchemists referred to as the king and the queen. Symbols of the white phase of alchemy include the naked king and queen standing next to one another, as well as more abstract images such as baptismal fonts, silver chalices, fountains from which two streams of water flow into a single basin, or two lions sharing one head vomiting forth a stream of liquid. Other symbols include a white dove, white swan, white dragon, white queen, white rose, white stone, and white Mercury. The full moon and the morning star, Venus, are also symbols. In mythology, Aurora, the Roman goddess of the dawn, is often used by alchemists to refer to albedo. The alchemists believed they could only accomplish the albedo with divine grace through a merging of the powers above and the powers below. The actual mechanism of whitening was regarded a mystery that could not be explained, and during this phase, the alchemist spent much time in prayer and meditation. The Benedictine alchemist Anthony Joseph Pernody, 1716–1796, said of this stage, "When the alchemist sees the perfect whiteness, the philosophers say that one has to destroy his books, because they have become superfluous." The operations that take place during the white phase are two processes that involve applying the elements of air and earth. After these two operations are completed, the essences of the matter at hand will be fused inseparably together to create an exalted matter at a new level of strength and integrity the alchemists called the stone. The separation process. Separation is the alchemical operation of disuniting, dividing, cutting, or breaking down substances to retrieve their basic constituents or essences. Chemically, it is the isolation of the components of dissolution by filtration and then the discarding of any ungenuine or unworthy material. To ancient Egyptian alchemists, separation was represented by the compound sodium carbonate, which separated out of water and appeared as white soda ash on dry lake beds. The oldest known deposits are in Egypt. The alchemists sometimes referred to this compound as natron, which meant the common tendency in all salts to form solid bodies or precipitates. In the laboratory, the components of the polluted results from calcination and dissolution are usually separated out by a process the alchemists called inhibition or holding back. The most common method of inhibition is filtration, in which material is separated out by passing it through a screen or porous paper. Other methods of separation include settling, decomposing, scheming, sifting, or agitation with air. Sometimes more sophisticated methods such as layered, or fractional, melting or distillation are used. The result is that any ungenuine or unworthy material is discarded, and the essences are isolated in separate containers. The alchemical cipher for separation is the astrological sign of Scorpio. The Egyptians associated Scorpio with a descent into the underworld to bring back knowledge of universal truths, which is a perfect metaphor for the separation process. Other ciphers for separation were stylized filters and funnels, as well as piles of sand used for filtering liquids. Images of separation include double-edged axes, swords hanging down from above, knights wielding swords, and scenes of dismemberment. The splitting of the Red Sea is sometimes used as a metaphor of separation, as are scenes from the Apocalypse. Alchemical engravings show white birds flying over a burning or blackened countryside. The destruction symbolizes the results of the earlier operations of Nigredu, while the white bird represents the essences saved by the separation process. Personal separation. Separation on the psychological level is the rediscovery and isolation of your essence or true self. During personal separation, you lift yourself out of the quagmire of your broken personality and recognize your true self. The operations of Nigredu have broken down your personality into your most basic traits and desires, and during the first stage of albedo, you become aware of the pure essences within and isolate them from ego complexes and unwanted subconscious elements. A typical alchemical drawing of the separation operation is shown in the following illustration. Separation requires decisive action, as suggested by the armored male figure with the sword. The process involves cutting into the heart of the subject of the work at this stage to reveal the deepest essences of soul and spirit. The great egg about to be cut open represents the sealed hermetic vessel that contains these essences. That vessel can be a retort in the lab that contains a solution from which the essences must be saved, or it could represent the deeper aspects of your own personality or subconscious that must be exposed to the light of consciousness to succeed at personal transformation. Separation of the essences. Personal separation requires a certain amount of objectivity and honesty about your strengths and faults and what is worth salvaging from your old personality. Dissecting and discarding what is no longer relevant or useful is an important role of the separation process. The goal of separation is to preserve what is genuine by removing it from contaminating influences and keeping it safe for further alchemical transformation. This stage is about getting beyond the restraints to your true nature, so the real you can shine through. The conjunction process. If the preceding operations were successful, only the most genuine and essential parts of the matter are left to work with. The next step in the alchemy of transformation is the conjunction, which is the recombination of those saved elements into a new compound or purer substance. In terms of the four elements, conjunction is the union of the elements of fire, water, and air to produce a purified or reborn earth element. The process begins with commixtion, which is a mixing or commingling of the saved essences from separation. Vessels of conjunction have two glass globes or sections joined by a middle chamber in which the mixing or commingling occurs. However, just bringing these essences together in the same vessel is not enough to accomplish this important operation. The essences must create a new compound, which the alchemists called the child of the conjunction. If the recombination of essences does not produce a new compound, the alchemists felt that material impurities or negative spiritual energies had polluted the process and the whole experiment had failed. The alchemists saw the coming together of essences during conjunction as a sexual union or mating of chemicals to conceive a child, which was the new compound or alloy. For this reason, many of the drawings of this stage of the work show the king and queen embracing or making love. Not surprisingly, the bird of conjunction is the cockerel, the young and virile rooster. The alchemical cipher that stands for conjunction is the astrological earth sign of Taurus, the virile bull. The bull was sacred to ancient Egyptians, who used it to symbolize fertility and growth. They even timed the plowing of their fields and mating of cattle with the rising of Taurus in the heavens. Other images of conjunction include rams and satyrs, double-chambered furnaces, rope or chains binding opposing entities, birds chained to earthbound animals, and two streams coming together in one stream. Often engravings show the king and queen in reconciliation at this stage, with Hermes or Mercury in between or joining them with an embrace or handshake. Personal conjunction. Psychologically, conjunction is the union of the opposing parts of our personality, the masculine king and the feminine queen. The alchemists referred to this initial reconciliation as the fetus or lesser stone, and after it is accomplished, the initiate should be able to clearly discern what needs to be done to achieve permanent enlightenment, which would become the greater stone or philosopher's stone. Drawings of conjunction usually show two animals, vessels, or other objects being mixed or joined in some way. In the following illustration, we see the alchemist patiently waiting for the conjunction process to begin. He has successfully separated and isolated the purified essences of soul and spirit, which are depicted by the two birds facing opposite directions in the retorts. The bird in the inverted vessel on top is spirit and the bird in the vessel below is soul. Once these opposing essences are mixed together, nature takes over. This is indicated by the alchemist pointing with his right hand to a plant on the ground. The stone cube that holds the vessels suggests this is a process of physical manifestation that takes place in real time and space. The whole process is like breeding animals, in that you can only bring the living essences together and hope for the best. In spiritual terms, the essences of conjunction were the very soul and spirit of the alchemist, and their union was known as the sacred marriage. See chapter 20. Alchemical images of this blessed event include the sun and the moon uniting in the sky, two white birds raising a crown into the heavens, red and white lions or dragons sharing one body, or elaborate outdoor wedding celebrations. The conjunction of opposing spirits. Because the marriage partners in the sacred marriage of conjunction were essences of soul and spirit within the alchemist, many alchemical texts described the marriage as an act of incest. To church officials, who took such metaphors literally, this was one more example of the immorality of alchemists. Many people confuse the terms soul and spirit. However, the ancients saw these as two distinct entities. Spirit, the inner king, is constantly striving for change and betterment, while soul, the inner queen, is happy with things as they are and wants only to settle down. Spirit is associated with energy, aggression, expansion, and intellectual pursuits, while soul is associated with matter, passivity, contraction, bodily sensations, and emotions. Spirit craves action and adventure, feeds on abstract concepts, and seeks objective unifying principles. Spirit is responsible for business, science, technology, and the patriarchal world in which we live. The soul, on the other hand, craves memories and reflection and prefers storytelling over theorizing. Her language is art and music, and food for the soul comes from subjective feelings about everyday objects and relationships. Spirit is focused on the future but requires the passion of the soul to succeed, and for that reason, spirit must always seek out soul and court her favors. The union of spirit and soul within an individual produces a third kind of consciousness that combines masculine and feminine ways of knowing into a deeper awareness. The Egyptians called it intelligence of the heart, while medieval alchemists referred to this blossoming of wisdom as the philosopher's child. It is the merging of thought and feeling to produce a highly intuitive state that was considered a direct experience of reality. What does conjunction feel like on the personal level? Many adepts through the ages have compared it with the development of a spiritual fetus within, something new and unexpected, a wonderfully refreshing presence that emerges from the suffering and darkness of the Nigradu. In the later stages of alchemy, this golden presence becomes an incorruptible stone in the sense that it survives untainted no matter what happens. No matter how confusing things get in your life, no matter what emotions swell up within you, no matter where your thoughts take you, no matter how cruel or inconsiderate others are toward you, you will have this solid refuge inside that is very much like a personal stone. This stone in your personality creates a feeling of deep integrity and confidence in everything you do. Conjunction is a prerequisite to progressing further in alchemy. It is the culmination of the work below in the realm of matter, habits, and thoughts, and the beginning of the work above in the realm of energy and spirit. But conjunction is the operation where most failures occur both in the lab and on the personal level. The child of the conjunction is often stillborn and the work must be abandoned. That is, if the child is the product of an experiment, it might fail to create a new compound. If it is tincture, the plant essences may die or lose their life force when mixed in alcohol. On the psychological level, the child could be a new mental attitude of confidence and optimism that cannot survive in the everyday world of family, co-workers, and stressful responsibilities. For those reasons, conjunction is often called the turning point or pivotal operation in alchemy. If the child of the conjunction survives, it will be nurtured and grow into something entirely new and empowered during the operations of the red phase of alchemy. The least you need to know. The white phase of transformation is known as albedo and begins at the darkest moment of the black phase. Separation is an operation of the white phase that involves removing or isolating the surviving components of the black phase from their contaminated and impure environment. Conjunction is an operation of the white phase that works to recombine the purified essences of the black phase into a new compound or higher manifestation. Personal separation involves finding the essences of the true self within and protecting them from any contaminating influences. Personal conjunction is about recognizing the essences of soul and spirit within and uniting them in a new level of consciousness and spiritual awareness. Chapter 13. The Red Phase. In this chapter, the peacock spreads its tail. The union of the White Queen and the Red King. The operation of fermentation. The operation of distillation. The operation of coagulation. Personal operations of the red phase. The third and final phase of alchemy, known as the red phase, or rubetu, is a natural continuation of the white phase. The alchemists believed the deep purification of essences begun during the white phase was what released the powerful energies experienced during the red phase. That these phases complement one another is reflected in the symbols alchemists chose to represent them. The symbol of albedo is the White Queen, the symbol of rubedo is the Red King. Often the White Queen and Red King are shown holding hands together or holding onto a small vessel or container. This was the alchemist's way of saying they work together. In the laboratory, the white becomes united with red through increasing the heat in the furnace. Early European alchemists originally separated the rubedo into two short stages or moments that indicated they were on the right path. The first moment was the appearance of a yellow or golden color in the matter. They called it the yellow stage and used the Latin word for yellow, citrinatis, to refer to it. This short-lived phenomenon was a sign that the golden stage of transformation was coming. If they were working with a metal, it meant that transmutation into gold was a real possibility. The second moment was signaled by the appearance of a deep purple color in the work. This purple stage was also known by the Latin word for purple, iasis. Purple is actually the color of gold in solution and is an indicator of pure gold atoms in chemistry. To alchemists, it meant the minute quantity of gold revealed by the yellow stage was being seeded in the experiment and would eventually grow to transform the entire matter. Alchemists also referred to this stage as the transmutation of the venom, and they believed it meant that any contamination or poisons left over from the nigrito were now completely purified and assimilated. With the successful completion of the red phase, the Philosopher's Stone was produced and the base metals transmuted into pure gold. Psychologically, this meant the integration of opposing and rejected elements in the personality and the experience of one's true self. The Peacock's Tail. A curious thing happened during the transition from the albedo phase to the rubedo. The work entered another dark phase as the child of the conjunction neared birth. The alchemists called this short stage putrefaction, and it occurred both in the laboratory work and during the work on the psychological level. The alchemists believed putrefaction was a final cleansing of impurities in the work and sometimes referred to it as the purgation of the stone. Putrefaction was considered a final death to any contaminants or remnants of ego in the matter, and it was a necessary prelude to the resurrection or rebirth of the matter on a more perfect or spiritual level. At the darkest moment of putrefaction, often a sudden and glorious display of many brilliant colors occurred. The alchemists named this the peacock's tail, or cauda pavonis in Latin. Again, it was observed in both the laboratory and on the personal level of transformation. The rainbow of colors seen in the peacock's tail gradually merged together into pure whiteness. Because black is the absence of color, the sudden appearance of colors in the peacock's tail during putrefaction signaled a fundamental change in the matter. And it's only natural that the peacock's tail eventually turned white because white contains all colors together. Symbolism of the peacock's tail includes a rainbow appearing in the dark clouds of a thunderstorm, the bursting forth of the colors of spring after the darkness of winter, and the colors of the aurora borealis, northern lights, gleaming against the night sky. In the lab, the peacock's tail was observed in iridescent oil that floated on the surface of the blackened matter and gradually turned into a white fatty substance. This milky liquid was composed of digesting bacteria that accumulated on the rotting material. Psychologist Carl Jung compared this phenomenon to daybreak, a period of peace and tranquility before the next and final phase, which is the full sunrise of rubedo. The reddening. After suffering through the nigrito, undergoing the intense purifications of albedo, and experiencing the death of putrefaction, the matter of the work was depleted of energy and life force. It was pure but sterile earth, which the alchemists compared to the bleak face of the moon. To make the work come alive again, the alchemists felt it must have fresh blood and undergo reddening in the fire. The infusion of life into the dead matter was accomplished by the loving union of the White Queen with the Red King, who worked together during rubedo in a cosmic process sometimes referred to as the marriage of the sun and the moon. Obviously, these are profound symbols with universal meanings. If you have been a good apprentice and have paid attention to the symbolism presented thus far, you should know what spiritual forces are represented by the White Queen and Red King. According to Hermetic philosophy, these spiritual forces are the basic essences of every created thing in the universe. Do you know what they are? The White Queen represents the universal feminine essence of soul, the Red King represents the universal masculine essence of spirit. If you missed the answer to this question, go back to the last chapter and make sure you understand the meaning of the symbolism described under the conjunction process before you proceed further in your apprenticeship. Among the operations alchemists used to complete the red phase of transformation are two dynamic processes known as fermentation and distillation, which combine opposing energies in the work. The third and final operation during rubedo is known as coagulation, which is the final crystallization of energy and matter that becomes the philosopher's stone. The fermentation process. To the ancients, fermentation was a miracle of nature. As early as 7000 BCE, the Egyptians used their knowledge of fermentation to make mead, wine, and beer. By 4500 BCE, the Egyptians and Chinese had learned to ferment milk to make yogurt and cheese. Fermentation requires living cells, such as bacteria or yeast, and is considered a kind of cellular respiration that usually takes place in the absence of oxygen. In chemical terms, fermentation is the conversion of organic substances into new compounds in the presence of fermenting bacteria. The most common fermentation is the conversion of sugars into alcohol, which held special meaning for alchemists. They felt alcohol was the actual spiritual essence of a substance, and thus we refer to liquors and other alcoholic beverages as spirits. Some examples of fermentation will make this process clear. Beer is made by germinating grain and then drying and crushing it into pulp. This mash, as it is called, is mixed with warm water. Wine is made by crushing grapes and separating out the juice. In both cases, fermentation begins naturally if the material is allowed to decay, though yeast is usually added to get the process started. After proper aging to allow the alcohol to accumulate, the beer or wine is filtered and bottled. The putrefaction, whose end was signaled by the appearance of the peacock's tail, is actually a natural part of the fermentation process. Putrefaction is the first step in fermentation, when the matter is allowed to rot and decompose. Medieval alchemists sometimes added manure to help get the process going. Unlike the hopeless blackness of nigredu, the alchemists considered the blackness of putrefaction to be a pregnant darkness that would lead to the birth of the philosopher's child. The cipher alchemists used to designate putrefaction was the astrological fire sign of Leo, which the Egyptians associated with the lion-headed sun god Sekhmet. Images of putrefaction include corpses, graves, coffins, massacres, mutilation, worms, dung beetles, and rotting flesh. Alchemical drawings at this stage depict birds descending from a pitch-black sky, skeletons standing over coffins or black boxes, or a snake crucified on a cross. When true fermentation begins, the dead material seems to come to life again as movement and bubbling gases emerge from the influx of digesting bacteria. Drawings of fermentation sometimes show a bird descending into water where a black toad waits, two birds nesting in a tree, an alchemist waiting patiently for changes to take place in a darkened vessel, or a farmer sowing gold coins in a field. Other scenes of fermentation feature grapevines, sowing, germination, greenness, and rebirth. The color green is often associated with successful fermentation, and other green symbols include the emerald tablet, green gemstones, lush gardens, and the green lion stretching up toward the sky. Images capturing the energies of the fermentation process include dark clouds and thunderstorms, lightning, sexual activity in caves or darkened vessels, and angels coming down from heaven. Alchemists assigned the astrological cipher for Capricorn to stand for the process of fermentation. Capricorn is an earth sign whose symbols are both the goat and the unicorn, representing the most basic and the highest natural instincts. Alchemists believed that Capricorn encompassed the entire work from beginning to end. Capricorn is the first sign of the year, and movement from Capricorn to Capricorn encompassed the one symbolic alchemical year in which the great work could be accomplished. The primary symbol of successful fermentation is a curious two-headed human figure known as the rebis, which is from the Latin phrase residential bina meaning a double thing. The rebis is usually depicted as a winged hermaphrodite with a male head on its right and a female head on its left and represents the philosopher's child resulting from the union of the king and queen that took place during the conjunction phase. The naked and purified rebis is shown being heated by the fires of fermentation in the following figure. This fire is not the direct consuming flames of calcination, but a controlled heat that has been likened to birds sitting on eggs to hatch them. Rebis is like an embryonic being or intermediate stage in transformation that requires more toil in the final stages of the work. This new being emerges from the dark womb of putrefaction and takes its first breath during fermentation. The rebis is a hermaphroditic melding of the masculine and feminine characteristics of its parents, the king and queen. In mythological terms, the hermaphrodite results from the sacred marriage of our Hermes with the Greek goddess of love, Aphrodite. Fermentation of the rebes. Personal fermentation. Just as chemical fermentation is the introduction of new life into the matter, so is psychological fermentation the introduction of new life into the inner presence created during personal conjunction. Any problems starting the fermentation process giving birth to the child of the conjunction stem from impurities carried over from the white phase. These hidden impurities in our character are finally destroyed during the psychological death of putrefaction. Fermentation on the personal level starts with the inspiration of spiritual power that reanimates, energizes, and enlightens the blackened ego. Personal fermentation can be achieved using a wide variety of tools that include intense prayer, desire for mystical union, transpersonal therapy, visualization, and deep meditation. In simplest terms, fermentation is a living, loving inspiration from something totally beyond and outside us in the spiritual realm. Separate the earth from fire, the subtle from the gross. The Emerald Tablet instructs us at this stage. Like the colorful peacock's tail of its chemical counterpart, psychological fermentation is often initiated by colorful visions that involve a higher form of imagination the alchemists called the true imagination. They felt the mental images experienced during fermentation were true representations of a higher spiritual reality and not mere fantasy. The distillation process. Distillation is the boiling and condensation of a solution to increase its concentration and purity. The alchemists believed that distillation released the pure essence or spirit of a substance in the evaporating vapors. For example, one can obtain the pure alcohol spirit of wine by distilling a solution of fermented grapes. The essence could be concentrated using a process known as rectification. The typical distillation apparatus consists of a lower boiling vessel, the cucurbit, and an upper still head, the alembic, which is a hooded vessel that collects the rising vapors. The hot vapors are cooled in a long condenser, and the purified condensed liquid, the distillate, is directed by a tube or funnel into a receiving vessel. A popular medieval distillation device was nicknamed the pelican. It was a glass retort, a type of container, with two tubes connecting the neck of the vessel with the lower body. See Chapter 14. The result was a reflux or rectification still, in which the mixture was boiled and vapors condensed in the neck and then flowed back into the boiling liquid through the tubes. This inner circulatory process produced a very pure essence from the original mixture. In alchemical drawings of this operation, the pelican is shown pecking herself in her chest in order to feed her young, which are usually gathered at her feet lapping up her fresh blood or life essence. Another kind of distillation is coabation, in which solid matter is repeatedly soaked in liquid and distilled to capture its purified essences. In a kind of distillation known as sublimation, no liquid is used at all. The solid material gives off vapors that condense directly into an extremely pure powder at the top of the distilling apparatus. The solidified material remains stuck to the sides of the alembic until collected by the alchemist. The alchemists considered sublimation a superior form of distillation that led directly to their treasured philosopher's stone. He who knows how to sublime the stone, said the Greek alchemist Eudocus, 400–350 BCE, justly deserves the name of a philosopher, since he knows the fire of the wise, which is the only instrument which can work this sublimation. Distillation is the most important operation in practical alchemy, and some alchemists spent months distilling the same solution over and over. Distillation is described in the Emerald Tablet in these words: it rises from earth to heaven and descends again to earth, thereby combining within itself the powers of both the above and the below. The alchemists chose the astrological earth sign of Virgo as the cipher to signify distillation. The Egyptians associated the alchemical goddess Isis with this sign. The cipher for the operation of sublimation was Libra, an astrological air sign the Egyptians associated with the divine child, as well as Maat, the goddess of truth. Two-headed creatures are shown rising into the air on wings and then returning to Earth in drawings depicting the distillation process. This repeated circulation between the spiritual forces above and the material forces below eventually lead to a concentration and purification of the essences of the substance at hand. In the following figure, we see the distillation of the rebis as it nears the final stages. The rebis stands on a winged stone or globe that is the new salt or permanent body that forms after distillation is complete. Above we see the 7 planetary operations that the rebis will go through before the transformation is complete. The square and compass and octagon figure indicate that distillation is an objective process of rectification and gradual enlightenment. Distillation of the rebis. Other images of distillation include flowers in bloom, such as the rose, the lotus, jasmine, and the edelweiss, as well as scenes of fountains, water wheels, dew, rain, and snow. Animal images include the unicorn, white doves, soaring birds, owls, pelicans, winged serpents, the green lion eating the sun, and a dragon in flames eating its own tail. Personal distillation. In psychological terms, distillation is a process of spiritization that involves repeated separation and recombination of the subtle or spiritual aspects of the personality with the unrefined thoughts and emotions or gross aspects of the personality. This is actually a very natural process that we can observe simply by paying attention to our everyday thoughts. We are always recycling thoughts and regurgitating emotions in a never-ending struggle to organize our lives and find direction and meaning. This chaotic process goes on unchecked and unnoticed until a distilled idea breaks through in the form of a new insight or revised judgment. Personal distillation, however, requires being conscious of this process and deliberately pursuing it to its conclusion. The deliberate agitation and sublimation of psychic forces is necessary to ensure that no impurities from the inflated ego or submerged shadow are incorporated into the new self manifesting in the final stages of transformation. Tools used in personal distillation include introspective meditations that raise the content of the psyche to the highest or most objective level possible, free from the emotional energy that often controls our behavior. Almost all types of psychological therapy are methods of personal distillation that seek a reconciliation of subjective and objective realities. Many meditations used by Taoist alchemists are also methods of personal distillation. For instance, in the meditation called Circulation of the Light, one is taught to focus the light of consciousness on the lower cauldron of energy in the abdomen below the navel. Following the natural rhythm of the breath, this base energy is heated by the powers of intention and attention and rises up the back to the upper cauldron in the head. There the purified light is condensed and accumulated, and any unconverted energy returns to the navel area along the front of the chest. The distillation of the light is repeated daily for months or even years, until enough of the liquid light collects to crystallize in the brain. According to Taoist alchemists, the subtle matter distilled through this process congeals into a golden pill, which is the adept's passage to perfect health and even immortality. The coagulation process. The final rung on the ladder of transformation is the operation of coagulation, in which the body is made spiritual and the spirit is made corporeal. Coagulation produces a new incarnation that can survive in all realms. Chemical coagulation is the physical manifestation of the essence created during conjunction, born during fermentation, and purified in distillation. It is accomplished by the congealing, precipitating, or sublimating of the solidified essence or child of the conjunction. This fixation of spiritual forces is what creates the philosopher's stone, which embodies the principle of transmutation itself. With the creation of the philosopher's stone, 2 more operations are now available to alchemists. The first is projection, which is the process of transmuting the base metals into gold. It is said that just a tiny piece of the stone or a pinch of the red powder of projection made from it is enough to perfect the metals and transmute lead into gold. The second operation of the stone is multiplication, which is the act or process of multiplying or increasing the quantity or volume of something. Just a touch of the stone or a grain of the red powder will cause plants to grow to perfection or cells to be healed and multiply perfectly. Even the stone itself and its powers can be magically multiplied. Multiplication provides the raw material for the elixir of life, drinkable gold, and other panaceas that the alchemists promised would cure all diseases. The cipher for coagulation is the astrological air sign of Gemini, the divine twins that to alchemists represented their ribes. The cipher for projection is the water sign of Pisces. From at least 2300 BCE, the Egyptians used two fish to denote this constellation. The cipher used for the multiplication operation is the water sign of Aquarius, whom the Egyptians associated with Osiris, their god of grain, seeds, and semen. Coagulation images include brilliantly shining new gold, a balanced set of scales, an egg-shaped stone, the Holy Grail, and a naked androgynous youth. Scenes of coagulation include such things as wingless creatures being carried away by winged creatures, a lone eagle soaring high in the sky, the serpent and lion united, the king and queen breaking free of their chains, or the sun and moon beaming down proudly over a naked child. The most common symbol of coagulation is the phoenix, a mythical bird that built its nest in a fire and then rose from the ashes completely reborn as a new creature. Alchemists sometimes called the phoenix the ortis, the rectified one. They described it as a four-legged bird with black eyes, a white face, white forepaws, black hind paws, and a red head with streaks of pure gold reaching to its neck. Personal coagulation. Psychologically, the phoenix is the resurrected personality that is fully manifested during coagulation. The alchemists viewed it as the divine child of the king and queen who embodies a new state of awareness beyond either masculine or feminine ways of knowing. Paracelsus named this cosmic essence the Iliaster, which literally means the star in man. He described it as the completely healed human being who has burned away all the dross of his lower being and is free to fly as the phoenix. On the spiritual level, coagulation produces an entirely new body for the alchemist. This second body is often described as a body of light, which is the ultima materia, ultimate matter, of the soul. Many experience it as a projected golden body of coalesced light that Paracelsus named the astral body, literally the star body. As one Renaissance alchemist described it, you break through space, fly to heaven in broad daylight, and shed the flesh and bone bag, which is now as useless as the alchemical workshop and vessels once the elixir has been perfected. In Christian alchemy, the ultimate matter of the soul is the resurrected body. In the Gospel of John, the coagulated body is described as the seamless garment that Jesus wore when he said, "I and my Father are one." In the same Gospel, Jesus warned that unless a man be born of both fire and water, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. In Eastern religions, the culmination of the red phase corresponds with the formation of the diamond body, the resplendent body of crystallized light that began its transformation as a lump of black coal. Its inherent strength is perfected if it is turned into earth, the Emerald Tablet says of the coagulation process. Thus will you obtain the glory of the whole universe, it continues. All obscurity will be clear to you. This is the greatest force of all powers, because it overcomes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. The least you need to know. The red phase of transformation is a continuation of the purification of the white phase, and the symbols of this cooperative effort are the red king and the white queen. The transition from the putrefaction stage of fermentation is marked by a beautiful display of colors known as the peacock's tail. Fermentation is an operation of the red phase that seeks to revive the dead material left over from putrefaction. Distillation is a red phase operation that works to purify and concentrate the essences retrieved from fermentation. Coagulation is an operation in which the philosopher's stone is produced. Personal fermentation, distillation, and coagulation are operations of the red phase of alchemy applied to the psychological and spiritual components of individuals.